Good evening, everyone. My name is Ivana Nikolic-Hughes, and I'm the president of the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation, and it is just an enormous pleasure to welcome you to the 20th Frank K. Kelly Lecture on Humanity's Future and the Choose Hope Symposium, organized by the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation and Soka Gakkai International. Welcome to a very special evening where we will get to hear and learn from Annie Jacobsen, the author of Nuclear War, A Scenario, as well as leading voices in nuclear disarmament, including Masako Wada, a hibakusha from Nagasaki and a representative of Nihon Hidankyo, Professor Richard Falk, Professor Peter Kuznick, Honorable Melissa Park, and Dr. Jimmy Hara. I quite simply could not be more grateful to our amazing participants for sharing with us tonight their understanding, their insight, and their wisdom. Frank K. Kelly, alongside David Krieger, co-founded the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation in 1982, and in the year 2002, the foundation established the Frank K. Kelly Lecture on Humanity's Future in his honor. Frank passed away long after my time at NAPF, but his fingerprints are still everywhere. In this lecture series, of course, but also in the many books that he co-authored and co-edited with David and others, in our annual Peace Poetry Contest that we hold every year, and which is named after Frank's wife, Barbara Mendigo Kelly, and in the foundation headquarters that he so generously helped to establish in a house just down the street from where he lived. As part of the Choose Hope Symposium, we're also here to honor David Krieger and Daisaku Ikeda, both of whom passed away near the end of 2023, just over a year ago. Their lifelong commitments to peace and nuclear disarmament have provided inspiration to countless people around the planet to advance their vision of a better world. Their joint work, a dialogue called Choose Hope, provided the inspiration for this symposium. If you have not read the book, I highly encourage you to do so. It is a breathtaking conversation that is both deep and wide, focusing on peace and nuclear abolition, but simultaneously recognizing the complexities of our world and the many other issues that bear upon these as yet to be fulfilled promises. It is now my distinct honor and pleasure to introduce to you our speaker for this evening. Annie Jacobsen is the author of the highly acclaimed book, Nuclear War, A Scenario. And if you haven't read this book, you also have to read that one. And I can just tell you that when I picked up the book, because of course everyone in nuclear disarmament was reading it, I sort of thought to myself, okay, Annie, what are you going to tell me? What am I going to learn new? And I could not put the book down. I literally read it in a day and a half and just told everybody I was too busy. I couldn't do anything until I was done with the book. So for sure, you absolutely have to read the book. Annie has written 6 other books, including The Pentagon's Brain, which was a Pulitzer Prize finalist. And his appearances include both traditional and new media, and she regularly speaks in front of audiences such as military generals and business executives. A few months after reading her book and being blown away by it, I was fortunate to get to spend time with Annie at the Vatican, where we were both invited to speak at a meeting of the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences. The two of us talked over dinner in the shadow of the Colosseum, and we talked about our passion for addressing the danger and the insanity of nuclear weapons. But we also talked about our lives, our families, and our shared interests. I got to know her even more this past week when we both attended the third meeting of states parties to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons at the UN in New York. And Annie spoke in a conference panel and participated and attended some of our many NAPF events during this important meeting. We bonded again as mothers and women determined to leave a better world to our children. After just a couple of days together, I wrote her a short message, and I'm going to share it with you. It was a text message, and I wrote, and I quote, "You have quickly turned from someone I admire to someone I love." Thank you for that. Thank you for the applause, because I needed to. I needed to recover. So I just really could not be happier that you all get to hear from Annie tonight. Let me just conclude by saying what is going to transpire this evening. We will first hear from Annie, followed by a video message by Masako Wada, followed by a panel discussion with Professor Richard Falk, Professor Peter Kuznick, Honorable Melissa Park, and Dr. Jimmy Hara. What you are about to hear tonight does not make for a light evening and does not bode well for humanity's future. But we are here to choose hope. Challenging times in history have previously led to positive change, and change is sorely needed today. Let's hope together tonight that what Annie is about to tell us will never come to pass, and that we will eliminate the threat of nuclear weapons once and for all for the sake of our children and all future generations. Thank you.
Thank you for that lovely introduction, so warm-hearted, and welcome everyone, and thank you to the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation and also for Soka Gakkai International. It's really an honor and a privilege to be here. I am Annie Jacobsen, a journalist and author, and I come at this subject matter from a very different, almost opposite end of the spectrum from peace. I come at it from a Defense Department point of view. As the author of 6 previous books, all of which deal with the Pentagon and the CIA, I have, let's say, 100 sources in each book, and you can imagine how many of those individuals are involved in various wars, all the wars since World War II, in fact, dark operations, violent operations. And as I was reporting these different books, I would often ask my sources, why did you do what you did? And many of them told me the same thing. They said, I did what I did to prevent nuclear World War III. And so in the first Trump administration, during the fire and fury rhetoric that many of us recall, I began to wonder what happens if prevention fails, if deterrence fails. And I found myself in an unusual situation like all of us. It was COVID. And retired generals and retired nuclear sub-force commanders and retired National Security Council members, advisors to the presidents, like me, had a little more time on their hands. And I thought to myself, maybe now is a good time to find out what happens if deterrence fails. And I wrote the book. I put the question to 46 presidential advisors. They all went on the record with me, all retired. People like secretaries of defense, Nuclear Submarine Force Commander, U.S. Stratcom Commander, Obama's longtime FEMA chief. I asked General Robert Keeler, the commander of U.S. Strategic Command. He is the steward, the commander of Stratcom is the steward of all nuclear weapons and all nuclear weapon systems. In the event of a nuclear counterstrike by the president, the Stratcom commander talks directly to the president. There is no one between them. This is not a position that regularly speaks with journalists. I felt great privilege to be interviewing him. And what he said to me shocked me. I said, General Keeler, what would happen in a full-scale nuclear exchange between Russia and the United States? And he said to me, Annie, the world could end in the next couple of hours. That's on the record. And that is the true cost of nuclear weapons. Today, there are approximately 12,300 nuclear weapons on the planet. Between the United States and Russia, there are more than 3,000 nuclear weapons on ready-for-launch status. I learned in my reporting that there is no such thing as a limited nuclear war. Every nuclear war game conducted by the Pentagon shows this. The nuclear war games are jealously guarded by the Pentagon. Most of them are classified. I found one that had been declassified. It was called Proud Prophet, and I reprinted a page of it in my book. And when you first see this, you say to yourself, why would she print that? It's just blacked out. It's called being redacted. In fact, the only word you can see in the page that I have in the book is the word scenario. The rest of it is blacked out. But what that did is it allowed individuals to talk to me in a general way without defying their security clearance. And what I learned from individuals who were involved in that war game was that no matter how nuclear war begins, if NATO is involved, if NATO is not involved, if China is involved, if China is not involved, no matter how nuclear war begins, it ends in total annihilation. Nuclear war unfolds in seconds and minutes, not in days and hours. And it's why I wrote my book as a ticking time clock scenario. If North Korea were to launch what is called a bolt-out-of-the-blue attack against Washington, it will take just 33 minutes for the nuclear weapon to travel from Pyongyang to Washington. An ICBM cannot be redirected, and it cannot be recalled. President Obama's top nuclear advisor, Andrew Weber, said to me on the record, a bolt-out-of-the-blue attack is what Washington fears most. Another person I interviewed for the book was Richard Garwin, in his 90s, the architect of the first hydrogen or thermonuclear bomb. When Edward Teller couldn't make the bomb explode, Garwin did. He was 24 years old. He's advised every president on nuclear war since Eisenhower. I asked Garwin what troubled him the most, and he said to me, a nihilistic madman with a nuclear arsenal. I took that to mean North Korea. Someone mad enough to launch a bolt-out-of-the-blue attack against Washington. And so that is how I wrote Nuclear War, a Scenario. But keep in mind, it is not nuclear war the only scenario. So now I'm going to tell you very quickly what happens in a nuclear war. The ICBM launches from Pyongyang. It takes less than 1 second for a US satellite system, it's called the SBIRS system, in space, 1/10 of the way to the moon, to detect that launch. Space-based systems begin to determine the trajectory of the ICBM. It is heading toward the United States. In the next 1 to 3 minutes, senior military officials characterize the threat from inside 3 nuclear bunkers. One, the Cheyenne Mountain Complex in Colorado. You've maybe seen it in movies. It's referred to as the brainstem. 2, the National Military Command Center, the bunker beneath the Pentagon. It's known as the beating heart of nuclear war. And 3, the STRATCOM, Strategic Command, battle deck, which is beneath Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska. And that's called the muscle, the brain, the heart, and the muscle. Now a total of 250 seconds have passed. 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Confirmation, the ICBM is headed to the East Coast. I'm going to tell you really quickly about an ICBM because most people don't know this, and it's really, really valuable to understand, I think. An ICBM, which cannot be redirected or recalled, stands for an intercontinental ballistic missile. The one, if it goes from Pyongyang to the United States, it takes 33 minutes. From somewhere near Moscow to the United States, 26 minutes and 40 seconds. You get the idea. An ICBM travels in 3 simple phases. Boost phase. We've all seen a rocket launch, that exhaust coming up out of the bottom of the rocket. That is how the space systems see launch in a fraction of a second. Boost phase takes 5 minutes, and then all of the bottom of the rocket falls away, and the warhead begins moving across the planet. And the warhead is several hundred miles above the Earth, and it goes there with the Earth for 20 minutes. That is it. Then it enters what is called terminal phase. Terminal phase is 100 seconds. The warhead re-enters the atmosphere and detonates. So we're still at 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Boost phase ends. The satellite systems can no longer see the warhead. The interceptor missiles will try to shoot this down. It is a fantasy in the United States that we have a capable interceptor system. We have 44 interceptor missiles total. 4 are not far from here in Vandenberg Air Force Base. 40 are in Alaska. Russia has 1,670 nuclear weapons on ready for launch status. You can do the math. Each of the interceptor missiles has a success rate of less than 50%. The interceptor missiles try to shoot down the warhead, they fail. In Alaska, and we are now about 9 minutes into the scenario, which, by the way, spoiler alert, lasts 72 minutes. In Alaska, the ground radars that the United States Defense Department has must give what is called secondary confirmation. And the reason they have to have secondary confirmation is a ground-based system acknowledges, yes, the ICBM is on its way. And now the President of the United States must act. That is because we have in the United States what is called launch-on warning policy. It is exactly like it sounds. When warned of an incoming nuclear missile attack, the U.S. launches. It does not wait to absorb a nuclear blow. We also have what is called sole presidential authority. Again, exactly like it sounds. The president asks no one of permission for the counterattack, not the Secretary of Defense, not the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, not the Congress. There is not enough time. The president will have 6 minutes to deliberate and make a counterattack. How is that even possible? You ask, I ask. 6 minutes is the amount of time it takes to make a 10-cup pot of coffee. Former President Ronald Reagan lamented in his memoir, quote, 6 minutes to decide how to respond to a blip on a radar scope and decide whether to release Armageddon? How could anyone apply reason at a time like this? And you can't. Nuclear war is insane. If a rogue nation were to launch a strategic ballistic missile at the United States, the response would be overwhelming force. During the Fire and Fury, Stratcom Commander General Hyten did an interview with CNN, and Barbara Starr asked him, General Hyten, if North Korea were to launch an ICBM at us, what would we do? And he said, they should know, if they launch one, we launch one. If they launch two, we launch two. Well, that's actually a euphemism. Thanks to the late Bruce Blair and his work with Princeton University, we know that actually the response to one nuclear weapon coming into the United States is 80 or 82 nuclear weapons. And that is what happens in this scenario. So the B-2 bombers take off, the nuclear-armed ICBMs launch, the nuclear-armed, nuclear-powered submarines get ready to launch their missiles. They take 14 minutes. The ICBMs take 60 seconds. We have 14 subs. Each sub has 20 missile tubes. I want you to understand the idea of firepower here. There are people in this room that know that Hiroshima was 15 kilotons. Those missile tubes have a Trident missile that has 4 nuclear warheads in each nose cone. Each warhead is 455 kilotons. They call the nuclear-armed, nuclear-powered submarines the handmaidens of the apocalypse. When I did an interview with the nuclear subforce commander, he told me that nuclear submarines are as dangerous to the planet as an incoming asteroid. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres told us humanity is just one misunderstanding, one miscalculation away from nuclear annihilation. And this is where it happens. Russia has command and control systems just like the United States. Everything I told you, they have in essence the same. They have their bunkers. They have their radars. They see the ICBMs launch from the middle of the country to target North Korea. But there is an existential flaw I report in my book that I confirmed with former Secretary of Defense Leon Panetta. And that flaw is that US ICBMs launching from the Midwest, targeting North Korea, do not have enough range to get there without overflying Russia. Imagine as nuclear war is unfolding in seconds and minutes, Russia thinks the ICBMs are coming for them. Russian doctrine, like US doctrine, is launch. Launch the mother load. And I show in my book the 1,000 targets in the US, and that is what happens. All of Europe, NATO bases in particular, are also targeted by Russia when it thinks it's being attacked by the United States. When the US learned Russian missiles are on their way in the scenario, we launched the mother load. Another fact I confirmed with another former Secretary of Defense, Bill Perry. That is the full-scale nuclear exchange General Keeler warned us about. And so before I close with a brief story about nuclear winter, I want to tell you about my interview with Craig Fugate, who was Obama's long-serving FEMA director. So FEMA, which is, many of us know, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, they prepare, that is the agency that prepares for earthquakes, floods, hurricanes. And I had a preconception when I was reporting this book that I would have a what we call a B story in the narrative, that I would have a series of events whereby, nuclear command and control, the president, the vice president, they get secreted away to these important bunkers, and FEMA takes care of them because it's called continuity of government. The government must continue functioning no matter what. And this is what I thought. And then I interviewed Craig Fugate about nuclear war. And he said, yes, Annie, FEMA is the government organization that prepares for nuclear war, same as we prepare for asteroid strikes. He told me they're called low probability, high consequence events. And he explained to me that FEMA's work involves something called population protection planning. And here's what he said about a bolt out of the blue attack. He said, with a bolt out of the blue nuclear attack, population protection planning won't happen because everyone will be dead. And my tape recorder was running, and I listened to that after we got off the phone, and I thought, did he really say that to me? I don't want to misquote an official who was the chief of FEMA. And I called him back and I said, Craig, did you really mean to say that? And he said one word, yes. He was the first person to write an Amazon review of the book. Seriously. And he said everyone should read this book. So in closing, I want you to think about this. When the nuclear winter theory was first written in 1983 by Carl Sagan and 5 colleagues, one of whom still works on this issue, Brian Toon, who does remarkable work and whom I interviewed for the book. The Defense Department called it Soviet propaganda. Behind the veil, the Pentagon knew it was true. I have the documents footnoted in my notes. What happens in nuclear winter is the soot from thousands of fires burning will block out the sun's warming rays. Agriculture will fail. Bodies of fresh water will become entombed in thick sheets of ice. People will freeze and starve. State-of-the-art climate modeling today shows us that nuclear winter will actually be far worse than was originally reported in 1983. 5 billion people will die. The mid-latitudes, the bread baskets of the world will freeze over. Agriculture fails. And in this depraved, radiation-poisoned world, the humans that remain will likely return to a hunter-gatherer state. So in the end of my book, I have, after all these maps and graphs and weapon systems and things related to war, I have this beautiful photograph of a Neolithic site unearthed from 12,000 years ago. It's called Göbekli Tepe. It's in southern Turkey. And it shows us when we were still all hunter-gatherers, 12,000 years ago when we hunted and fought with spears. In the dawn of the nuclear age, Albert Einstein was asked what he thought about nuclear war, to which he is said to have responded, I know not with what weapons World War III will be fought, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. Before the archaeologists discovered Göbekli Tepe in the 1990s, for 12,000 years nobody knew it was there. No one knew those people were there, that they existed. So how did they find it? Well, I spoke to one of the archaeologists who discovered the site. He was there the day of the discovery, and what he told me left me actually inspired. He said that a local rumor persisted. Locals told the archaeologists the story of the wishing tree. They said it was a place of great power and mystery, a place where people went to make wishes for the future. And I have a picture in my book of this wishing tree, and you realize it's the site before Göbekli Tepe was unearthed. And the archaeologists found it by first finding the wishing tree. You can see it on that horizon. A hunter-gatherer civilization from 12,000 years ago hidden beneath the wishing tree. And it makes me think how wishing is foundational to living. Many of us in the room, we all wish nuclear weapons would go away. But many people here in this room are doing things to see that one day they will. Wishing leads to discovery and it leads to action. And we all have more work to do. Thank you so much for listening to me.
シンポジウムにご参加の皆様、はじめまして。日本医団教の和田雅子でございます。今日は私の拙い証言を聞いていただくということでございまして、本当にありがとうございます。私は1943年に長崎で生まれました。被爆当時は1歳10ヶ月で、本当にまだ赤ん坊でございました。全く何の記憶もないんですけれども、母が折々にと言いますか、何遍もこう繰り返し話をしてくれたこと、そのことを皆様にお伝えしております。私の家は、2.9 キロ爆心地から南の方に離れたところで、で8月9日ですね、お昼前でしたから、母は、お昼の用意をしてて、大洋食、大洋食という言葉もね、この頃の若い方はご存じないかもしれませんけど、お米が足りませんでした、なかったので、じゃがいもだとか小麦粉だとかかぼちゃだとか、そういうものをね、何を用意してたかそこは聞いてないんですけど、用意してた。で、私は一人で住宅街でしたので、玄関の前で一人で遊んでた。うちの母が「お外は暑いから中に入りなさいよ」って言って、そして入って、どのくらいその時間が経ったかどうかもねわからないんですね。そこのしばらくしてから大きな音がして、爆発音ですね。本当に大きな音だったと言ってますけれども、それでもう気が付いた時には家の中のものがもうめちゃめちゃになってて、障子だとか格子ですね、表に京都の格子みたいな格子戸みたいながあって、それもめちゃくちゃになってて、ガラス戸、それから土壁です、みんな崩れて家の中に積もったって言ってました。それが言葉で一尺ぐらいっていうから、30センチぐらいでしょうかね。そのぐらい積もってて、どうしてあんなにこのぐらいになったかということがわからないぐらいだった言ってました。そして家の外はもうオレンジの煙が漂ってて、住宅地でその両面に家があるわけですけど、その前も見えないぐらいなオレンジ色の煙が漂ってたと言いました。そしてしばらくすると、その山道にですね、山道になんかギョッとするような光景を見た。それは北の方の爆心地からずっと長崎駅の南の方に向かって、もう火の手がずっと上がってて、もう続いてたわけですね。だからそこはもうどうしようもないから、そのコンピラ山という山があって、その山道を通って私たちが住んでいる、市街地の方に降りてくる人たち、その人たちの列というかね、群れというか、そういうものを見た。遠くの山にですね。でその人たちはもう本当にチョコレート色だったとうちの母は言っておりましたけれども、いろんな怪我をされた方ですね。もうそれで髪の毛は血で固まって角のようになっている。男か女かもわからない、つけてるものもほとんどないようなね状態の人たちがよろめきながら下ってきている、そのアリの行列と言ってましたけど、そのような光景を見た。だからもうそこでも行きたい方もいたでしょう。でも 下まで降りてくることができてもその方たちが助かったかどうかも全然わからないということです。うちの母は24歳だったんですね。で私をおぶってどのくらい時間が経ってからのことかもそれもわからないんですけど、でもやっぱりあちこちで怪我をした人たちがうちの裏庭に井戸がありましたので、それを水を求めてというかみんなが集まってくる。だからうちの母はその人たちの傷をね、治療ってなもんじゃないですよね。ただ洗ってあげて、そして自分がちゃんと消毒していた古布ですね、それを使って包帯みたいにやってあげた。どれだけの人の傷を洗ったかなって言ってましたけど、その方たちがその後ねまたどうなったかっていうことはもう本当にわからないっていうことですね。でそこうちの隣が空き地になってたんですね。空き地になってたからその裏庭にもみんなが井戸を求めてくることができたんですが、水を求めてくることができたんですけれども、そこは建物損壊って言って空き地になってて、前にその炎症類症をね止めるためにもう建物がなくなってた。それでそこに毎日ゴミ車それで引っ張ってきて、そして道に落ちて道にもうたくさんの方が亡くなってる。それを拾ってその車の中に入れる、放り投げる。そしてそれがもう満載になって、もう手足が焼けただれたの手足が人形のようにそのゴミ車のところから見える。それが毎日続いて朝から晩までそこに持ってきて、それをダビに付すというかね、ダビに付すみたいじゃなくてもただ焼くだけって感じですよね。焼くだけだからその匂いたるやっていうことですね。匂いが本当にすごかったんだと思いますけど、だけどもそれがもう麻痺してきて感じなくなってきて、で今日は多かったねとかね、今日は少なかったねとか、なんかそういうふうな会話になってきて、もうみんな一時悲しかった、気の毒だ、大変だったみたいなことを、その人間的な思いが全然なくなってしまってた言ってましたね。でも本当にもうゴミのように焼かれてて、そのために生まれてきたんじゃないって言ってましたけどね。もう8月の15日ですね、終戦になった頃、終戦の日ですね。大学、まだ当時はその大学っていうのはねしっかりなかった専門学校ですね。経済専門学校っていうのがあって、そこに手伝いに行かされて、町内から行ってきなさいってそれで野戦病院みたいですよね。その講堂いっぱいにもうたくさんの人が、負傷した人が寝かされている。その怪我はもういろんな怪我の程度の方があったでしょうけれども、本当にもうすごかったって言ってましたね。でうちの母はその消毒液を持ってお医者様の後ろからついていく役だったんですけど、あまりのひどさにね、もうそれでこの消毒液をこれを取ってくださいって叫んで、そして私も気絶してしまったって言ってました。でも気がついたらそこで一緒に寝かされててね、お医者様から役に立たないようにね、こんな看護師をいらんって言われて、次にこれしなさいって言って渡されたのはほうきで、夏の暑いところ時ですからね、もう本当その傷ついたものをどんどん腐敗するというかな。でそこにもう灰がたくさんたまるわけですね。昔はね本当灰が多かったんですよね。だからこうするとわーっともう灰が飛ぶような感じだから、そういうところにたくさん来て、そしてそこに卵を産む。そしてどんどんウジ虫になって灰で徹底してくる。だからそのウジ虫にとってはもうその栄養豊富なところですから、それがすごく大きいんですよ。普通だったら1センチぐらいですよね。 どのくらいだったうちの母も親指ぐらいって言ってましたから、そんなに大きくなるはずないよっていう感じもしますけどね。だけどまあそういうふうに言ってました。それがもうたくさんついて、それを吐き取る、床に落ちたのをまた吐き取る、そういうものを、あれだけ大きなもの、あれだけのたくさんのものを見たことは本当にあの時だけだったっていうふうに言ってました。なんかそのアメリカ軍が落としたものですね。うちの母は直接見たとは言っておりませんでしたけど、親しいお友達がアメリカ軍がねパラシュートにつけて落としたラジオゾンテっていうものがセンサーですね。そういう機械がなんていうかポットみたいなものなんですけど、それを落とした。それが長崎駅前に住んでた方はそれを見た。その前ダムみたいにフラフラと落ちてくる。でそれがなんであるかをその時も全然わからない。あれが原爆だったのかって、あれが爆弾だったのかと思われた方もあったみたいですけれどもね、それはもう放射原爆の、効果ですね。どんなものであったかっていうことですね。熱度、温度ですよね。どういう温度が発生したか、それからどれだけの爆風があったか。放射能の測定ができたかどうかは私はそこは分かりませんけど、とにかくそういうものをですね、データを取るための機械でそれを基地に送るということですね。だからそれを後で母たちが聞いてね、キノコ雲の下で何があったのかっていうことですね。ただ上から目線でそのデータだけを取って、その人に一人一人の名前がある人たちがいて、家族があって生活があって命があった。だけどそれを何にも考えないで、そういうね科学的なデータだけを取ることをために落としたのか。そういうことを本当に命の大切さというかな、そういうものが無視されてしまった。それでいつも怒りを持って話をしてましたですね。だからもう8月になるといつもうちの母はもちろん私たちは9日の日はね、みんな家族で黙祷するわけですけれども、匂いが戻ってくると言ってましたね。だからどんな絵を見ても写真を見てもね、描いたものを読んでもそれはわからない。匂いですね。匂いはもうわからない。だからもう想像できないですね、そういうことね。だから原爆を使ったらどういうことになるかということを、うちの母なんかはもうもっとひどいことを見てると思うんです。いろんな傷の出会であることでね。うちの父も上司を探して爆心地に入って見て、そしてそこでダビに付したと言ってますけれどね、うちの父もね本当詳しいことを話さなかったですね。そしてうちの母に、お前は行くんじゃないというようなことを言っておりましたからね、よっぽどもすごかったというふうに思います。だから私はうちの母のことを聞いただけのことでしたのでね。だけども80年も経ちました。もう被爆者もみんな平均年齢が85歳6歳ですね。だから今本当に元気でまだね証言をしてくださってる、その当時のことをしっかり覚えてらっしゃる方のことを考えるとね、そこの方たちがいらっしゃらなくなったら誰が話すんだろうっていう思いにだんだんなってきて、今度は拙いものでもね断片的で脈絡のないような話しかできないんだけれども、これを少しでも全く聞いたことがないっておっしゃる方もねまだたくさんありますし、海外に行ったらましてやそういう方がね初めて聞いた、初めて被爆者を見たとかね、そんなこと伺いますのでね、もうそれはこんなのでも話をしなければいけないのかなっていうような思いになって話しております。でノーベル平和賞をいただきました。本当に感謝というかね嬉しかったんですけれども、私たちの先達のね話、それが本当に海外でもですね 国内外でも伝えていただいたことを被団協ができてからもう1956年にできましたのでね、それからもうずっと70年余りやってきたわけですね。いろんな苦労があった。だけどそれはノーベル平和委員会のねフリードネス委員長の言葉にあるように、それを証言をすることによってそれは唯一無二の存在であったということですね。だから言葉で武力でなく核兵器ではなく、それをちゃんと伝えることによって名もない被爆者一人一人がね自分の体験を伝えるということは本当に辛いことですよね。その後の生活のこと、なんで自分は生きながらえたんだろうっていうね、いわゆる生き残ったことの悔いというかそういうものもあって、そして差別とか偏見の中にあって、もう報道が十分になされてませんでしたが規制されてましたからね。それなんでこうなったのかって、自分の苦しみとか悲しみとかね、そういうものをみんな抱えながらいる差別や偏見の中でも生活をしてきて、そしてそういう中で多くの夢もたくさんいろいろな若い人たち、ね、それぞれの夢があったけれども、そういうものをみんな捨てなければいけなかった、諦めなければいけなかった、そういう生活を続けてきた中で私たちは日本被団協ができた、話すことによってですね。だから自分たちが自らを救うとともに自分たちの体験を通して世界の危機を救おうっていう、それがもう本当に私は宣言を読んでね、本当にただ自分たちが慰められるために集まったんではないって、これをね皆さんに分かってもらうために、声を上げるためにここにみんな結集したんですって言って、そういう宣言をしてくださったことに私は本当にねありがたいと思いますね。そしてそれをずっとこの長年ね伝えてきたっていうことが評価されたということで本当に嬉しく思います。だけど高齢化してきた者たちの集まりになりました。だから本当に継承の問題ですね。若い方にもやっぱり聞いていただかなければいけないと思いますし、若い方も本当にいろいろな活動をやってきてくださってますから、これを伝えてくださいということをね、聞いてください、知ってください、そして感じてください、共感してください、そして何か行動を起こしてくださいっていうのが私たち被爆者の思いとしますね。だから今やってる活動も私たち高齢のものから子供孫もあれですね、ひ孫の時代にも小学校に話しに行ったりする時はそんな感じしますね。ひ孫の時代にも伝えなければいけない平和教育の大事さということね。だから全てが結びついているということを皆さんねSDGs なんかでもねしっかり言っておりますけれども、原爆が使われたらどういうことになるかっていうこと、ただ一つの町一つの国だけの問題ではない、これがずっと世界につながってるんだ。気候の問題も本当に分かりますね。それから教育の問題、ジェンダーの問題、食べ物の問題、全てがつながっているということを皆さんと一緒に分かっていただいて、若い方たちがどういう視点からでもそれに対して働きかけをやっていただければ本当に嬉しいことだというふうに思います。頑張っていきたいというふうに思っております。お聞きいただきましてありがとうございました。
Let me just begin by thanking Annie for her brilliant book. I mentioned the brilliant book, but brilliant lecture as well. Thank you so much, Annie. And also to thank Ms. Masako Wada, who so graciously and generously shared her testimony with us. I am so deeply moved and really in many ways heartbroken and yet inspired. And I've been thinking along these lines ever since I visited Nagasaki last summer, that if these people can do this, of course I can do it. Of course we all can. I mean, what else can we do but follow in their path? So we're so grateful to our friends from Soka Gakkai International for arranging for this testimony, and for Ms. Masako Wada's continued dedication and commitment to nuclear disarmament. So let me begin by actually introducing our esteemed panelists. Each of them has such an incredible biography that we could spend the rest of the evening talking about their biographies. So I'm just going to give you just teeny tiny bit about each person, and really let them do more of the talking. So to my left is Professor Richard Falk. Professor Falk is the Albert Milbanks Professor Emeritus of International Law at Princeton University. He is also the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation's Senior Vice President. And so he has truly been a hero to me for a long time, but more recently, a personal hero as well. And I'm so delighted, Richard, that you're with us tonight. We have next to Richard, Professor Peter Kuznick from American University, who is also the director of the Nuclear Studies Institute at American University. Peter is a historian who writes widely about lots of different issues, but has really focused on the history of the 20th century, and has taken an immensely important role as a historian in contextualizing nuclear disarmament and nuclear disarmament efforts. And I'll just mention that he co-wrote and then co-produced with Oliver Stone The Untold History of the United States, which if you haven't, now you have like a super long reading list if you haven't read some of these books. Oh, I have to go back and tell you something about Richard. Richard has written, I can't possibly tell you about Richard's books because he has written over 80 of them. And about a couple of years ago, when we honored Richard actually in this very room with the Lifetime Achievement Award, I afterwards told someone with whom I would meet in the park when we walked our dogs in the morning, and I told them, we honored this man, and he's just so incredible, and he's written over 80 books. And the person looked at me and said, I don't know if I've read 80 books. So, he's written 80 books, over 80 books. So let me go to Jimmy. Dr. Jimmy Hara is a physician in LA and a professor of medicine at Drew University. He is also the fire commissioner of the LA Fire Department. He is also the vice chair of the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation's board and serves also on the board of the Physicians for Social Responsibility LA. He's got many titles as well. Jimmy is a Japanese American who was actually born in a Japanese internment camp, and so we are so delighted to have him with us tonight. And last but certainly not least is the Honorable Melissa Park. Melissa is the executive director of the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, which won the Nobel Peace Prize in 2017 for their efforts of bringing the nuclear disarmament movement together to push forward a treaty, which is what many of us in this room work on, the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. That treaty has truly been a shining light in a dark, very dark world, and truly a beacon of hope for all of us. And Melissa is leading this movement and doing that just beautifully and admirably. And we're so happy that she's here. We all had a very busy week last week at the third meeting of states parties to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. So I'm especially delighted that Melissa was able, after all of that, to be here with us as well. So let me now begin by asking, I'm going to ask each of the panelists to respond both to Annie's lecture and to Ms. Masako Wada's message. And I'm going to begin with Richard and ask you, Richard, if you could share your thoughts on the current geopolitical situation and how knowing what's happening in the world is how Annie's book makes you feel and think about where we are in the world today. So let me pass the mic on to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivana, for that very affirming introduction. And it's a great day for the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation to be hosting an event of this character. We just heard an extraordinary presentation by Annie Jacobsen that is something original in the discourse about nuclear danger. And its originality comes from what she herself said in her opening words, that it is authenticated by the nuclear establishment itself. I was reminded of Helen Caldicott's warnings of 20 or 30 years earlier, who was an Australian peace activist and very passionate anti-nuclear person, but she had to rely on her emotions and her access to whatever was available in the public domain, which was not very much. We have from this book and this presentation an authoritative expression of extreme warning that is made by the very people entrusted with the guardianship of this apocalyptic weapon. And of course, it immediately raises the question of why the political culture here and elsewhere has been so quiet over so many years. And it now is in a particularly threatening period, I believe. And to make very summary remarks about the geopolitical situation, I was reminded of the ominous implication of our president having sole authority over the launch of such a war with such weapons. And it's bad enough if it was any president, but this particular president is a geometrically more impulsive, dangerous, irrational figure than has ever, at least in my lifetime, governed the most powerful country in the world. And so it is a scary reminder that as long as we don't act to prevent this kind of scenario from becoming a historical end time for the human species, we have to really awaken. How do we awaken public sufficiently to challenge this inertia, nuclear inertia and failure to respond to a warning that is not just directed at us, but is directed at the species and at life itself, the whole ecological underpinning of the world. And one of the geopolitical factors that is so discouraging from this point of view is the rise of autocratic leadership in so many of the important countries in the world. In fact, I don't think it's much of a generalization to say all of the important countries in the world are not led by leaders whose vision extends beyond the performance of the next few years and has no interest or capacity to address fundamental issues. That's a very discouraging fact. And our president, the US president, has already made it clear that he opposes internationalism in all its manifestations, cutting funding for international assistance, weakening the UN and dismissing its authority as really irrelevant, and being dismissive of international law and of any kind of pretension of a rule-governed world. And it was only a pretension in the Biden years, but now it's a kind of geopolitical attitude that doesn't even pretend toward a cooperative problem-solving framework for addressing the global challenges. And it's not just the momentous challenge of a rising threat of nuclear war, it's also the ecological agenda that gets buried beneath this kind of authoritarian frenzy that we're now experiencing in this country. And it leaves one to also be extremely worried about the way in which conflicts are being managed in the world, Ukraine and Gaza being the leading examples, but there are others, such as Sudan and a number of other so-called hotspots and dangerous potential flashpoints, such as Taiwan being the most prominent. So that what we have now is a situation bearing on what Annie Jacobsen's book should teach us, a reality of sleepwalking into nuclear catastrophe. Because no matter how much a book of this sort tells us a inconvenient truth, it doesn't get the resonance it deserves in the mainstream media or in the leadership echelons. And there still is the mantra that deterrence is the best path to avoiding nuclear weapon. nuclear war. And the nuclear establishments in all the nuclear countries have joined to oppose the Treaty of Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. And the NATO countries have issued a repudiation of that approach, reaffirming deterrence without really giving much of a rationale for doing that. So we are caught in a situation where the question we should be posing is, what can be done? And what should be done? And how do we do it? It's a challenge to the peoples of the world, and especially to the peoples of the nuclear weapon states that hold on to these weapons not only in order to implement the ideology of deterrence, but also to maintain a nuclear hegemony over the rest of the world. And it's a very scary situation for which there's no obvious antidote. And I wish that we could be more positive in looking at developments. There are glimmers, such as the recent events in New York that brought together a slowly awakening, and much later than it should have been, but it is an awakening of particularly the global South to the menace that they face and the subjugation as far as nuclear issues are concerned that they experience. And finally, I would say that we should recognize that the UN and the whole structure of world order was the outcome of who were the winners in World War II. And the guardianship of global security was left in the hands of the most dangerous countries in the world, given a veto power to protect their own impunity, and given the reality that they were the first 5 nuclear weapon states. And so the most dangerous states are exempt by their own discretion from respecting international law. And that's a perverse thing that came out of making the UN a winners-take-all organization. And it was reproduced in the international war crimes at Nuremberg and Tokyo, where only the crimes of the losers were investigated, and Hiroshima and Nagasaki were ignored. See, that's also it's a winner's world as far as war is concerned up to this point in history, and that's not a comfortable position to be in. Let me stop there.
That was wonderful, Richard. Thank you so much for your insight. I want to move to you, Peter, and just ask you to comment. Annie sets up one scenario out of many, but there has been really a long history, a decades-long history in the nuclear age of the near misses and potential miscalculations, and of course the Cuban Missile Crisis, situations in which nuclear weapons could have been used. This notion that we have been lucky And they were actually here more thanks to luck than anything like the notion of nuclear deterrence. So if you could speak a little bit about this and give us some historical context for beyond this one scenario, what else could happen given the historical evidence of these many events? So let me hand the mic.
Thanks, Ivana. How many hours did you say I had to do this?
4.
There's so many things I want to say. Richard made me think that we've got a situation now where Trump wants to make America great again. Putin wants to make Russia great again. Xi Jinping wants to make China great again. Modi wants to make India great again. Netanyahu wants to make Israel great. But there's nobody who speaks for the planet. There's nobody who speaks for us, nobody who speaks for the global south, nobody who has a planetary view of our planet is at risk. As Andy pointed out, 72 minutes, we're that close always, and we've been that way. I was very heartened to see my friend Wada-san. Masako Wada is a very good friend. And I took my students on a study abroad class in Hiroshima and Nagasaki every summer for 25 years until COVID made us stop. And we spent a lot of time with the atomic bomb survivors. And I nominated them. I've been nominating them for many years. And Ivana has also nominated them, Nihon Dankyo, for the Nobel Peace Prize. So when they won this year, finally, they invited me to be part of the delegation. So I was recently in Oslo with Wada-san and Tanaka-san and the others, and they've always been so inspirational for my students because despite the horrors that they've been subjected to, they've never lost hope, and they've never stopped struggling. And their dream, Ivana and I wrote that this was a bittersweet victory. Bittersweet because so many of the Baksha activists who would have loved to see this moment, and deserve to see this moment, are no longer with us. As Masako said, the average age of the survivors now is 85 or 86. So many of them have passed away, sadly. And it's also bittersweet because for them to see that we're so close to nuclear war again, the closest we've been to nuclear war since what Ivana mentioned, the Cuban Missile Crisis, is really startling and shocking and very, very depressing. Which gets me back to the last time I was here in Santa Barbara with the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation. And Richard was here, and Dan Ellsberg, and Noam Chomsky, and David Krieger, and others. And most of our discussion focused on what Annie was talking about tonight, and that's nuclear winter. That's the reality of nuclear war, that it's not something where you have a limited exchange and then it's over. Nuclear war, as Annie was saying, means nuclear annihilation. And even if it starts with just one nuclear bomb, that never ends up there. They're never able to do the war game in which they're able to limit the nuclear exchanges. But as Richard is saying, we've lost that understanding and that memory. So now to get to what Ivana wanted me to talk about, this question of near misses, the Cuban Missile Crisis is still the prime example. And as you said, we didn't survive the Cuban Missile Crisis because of some great statesmanship on the part of Kennedy and Khrushchev. They understood we survived it based on pure dumb luck. There were so many moments at which that could have gone totally awry. That we had false reports that nuclear weapons were coming in to attack Tampa and Minneapolis. We could have responded to that. We were dropping depth charges. The USS Randolph was dropping depth charges on a Soviet submarine, not knowing, first of all, that they had nuclear torpedoes aboard the submarine, and they were dropping depth charges. They knocked out all the power. The carbon dioxide levels were rising. People were passing out. And the commander, Savitsky, says, we're doing somersaults down here. The nuclear war has probably started up above. Let's launch our nuclear torpedo. And he had to get the approval of the other two commanders there. But fortunately, a man named Vasily Arkhipov stopped and talked him out of doing it because he had given the order to launch. Had he launched it, we wouldn't be here now. You know, we didn't know about nuclear winter in 1962, but we would have learned about it very, very quickly and the hard way. But Ivana mentioned before that out of the bad things we're talking about, the horrific things, something good must come. Well, after the Cuban Missile Crisis ended, fortunately, Khrushchev wrote a letter to Kennedy on October 30th saying, "From evil, some good must come. Our people have both felt the burning flames of thermonuclear war. What we have to do now is eliminate every conflict between us that could cause another crisis." And it took Kennedy a while to really get moving on this, but eventually they both were totally committed. But Kennedy was doing it too slowly for Khrushchev's liking, so Norman Cousins had to go over there twice to talk to Khrushchev and tell him that Kennedy was serious. And Khrushchev says to Norman Cousins, "What if we don't have peace and the bombs start to fall? What difference will it make if we're capitalist or communists, if we're Catholics or atheists or Jews or Buddhists? What difference will it make? Who will be left to be able to tell us apart?" And Kennedy understood that. And so he asked Cousins, "What should I do?" Cousins said, "Make a speech showing your commitment to really changing everything." And Kennedy made this commencement address at my university, American University, in June of '63, which was the greatest presidential address of the 20th century. And he said there a lot of things, but he called for an end to the Cold War, an end to the nuclear arms race. He said, "Why should we dislike the Russian people so much?" He said, "It doesn't make any sense. We need to work together." And he said to put a nuclear-armed power in the position of either suffering a humiliating defeat or launching a nuclear weapons is either a colossal failure of statesmanship or a collective death wish on the part of the human species. And I think that's what Annie's talking about. We have, not we, but our leaders seem to have a collective death wish. And they think that they can avoid it, but we're going closer and closer to that kind of conflict in so many areas now. Trump, of course, is a nightmare, but in response to him, now France is trying to spread a nuclear umbrella over Europe. The Germans have applauded that. The Poles have said, maybe we do that, or maybe we'll develop our own nuclear weapons. Zelensky said, if you don't let us join NATO, then we need our own nuclear weapons. I mean, we see in South Korea, 73% of the South Koreans want their country to have its own nuclear weapons. Even Ishiba in Japan, before he took over as the prime minister, he said we should have an Asian NATO and Japan should start to think about developing its own nuclear weapons. Japan, the most anti-nuclear country in the world for such obvious reasons. So we're in a mess, and it's not just the Cuban Missile Crisis in '62 that we can look at. Well, I was going to talk about 1968, when a bomber crashed above Thule, Greenland. I wanted to bring that one in, thanks to Trump. And they dropped 4 nuclear bombs down there, which totally irradiated the whole area. But I was going to talk about Able Archer in 1983. And like what happened in '62, good almost came out of Able Archer. And that led in part to the Reykjavik meeting, in which they came within one word of abolishing nuclear weapons, if Reagan had not been quite so obsessed with his Star Wars. Or 1979 or 1995, when a joint US-Norwegian scientific rocket launch was interpreted by the Soviets as an incoming missile attack. And they brought Yeltsin his nuclear football, and he started opening it up to get the nuclear codes. And then they finally understood, unlike in Annie's case, that the rocket was going over the Soviet Union, not attacking the Soviet Union. But we've come close. We've had 32 what they call broken arrow incidents. Cases like in North Carolina in 1962, Goldsboro, North Carolina, where the plane crashed. Actually, the wing blew off of a bomber, and it dropped its 2 nuclear bombs in Goldsboro, North Carolina, and one got destroyed when it hit the ground, but the other one was more intact, but 5 of the 6 safety features on it, the safety locks, didn't work. And if that last safety lock didn't work, if it hadn't held, then we would have lost North Carolina. But I mean, these things happen over and over and over again, and the American people don't know it. But as long as we keep on basing our defense on deterrence theory and nuclear weapons and playing with these weapons, one of these times we're not going to be so lucky.
Thank you so much, Peter, for that insight and the many examples that you've given of just how really lucky we are to be here. Jimmy, I want to move to you now and just ask you as a physician just to say a little bit about why nuclear weapons are actually so different from all other kinds of weapons. I think many people in this room would love to outlaw all weapons, would love to outlaw all war, and yet somehow nuclear weapons stand in the category all of their own. So could you please talk a little bit about this?
I think usually people, when they think of nuclear weapons, they think about the radiation. Honestly, Wada-san reminded us the major, reason for death initially was the tremendous heat generated by the firestorms that were created and the blast effects as well that likewise injured a lot of people and killed others as well. But radiation-wise, they continue on long after the dropping of a bomb. I-131 is a radioisotope that can cause thyroid cancer, and then strontium-90 is responsible for what we used to call genbakubyo, atomic bomb disease, leukemia. So leukemia is due to strontium-90. And the cesium-137 is the most diabolical of all the radioisotopes because it behaves like potassium. You find it in the groundwater and it's picked up by the plants and cattle that graze on it. If we eat that beef, we can end up later on with stomach cancer and things along that line. And then the other, plutonium, of course, and that's a long-lasting effect as opposed to cesium, and we're talking about at most a few hundred years, something along the line. Now we're talking about 25,000. Just forever. And so with strontium and plutonium and polonium that you get from the plutonium, basically, now we're talking about, and the cesium was responsible for a lot of the gastric cancers that we saw in Japan and also in Korea because the radiation fallout fell onto Korea as well. And so in the 1960s and 70s, we saw a lot of cases of gastric cancer in Japan and Korea. And in Japan, they had wonderful screening things where they had gastroscopy done by gastroscopy techs who would go to villages and look to see if there was evidence of early cancer. And we learned a lot about gastric cancer during that time period. And then now, as I'm speaking, there are elderly Japanese women who never smoked a day in their life dying of lung cancer. And that's related to the plutonium primarily, and then the polonium that gets produced from the plutonium. So besides, the nuclear winter that, can wipe out the whole population more rapidly, if you will, the radiation effects are long-lived and will survive. Radiation effects will survive long after all the humans are gone.
Thank you so much, Jimmy.
And parenthetically, Wada-san, highlighted the reason that Nihon Hidankyo won the Nobel Prize. And then we can also hear from another Nobel laureate.
Yes, yes, indeed. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you so much. They really are in a category of their own. We call biological and chemical weapons, which have been banned and prohibited. We call them also weapons of mass destruction, and yet this just rises to a whole other level. One thing from Annie's book, also just to add, she does talk about nuclear winter, but she talks about another possible very special thing with nuclear weapons, where an explosion in outer space can cause an electromagnetic pulse that shuts down electricity, for example, in the United States, in the entire country. And so just try to imagine, you don't even have to bomb cities, right? Just try to imagine what happens to civilization if the entire country no longer has electricity. And it's not coming back. It's not like we have a blackout and then it comes back. It's not coming back. So I'm actually really happy that we're ending with Melissa with the comments, at least in this portion, because she is going to give us some hope. She's going to tell us about the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons and why it's so important, and where it's heading and what its accomplishments are so far. So, Melissa, on to you.
Thank you, Ivana. Nuclear weapons are the only devices ever created by humans that have the capacity to destroy all complex life on Earth. And as Annie's book has made so clear, we're only one accident or miscalculation or unhinged leader away from that happening. And as we've heard from Ivana and from Peter, it's more pure dumb luck than good management that we're all still here today. And as the UN Secretary General has said, when it comes to nuclear weapons, luck is not a strategy. For decades, the narrative around nuclear weapons was controlled primarily by those who have them. And their message has been, and it's been very deliberately abstract terms, that nuclear weapons through deterrence provide stability and security. And of course, that completely disregarded the enormous harms that have occurred to millions of people around the world from nuclear weapons and damage to the environment. And also the fact that nuclear weapons held by 9 nuclear-armed states threaten every person and every country on the planet. So a series of diplomatic and civil society humanitarian conferences happened, which focused the conversation on what would happen when a nuclear weapon is inevitably used, and showed the real security impacts of nuclear weapons by highlighting the incontrovertible evidence from Hiroshima and Nagasaki and from the more than 2,000 nuclear weapons, so-called tests, that have been carried out around the world, primarily on indigenous and colonised peoples, that nuclear weapons cause indiscriminate catastrophic harm to humans and the environment across long periods of time and vast distances. And these conversations around nuclear weapons thus changed from the theory proposed, promoted by nuclear-armed states that these things keep us safe, to the reality of the horror that awaits all of humanity from any use of nuclear weapons by accident or by design. And these conversations informed and empowered a broad range of stakeholders, from countries in the global south to civil society to communities impacted by nuclear weapons and others, to stand up and demand a policy shift. So the TPNW, as we call it, the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, was adopted at the UN General Assembly in 2017 with the support of 122 countries. And it's fantastic that we have Ambassador Elaine White, who was the president of the meeting that adopted the treaty. And we also have Eduardo Alcibiades from Mexico, which was also a strong supporter of the treaty. And you'll be hearing from them tomorrow. And it is fantastic. I mean, we heard from Wada-san just now. It was the courage of the hibakusha to tell their stories again and again and again, to relive that childhood trauma again and again and again, that really helped to get this treaty to come into being. And we owe them a big debt of gratitude, and I'm so happy, as I know everybody here is, that they finally got the recognition they deserve for drawing the world's attention to the reality of what nuclear weapons actually do to people. And the treaty is a game changer in nuclear disarmament, which had been stalled for decades. It comprehensively prohibits nuclear weapons, provides a pathway under international law for the nuclear armed states to disarm in a time-bound, verifiable manner. It's the first international framework that provides for victim assistance and environmental remediation for communities harmed by nuclear weapons. It has a scientific advisory group, of which Ivana is a member. It has a gender stream, because the treaty acknowledges the disproportionate impact on women and girls and on Indigenous peoples of nuclear weapons. So it's not only a disarmament treaty, it's also a human rights treaty, an environment treaty, and a feminist treaty. And it's an investment in multilateralism and international law at a time when these things are increasingly under threat. And it's also democratising the debate around nuclear weapons, taking it out of the hands of the permanent five of the Security Council, all nuclear armed states, and bringing it to the General Assembly where every country has an equal vote. And it's a very participatory, inclusive process which centres the voices of impacted communities. And we saw 1,000 civil society participants at this meeting in New York last week, which was fantastic. In fact, the Office of Disarmament Affairs of the UN official there said to me, "But there's 1,000 people here, where are they going to sit? There's only 300 chairs." I said, that's a problem we want to have. Next time they have to give us the General Assembly room. Now, the nuclear armed states often try to portray the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons as a soft humanitarian approach, not based on real security. But the reality is the reverse. Talking about catastrophic humanitarian and environmental consequences is very much security. The wholesale destruction of infrastructure, the economy, the environment, the death of millions of people by blast, burns and radiation, and billions of people from starvation and nuclear winter is very much security. I think the more important question is, how sustainable is a security approach that is based on nuclear weapons, any use of which will be not only genocidal but also suicidal? And as that well-known radical lefty Ronald Reagan put it, nuclear weapons are totally irrational, totally inhumane, good for nothing but killing, and probably destructive, possibly destructive of life on Earth. In fact, the only other global policy issue that is remotely comparable in terms of planetary survivability is, of course, the environment crisis. But nuclear bombs will kill us much faster. And as long as they exist, we know they are bound to be used. And We've talked about dinosaurs a little bit here. Well, the dinosaurs did not have the option to avoid the asteroid that made them extinct. But here we actually have a choice. We can choose to eliminate the existential threat by eliminating the nuclear weapons. And of all the global challenges we face, this one is the least complex. Humans built nuclear weapons and humans can dismantle them. All it requires is political will and leadership. And so far that leadership is being shown by civil society and by the one half of the world's countries that have so far joined this treaty. But now we see the doomsday clock is ticking closer than ever to midnight. The risk of use of nuclear weapons has never been higher than it is right now. And the world is really at a crossroads. Do we continue down the path, as we're seeing from some European leaders just in the last few weeks, of increasing confrontation, militarisation and proliferation? Or the other way is the TPNW treaty, dialogue, diplomacy and disarmament. And I think, as Annie's book shows only too clearly, we urgently need the world to take the second path. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Melissa, for the insight and the inspiration. And truly, I do believe we're going to get there, and the TPNW is going to get us there. Annie, I just wanted to invite you to comment. I mean, we've heard so much from our wonderful panelists. Just to offer any comments you have to their remarks, anything at all.
Thank you so much. It was wonderful to be on this panel with everyone. I love the hopeful ending. I'm just going to add one note to Peter's comments, which is just kind of bananas. But I mean, the reckless nature of nuclear weapons in the hands of certain people that are in control of them, and that's air quotes control. What comes to mind, I was doing an interview with a guy called, and by the way, you know, when you interview Defense Department officials, they really are not these twirling mustache bad guys that you would think. I mean, they're very human people in what is called a system of systems. And so it's why what Melissa was talking about, this sort of disarmament, the movement there is so powerful, because I get the sense from interviewing defense officials, there is a desire to move off the cliff. How that happens, I think, is up to the civil society. But the tiny bananas detail, I was doing an interview for the Pentagon's Brain with a guy called Paul Kozimchak, again, not someone who normally talks to journalists. He was the liaison between DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, and the CIA. And we were talking about the dangers of nuclear weapons. This is, 10 years ago, and he said to me, Annie, do you know how many nuclear weapons got launched? He used the word launched during the Cuban Missile Crisis. And I went, and before I could say anything, he said, the answer is not none. And the answer is 4. During the Cuban Missile Crisis, the United States decided to test a nuclear weapon in space. And Russia decided to test a nuclear weapon in space. And then we did another one, and then they did another one. And Kozimchak helped me find the footage showing then Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara explaining this to Kennedy, and Kennedy was stunned. But this kind of shows you the kind of recklessness about, to your point, that we have no idea what is actually going on and who is making these decisions. And so I'm all for, adding to the idea of disarmament is this idea of transparency, and I think that comes from the voice of the people. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Annie. That was that fact about the Cuban Missile Crisis and bombs flowing around. It just really is absolutely scary. Would anyone like to offer any additional comments about the remarks, Peter? Yeah, go ahead, please.
Well, Annie just triggered me, so in a good way. There were so many things that happened during the Cuban Missile Crisis. The United States flew a U-2 plane over Russia's border, and the Russians were trying to shoot it down. Fortunately, they didn't succeed in doing so, but the Cubans did shoot one down over Cuba, and then the Joint Chiefs of Staff insisted that Kennedy invade. Right? Kennedy was in an extraordinary position, and we are so lucky that it was Kennedy and not Obama and not Biden and certainly not Trump or Bush, because I think any other president since World War II would have definitely given in to the Joint Chiefs and all the other advisors who were pressuring Kennedy to attack the missile sites and invade. We didn't have intelligence. What McNamara, Secretary of Defense McNamara, believed at the time was that there were 10,000 Soviets in Cuba and 100,000 armed Cubans. And he thought, based on that, if we invaded, we'd have 18,000 casualties and 4,500 dead. Then he learned that those numbers were wrong, that there were actually 42,000 armed Soviets and 270,000 armed Cubans. And then McNamara said, in that case, we would have lost 25,000 people. And then it wasn't until 30 years later, at a conference in Havana, that McNamara learned that in addition to that, there were 100 battlefield nuclear weapons in Cuba. And McNamara says, well, then we would have, if we had invaded, we would have lost 100,000 soldiers, 100,000 dead. We would have definitely wiped out Cuba and almost certainly gone to full-scale nuclear war against the Soviet Union. So this is why we're saying that we survived by luck, not by brilliant statesmanship. We didn't even know if the nuclear weapons were there, and the missiles were armed. We had only identified 33 of the 42 missiles there. And then if we looked at, I won't go on now, but Able Archer in '83, in some ways almost as crazy. So this has happened over and over again, and our luck's gonna run out at some point, unless we do what everybody here would like us to do, and change our course and interject some sanity into, as Annie says repeatedly throughout the book, this is insane. And it is insane, which we all realize, but the leaders don't act on that basis. They're acting on a very different basis. And now, in addition to some of the countries I mentioned, Iran is very, very close to developing a nuclear weapon because Trump abrogated the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal, which was working brilliantly. And now Iran, instead of being a year away, is a few weeks away from developing a nuclear weapon. If Iran develops a nuclear weapon, then likely Egypt, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates. We also, Taiwan is talking about developing nuclear weapons, Turkey. I mean, we are on the verge of a kind of nuclear anarchy that we haven't seen before, which is why this is so urgent that we get control of this now and reverse this situation before it goes any further, or else it might be too late.
Thank you so much, Peter. I really love, actually, a quote from Daniel Ellsberg's book, The Doomsday Machine. Daniel Ellsberg was a dear friend to the foundation, and we've recently established a Lifetime Achievement Award named after him, which, and the first recipient of the renamed award was his own wife, Patricia Ellsberg. But he called nuclear weapons policies, present, past, present, and present, dizzyingly insane and immoral. And that's really it. That's it. That's all you need to know. It's dizzyingly insane and immoral. Let me now open it up for perhaps a couple of questions from the audience. We do need to be out of here at 8 p.m. So over in the back. Over in the back, yes, go ahead. Do you think you can speak up, or?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, perfect. Can everyone hear him?
Yes.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for such a wonderful panel. I am learning so much. And my name is Ken. I'm from Soka University of America. My incoming PhD student at Columbia University Teachers College. And my question is, if you were a high school student in the US, what change would you like to see in curriculum or schools?
Repeat the question.
So the question is, thank you, Ken, so much. Ken is a student at Soka University of America and heading to Columbia University's Teachers College. And he's, I think, thinking about his future career maybe as a teacher and thinking about what high school students in this country should know about this topic. So who would like to tackle that question? Maybe nuclear war scenario should be a required reading for all. You have to read this book before you graduate high school. That would be my first recommendation.
I think Peter can answer the question because he was telling me about the great curriculum that he has. And also I'm going to add, for as much as sort of people slack on Hollywood for making movies about nuclear war, it does have a very serious impact on the general public. I mean, also on the inside. When I was sourcing documents from Los Alamos, and I've been writing about nuclear weapons for 15 years, they've always been kind of like standoffish with me, but they were incredibly forthright. In fact, they even declassified the origin story of the nuclear football that Peter referenced. And I said to them, what changed? And they said, Oppenheimer, not the man, the movie.
I had a similar experience. I was teaching a class last year with about 45 students in it, not related to nuclear issues. And I asked them, how many have seen the movie Oppenheimer? And I expected 3 or 4 hands to go up. 80% of the students had already seen it. And this is not my class where I assign it, and I assign Annie's book also this semester. But this was just our general class with random students. But what I've seen lately, and others have seen the same thing, students right now are very, very demoralized, especially because my students either go work for NGOs, or they work for the government, or they become teachers. And now they have no idea if they have a future. So I've just noticed lately a much more depressed state. But I think there's been a lot more discussion among young people of nuclear issues than there's been in years. And part of it's the Oppenheimer movie. Part of it was the 60th anniversary of the Cuban Missile Crisis, the 60th anniversary of the Kennedy commencement address. And there was one other important one that I was going to mention. Oh, Dan Ellsberg's passing. I mean, Dan was probably my closest friend in the world, so I personally felt it. But Dan who never would get interviewed before, everybody wanted to talk to him. And Dan's message was so clear and so powerful about the insanity of what we're doing to ourselves as a species that I think that really woke a lot of people up.
Yeah, and if I can just add, I mean, I think we have to teach students about the real history, in some sense, your untold history, right? And we have to teach them how to wage peace. That's the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation's website is Waging Peace. What does it mean to wage peace? What does it mean, precisely to go back to Melissa's point about the importance in this very moment of not just disarmament, but diplomacy and efforts to work together the way that Kennedy and Khrushchev did in the early 1960s. And also the importance of popular culture really can't be overlooked. I think that Oppenheimer had this impact of kind of reminding people about nuclear weapons, but I don't believe it's had the kind of impact that some of us may have hoped for in terms of really pushing disarmament forward. And I think the reason is that it just quite simply felt so historical, right? It felt like something that happened in the past. It just maybe doesn't concern me anymore. It was certainly super interesting. But that's where I think Annie's book, and tomorrow we'll hear from Andrew Davis, who has also written a book, Disturbing the Bones, and another one that heading I hope for a movie. where, we need to make this real to people. And one of the things that happened in the 80s was that President Reagan watched the day after, and that was supposedly what moved him. Not the Central Park rally with 1 million people marching. That moved Gorbachev, but the day after moved Reagan. So we have to throw everything at it. It has to be an all-encompassing approach. I think I'm gonna say we have time for one more question. Yes, right here, please.
This is for Annie. I received a email yesterday from Plowshares, another peace foundation, indicating that they're buying copies for all of congressmen to send to them, 500 and some copies. And I wondered if you think that may be a start for additional dialogue with the leaders.
Yes, they did, and I signed all 535 of those, so I know about it. Thank you. But it is remarkable that they gave the books. And I believe that all of these efforts by every group, they say it takes a village. It actually takes a lot more. It takes like 25 villages, and everybody doing their part pushes the movement forward. And I do, I'm not a political writer. You have no idea what my politics are, but I am deeply concerned about nuclear weapons. And so I do see, unlike my esteemed colleague, I do see a little bit of hope in the current president, POTUS. I refer to him as POTUS, former POTUS, present POTUS, President of the United States. But the current POTUS has expressed a desire for denuclearization, a word that I think he invented, and that is a good thing because he likes to take credit for things. And so if an individual, POTUS as they may be, does that, but Ivana can also speak. Maybe you want to wind us up with an interesting thing that we learned at the Vatican with the cardinals.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think the issue really comes back to where the hope is, right? And how do you latch on to hope? And I would just add to what Annie's saying, we can disagree with Trump on absolutely everything, but if this is something that he wants to pursue, I think the movement has to come behind him. I think the movement really has to find a way to make this happen. The other point, and this, Peter brought up the Reykjavik meeting between Gorbachev and Reagan. Imagine if in 1986, when they almost came to an agreement to eliminate nuclear weapons, imagine if there had been a TPNW. Imagine if there had been a framework for internationally, and so that's what we have to do. We have to have this framework be so strong that when that disarmament window opens up, whether that's with Trump or whether it's with someone else, we're ready and we can bring it all the way to the close and all the way to zero nuclear weapons. Melissa, I see that you wanted to add something.
Thank you. I note that Annie's book records comments by John Rubel about a mindless groupthink, as he describes a meeting he attended in 1960 that discussed war plans for the killing of at least 1/5 of the planet's population, and plans that have not changed in any significant respect. And this reminded me of Soka Gakkai International's president, Daisaku Ikeda's observation that the real enemy is not nuclear weapons per se, nor is it the states that possess or develop them. The real enemy we must confront is the ways of thinking that justify nuclear weapons, the readiness to annihilate others when they're seen as a threat or as a hindrance to the realisation of our objectives. And I think that's what we're challenging. We're challenging that mindset, that groupthink, the ways of thinking that justify nuclear weapons. And author Yuval Noah Harari talks about the power of human imagination to redirect our ingenuity from self-destruction to self-creation. And I think that's what we're all a part of here. So thank you.
I think we have time for one more comment from Peter, and then we're going to call it a close.
For the sake of irony, I want to end with Donald Trump. Now, I've done a lot of talks about Donald Trump's nuclear policies, and they were insane the first time around. He said, what's the point of having nuclear weapons if we can't use them? Which to sane people means let's get rid of them. The Trump meant let's make them more usable. When he was found out in one of the meetings that the United States had dramatically decreased its nuclear arsenal, Trump's response was, we should increase it tenfold, increase our nuclear weapons tenfold, which led Secretary of State Tillerson to call him a fucking moron. And then his nuclear posture review was headed by Keith Payne. Keith Payne, some of you might remember from 1980, co-authored an article saying we should consider waging a nuclear war against the Soviet Union because we can wipe them out. We might lose 20 million people in the process, but it might be worth it. And he's the one who Trump chose. So, however, that said, in his meeting with Zelensky, he said, you're gambling with World War III. On February 13th, he said, there's no reason for us to be building brand new nuclear weapons. We already have so many. You could destroy the world 50 times over, 100 times over. And here we are building new nuclear weapons, and they're building new nuclear weapons. We're all spending a lot of money that we could be spending on other things that are actually, hopefully, much more productive. So even Donald Trump, on occasion, I agree with what Richard was saying about having somebody so mercurial, impulsive, and shallow as Donald Trump and narcissistic as Donald Trump in charge of the nuclear codes. However, maybe if we push really hard in that direction, we could even get, maybe he's willing to do unconventional things. He desperately wants a Nobel Peace Prize. And so let's let him abolish nuclear weapons and still not give him the Nobel Peace Prize.
All right. So on that note, let me thank Annie and all of our panelists for a really wonderful and rich discussion. And let me invite you to join us tomorrow for the Choose Hope Symposium right here in the same room. We are going to have a series of panels and discussions on all kinds of facets of thinking about nuclear weapons and how we get to the world free of nuclear weapons. So please join us as we choose hope to get to exactly nuclear zero. Thank you so much for being with us.
Good morning, everyone. We're now moving on to our next vital discussion, from deterrence to disarmament, the path forward. My name is G.S. Nada. I'm from Soka Gakkai International, SGI, and we're very honored to co-organize this event with Nuclear Age Peace Foundation, and thank you very much for joining us today. I will be moderating this panel. Some of you may participated the third meeting of State Party to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, the 3MSP to TPNW in short, at the UN last week. The meeting concluded with a significant political declaration amidst the challenging international security landscape, asserting, quote, nuclear deterrence is posited on the very existence of nuclear risk, which threatened the survival of all. The TPNW state parties and the civil society played a pivotal role in changing and shifting the discourse from nuclear deterrence to disarmament and abolition. However, we observe a concerning trend at the 3MSP. While among the so-called nuclear umbrella state, only Australia attended as an observer. Belgium, Germany, and Norway, who previously participated, didn't this time. Conversely, some nuclear weapon states are expanding their arsenals and trying to expand their nuclear umbrella and escalating the role of nuclear weapons in their national security strategies. That reveals the widening gap in perspective on nuclear deterrence. Our panel, From Deterrence to Disarmament, the Path Forward, aims to explore solutions. And I believe it is crucial that we will foster productive dialogue and bridge the divide between TPNW states and these relying on nuclear deterrence. And I'm very keen to learn from all the experts today. Thank you very much. And I have asked two things to the panelists. One is the language. Youth participation is absolutely vital in a nuclear disarmament, but I learned that language is a barrier that face. So, as we move forward, let's strive to use language that is clear and accessible to everyone. And the second point is hope. Today's symposium theme is Choose Hope. In the spirit, I'd like to encourage our panelists to weave in element of hope in their remarks. I know this sounds very simple and easy request, but it is very challenging, I think. So I really do appreciate your cooperation. Following the panelists' presentation or remarks, we will move on to the discussion among the panelists, and finally, we will open to the floor for the Q&A. So I encourage and appreciate your engagement and dialogue with us. Having all said, please join me in warmly welcoming our distinguished panelists. First panelist is John McLean. John has been a journalist focused on the public interest in 40 years. Right now, he is editor-in-chief of Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, an international non-profit organization that sets the doomsday clock, and published a widely read magazine that features the world leading experts on nuclear weapons and climate change, artificial intelligence, and other major global threats. And he lives here in Santa Barbara. Is that right? Thank you so much. And then next panelist is Ambassador Elaine White. Ambassador White is a diplomat, academic, and a policymaker. She was the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Costa Rica and served as ambassador and the permanent representative of Costa Rica to the United Nations in Geneva. In 2017, she was the president of United Nations Conference that negotiated and adopted the TPNW. She is currently a professor of practice at Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies. The third panelist is Eduardo Sanchez. He is in charge of disarmament and non-proliferation at the Permanent Mission of Mexico to the UN. He has participated in the Mexican delegation to the TPNW's second and third meeting of state parties. And last and not least, Professor Alexander Harlan. Professor Harlan specialized in Ikeda's peace philosophy at the Soka University of America, SUA. He also is a senior research fellow for nuclear disarmament at Soka Institute for Global Solution. He also serves as a senior peace researcher at the Ikeda Center for Peace Learning and Dialogue in Boston. So I'd like to invite our first panelist, John. Thank you very much for joining. The doomsday clock is what's set at the 89 seconds at midnight, and that is closest to the midnight in 78-year history. So could you explain the factor and the background, and then hopefully share your thought on how we can move the clock backward? Now the floor is now open for you.
Thanks for the fine introduction. Is this on? Is this hearable out there? Yeah, the doomsday clock moved 1 second closer to midnight in January, and the question that came up immediately was, isn't 1 second kind of a small move? But in the view of the people who set the clock, my board of experts, called the Science and Security Board, that 1 second is enormous. This is the closest to essentially the end of the world that these, I think it's 18 experts now, decided to move the clock. And the clock's, for those of you who aren't that familiar with it, is a fascinating symbol. It was created in 1947, a couple of years after the Bulletin was founded by Einstein and Oppenheimer and some other top people from the Manhattan Project. And at first, they decided to make the Bulletin into a magazine. That was the new media thing at the time. And so they needed a cover for the magazine. One of the engineers had a wife who was an artist, and she came up with a clock with the hand ticking towards midnight to, sort of symbolize what would happen if nuclear war came. And she set it at 7 minutes to midnight because someone asked her later, she says, well, that's what it looked good. And it stayed there for 2 years. It was not designed to move. It's just in 1949 when the Soviet Union tested its first nuclear weapons, the editor at the time went, just got, well, that's horrible. That's the start of an arms race, the start of a Cold War. And so he, on his own, just moved the hands closer to midnight. And that had such a profound effect that so much of the public responded to it that he periodically, when other big events happened, he would change the hands on the clock. And that editor's name, Eugene Rabinowitz, was very, very esteemed in the anti-nuclear and peace realm. So as the editor of the Bulletin, he just set the time until he died in the early 1970s. And since then, various bulletin boards have taken over that responsibility. And now our Science and Security Board pretty much works on this throughout the whole year. They have a meeting in June where they review where the world is, and then another one in November where they actually decide, what the time should be. And it's, as I tell people, it's sitting in those meetings, it's like the best grad school I ever had. I mean, it's, the 15 or 20 of the top experts in the world very seriously presenting what's happening in the various global threat areas, and then trying to come up with, they're all serious policy and science experts, and that's their realm, except they're dealing with this metaphor for the end of the world, right? And they have to figure out, well, what are we going to do with a metaphor, right? And this year, they decided to move it 1 second closer. In the nuclear realm, it was based on 4 or 5 factors. First was the Ukraine war and the chance for escalation there. On top of that, you have the Middle East with Iran and Israel sort of at loggerheads, the chances for that to escalate, and obviously Israel has nuclear weapons to become a nuclear conflagration. The continued, I hate to use this word, but they use it, nuclear modernization programs around the world, which are really a form of nuclear arms race. All the major nuclear countries around the world are spending vast fortunes to make their arsenals more accurate, more deadly, quicker, get there faster. That process, aside from just draining trillions of dollars from world economies, is really, last night people were using the word insane, and it is, when you think about it, to build more, better, really expensive equipment that cannot be used unless if you do use it, it will mean the end of the world, is sort of a definition of insane. And then in the nuclear realm, there's also the potential for proliferation because the arms control process is essentially collapsed, and the United States has become increasingly unreliable. Countries around the world are now, that maybe wouldn't have, now are looking at creating nuclear arsenals. And there are countries that could do that fairly quickly. I mean, Iran has been mentioned. It's, weeks or at most months away from building one if it wanted to build a nuclear weapon. But on top of that, I mean, people don't really think of South Korea or Japan or even Germany as new nuclear powers, but all of them have the scientific expertise and the access to the materials to do that if they decided to. And with the strange goings-on in the current White House, those countries that maybe wouldn't have before maybe will. So those areas were all important in my board's decision to move the clock 1 second closer. Of course, we also deal with other existential threats, so climate change and, biological threats also play in there, and a whole host of what we call disruptive threats or emerging technological threats, artificial intelligence, particularly the joining of artificial intelligence into war making, the use of it in battle planning and battle control, and increasingly it is being incorporated into nuclear command and control, which my board finds especially dangerous. And sort of not a last, but two final factors is there's, in addition to this modernization race, there's sort of a new space race. Everyone had thought decades ago with the Outer Space Treaty that everybody had decided we weren't going to take nuclear warfighting into space because it has such obvious problematic results if you do that. But now Russia, China, the United States, even India are developing anti-satellite weapons. There's talk of Russia thinking about putting a nuclear warhead in orbit, which is specifically outlawed by the Outer Space Treaty, but still there's serious talk about that. So that threat played heavily, the space threat, into their thinking. And then something that you wouldn't think is a major threat, it's not on the lines of the nuclear threat or whatever, but all of these threats are increased by the corruption of our information ecosphere, the disinformation that, just overwhelms the internet, makes dealing with these really serious problems extremely hard, even for well-intentioned governments. And for not well-intentioned governments, it's a way to just scramble the playing board. So nobody knows what's true, nobody knows what's false. Up is down, down is up. And in that atmosphere, it's all but impossible to have serious discussions that the public pays attention to about these serious threats. And that is, from the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientist's point of view, that is my main challenge, is to put out accessible, factual, believable information that cuts through the nonsense that pervades the internet. And coming up with the strategies to do that is difficult, but we're working on it. And so I think that's sort of the general what was considered in moving the hand 1 second closer to midnight. Before I quit, I'll just throw in a couple of interesting sidelights. We don't usually talk about what happens in the room when we decide the time on the clock, but this time there was a debate between moving it 1 second closer to midnight, which would be 89 seconds to midnight, or 2 seconds, which would be 88 seconds to midnight. And a real consideration in making it not 88 is that neo-Nazis use 88 as a shorthand for Heil Hitler. So we decided 88 would be a bad number to choose because we'd have to be explaining that. And just as you asked for hope, right? My final note of hope is that this year, 500,000 people read about the doomsday clock on our website within a week of the announcement. More than 4.5 million people viewed the announcement on social media videos. 5 million people read about it on social media. So getting the message out to a large number of people, I think the doomsday clock is establishing itself as one little piece, but a piece of waking up the world to the possibility that we can change things and be hopeful about a future. And I'll quit with that. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much for the remarkable remarks. I didn't know how the doomsday clock started. It was just the illustration, but now it's playing the very important, like a metaphor, how we're facing the challenging. And then, thank you very much, include the hope in the end of your remarks. Thank you very much. And then next panelist will be the ambassador. Ambassador, you were the president of UN conference that negotiated and then adopted the TPNW. Would you like to share how it was achieved? Everyone said that, everyone agrees that without your leadership, that was not possible. Thank you very much for your effort. Please join me to applause. Yeah, so we are curious, how it was, discussed and how it was achieved. Then, would you like to explain what is the significance of the TPNW? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning to all. I'm really delighted to be here with all of you and to be able to share a little bit of that experience that really shaped my life as well as many other lives, including, and very specifically, I would like to mention the life of the Ibakusha and the communities that have been affected throughout the world by nuclear testing, how this process really shaped so many lives, and I really feel privileged to have had the opportunity to facilitate that process. How it was achieved? Well, I will start with the mandate, and then I will answer the second part of the question. The mandate to negotiate a legal prohibition of nuclear weapons was adopted by the General Assembly in December of 2016. The mandate was very straightforward: negotiate a legally binding instrument, and that means a treaty that prohibits nuclear weapons and that creates a path for nuclear weapon states or for nuclear disarmament to happen also within this treaty. So I would like to make a reference, initial reference to the concept of nuclear disarmament, because this is very important. Because you usually hear, especially when you go to capitals of nuclear weapon states, you find out that the discussion doesn't include what I call the D word, the word disarmament. You hear about non-proliferation, about strategic stability, arms control in general, but the D word, it doesn't show up that often. And for the rest of the world, the concept of nuclear disarmament is fundamental. And it is part of the global conversation about nuclear weapons. We consider obviously non-proliferation, arms control, but also nuclear disarmament. And I think that this year, 2025, is really key to understanding why we are talking about hope today. We have some commemorations that would indicate the historic importance of this treaty. So not to go very far, here in this state, 80 years ago, the city of San Francisco was starting the preparations to host around 800 delegates that negotiated the United Nations Charter. They met between April and June. The charter, the United Nations Charter, was adopted in June of 1945. And as we know, that generation had a very important lesson from, not only from the Second War, but also that generation had endured the First World War, pandemic, Great Depression, and Second War. They had one lesson they learned that you can see very clearly stated in the very first paragraph of the preamble of the UN Charter, which is that peace is not achieved through the strength of arms. Peace is achieved by building a world ruled by norms, values, institutions, by the respect of international obligations, and by addressing the root causes of conflict. And that is why you see in the very first paragraph of the preamble a reference to social justice, both at the national and international level, and the respect for human rights. So the charter, when the 800 delegates were engaged in their negotiations in San Francisco, there was perhaps in the environment some thought and speculation about the possibility of an atomic bomb. But they concluded their negotiations in June, and we know that the Trinity test was in July, the explosions in Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August. So in reality, the drafters of the UN Charter did not know the reality of nuclear weapons. So it comes as no surprise that between June and the end of the year when the Charter entered into force, the whole world learned about nuclear weapons, and the whole world learned about the explosions in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And they were in horror, obviously, of this new dangerous and incredibly destructive weapon. It is no surprise then that the very first time the United Nations met in London, the first General Assembly in London in January of 1946, actually adopted, the very first decision was leading to the concept of disarmament, of nuclear disarmament. That same year, actually, we had other very important milestones. The movement of the International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement also started to express the call for a regulation of nuclear weapons in international law, and also the scientists created, also Einstein actually created the emergency committee of atomic scientists, precisely because they believed that when dealing with nuclear weapons, the only control was only going to be possible through citizen awareness. We are going to see how all these elements came together in 2017. Also with the empowerment of civil society, the empowerment of the survivors of atomic explosions and the use of nuclear weapons and testing, by the technological revolution and transport and globalization and all that huge possibility was opened to the world to connect people. in the 90s and early 2000s. So that brings me to 2017 again. And these references that I made are very much reflected in the mandate by the General Assembly. Why? Because the General Assembly requested that the negotiations had to be inclusive, and that meant to be open beyond the nation states, the national delegations, to be open to international organizations, and most importantly, to civil society, which obviously in that category we include scientists, scholars, activists, and survivors, etc. That we had to negotiate with the sense of urgency, and also that the treaty needed to imply or generate a reinforcement of the already existing norms of non-proliferation and basically of disarmament. Now I'm going to bring myself into the picture and say, so you know that I am a diplomat, and you know that especially in small nations, we diplomats cannot be devoted to one single topic throughout our lives. So we have to move from different topics. And I had obviously been engaged in different negotiations before regarding security and regional integration and trade and many other aspects, human rights especially. But I became close, I got in touch with this process, and immediately I realized that this process was different. And I used to say that I was very well surprised because this process had a very important combination of reason and conviction. So the negotiations were very successful, first and foremost because of the inclusiveness of the process and because it was a true collective endeavor, although you are very kind in referring these very kind words to the work that I did. But having the survivors in the room with us every single day in the negotiations somewhat changed the normal diplomatic exchange. Because, you know, we diplomats, we have instructions and we have to fight for our instructions, and then we need to prove our capitals that we were very skillful in promoting whatever we needed to promote as national positions. So you did find from the beginning more flexibility and more openness from the delegations to accommodate to a collective process of learning and a collective process of decision making of how we were going to achieve the treaty. So the inclusiveness was definitely a determining factor that did have an impact on the normal business as usual of diplomatic negotiations. And obviously the inclusiveness brought the ethical compass also, this very, very strong ethical compass and sense of justice and historic justice that this treaty also needed to meet. I need to say, because why not, there is also, this process is also very much shaped by women leadership. I have to say it, I cannot not say it. So not only because the president of the conference was a woman, also the representative of the institutional framework, the representative of the Secretary General was also a woman, and she was a very important force, obviously, in our dialogue. And Mrs. Izumi Nakamitsu, who is the High Representative of Disarmament Affairs, she had a very honest dialogue with us and with the conference as well. Many delegations were led by women, and there were many strong voices in the room shaping the narrative and shaping the understanding of what we were doing. And obviously, the articulation of civil society was in the hands of women as well. So I just want to point that out, and just so that you take note of it. But it is a lesson that I think we should also learn. Last but not least, I'm just super synthesizing. We also benefited from a procedural, what I call a procedural element, which is that, well, two procedural elements. First and foremost, that the minds that strategized this process that actually was led by a coalition of, as we know, civil society, but also a coalition of middle powers and small nations. From Latin America, Brazil and Mexico. From Europe, we had Ireland and Austria. And from Africa, South Africa and Nigeria. And the strategy that they had envisioned was that this process needed to be conducted within the framework of the rules of procedure of the General Assembly. That means the process was going to be open, but decisions could be reached by majority. No consensus, no veto, no block. So the process was going to be open to all and blockable by none. So the possibility of adopting a decision by majority was fundamental, and then you saw how this big majority of 122 nations was present the day that the treaty was adopted, in a very, very strong message to the rest of the world. In addition to that, this is, I know that you asked us not to be very specific about UN language and procedures, but this is something that's very important that I would like to also share, because many negotiations start with a draft text. We did not start with a draft text. And it was very interesting because before we got to the negotiation, everybody was wondering, where's the text? Where's the bond treaty? They used to ask me, where is it? Who wrote it? And they couldn't believe me that nobody had written it. Nobody gave me, as the president, a draft. Nobody. This was very honest. It was a very honest process by the leaders and by the core group. I was not giving any document. It was, so the negotiation process started with a discussion that opened the floor for everybody to say what they wanted to achieve in each of the components of the treaty, the preamble, the prohibition, the positive obligations, everything was open for everybody to give their inputs. So obviously with those inputs, we were able to start building a treaty, different drafts that went on progressing as long as we went on reading and reviewing the different versions. So this is very important because at the end, we all felt that this text was the process of collective learning, of discussion, or of effort. There is fundamental of collective construction. So this is really fundamental. What was the second question? I forgot.
What is the significance of the TPNW itself?
So yes, I think I already somewhat addressed the issue that, well, in reality, despite the very important steps in 1946, for instance, to a call to regulate nuclear weapons, a decision by the United Nations to go for nuclear disarmament. I think, I am going to speculate, but I think that if the drafters of the UN Charter, if the negotiations of the UN Charter had taken place after August of 1945, the UN Charter would have built not only on 3 pillars. We will have security, development, and human rights. I am totally positive that it would have been another pillar dealing with the issue of nuclear weapons. I am totally positive about that. So after the positive development of 1946 that reflected the concern of the international community about the impact, the advent of the Cold War actually shifted the focus of the conversation towards great power politics, nuclear deterrence, strategic stability and war scenarios. And, but that didn't mean that the rest of the world, of the actors, stopped working. The survivors, diplomats, they continued working and reflecting about how to address the issue of nuclear weapons, how to understand the impacts, and how to document the evidence. And I would fast forward to the 80s when the scientific community generated this report, this study about the impact of nuclear war that led to the concept of nuclear winter. And this is very important in talking about hope because those scientists, they did their work in the high, when the tensions of the Cold War were at the highest, and they were ready when an opportunity came to actually brief world leaders, President Reagan and Secretary Gorbachev. They briefed them personally on the findings of the research. So when both Reagan and Gorbachev sat in Helsinki, in Reykjavik, sorry, in '86, they already had this information about the humanitarian and environmental consequences of a nuclear war. And their decisions also were basically reflecting that knowledge. So this is the reason why I think we just have to keep on doing our homework in preparing, in discussing. One of the aspects that actually was addressed in this summit in Reykjavik, that was both leaders almost came to an agreement to abolish the nuclear arsenals in a decade. And one of the questions that we have today, we have already around 13,000 nuclear weapons today of a completely different dimension of the ones that were used in 1945. But if we saw a decision today, because actually we even hear President Trump talking about his interest in generating some progress in nuclear disarmament. Let us think for a moment if there were a political moment in which they decided, world leaders decided, the nuclear weapons state decided, okay, so we are going to abolish nuclear weapons. How long does it take? How long does it take to have a world free of nuclear weapons? Like in specific technical considerations. We, at the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, we had that discussion at the first meeting of state parties, and we asked the scientists to help us understand how long we actually need to be serious in addressing the process of nuclear disarmament. And a group of scientists led by the scientists at Princeton University, they reviewed the historic evidence of precisely of the dismantling of arsenals of nuclear weapons, and they realized that according to those records, it is perfectly possible that in a decade we could have a complete dismantling of all the nuclear arsenals that we have today. There is no other place where this discussion is actually happening. There is no other place where the discussion of victim assistance and environmental remediation is actually happening. Well, now there is a discussion at the General Assembly, but it was started in the process of the TPNW. So there are two takeaways that I think I would like to leave with all of you today. We just have to keep on doing the homework because we don't know when there is going to be an opportunity, just like there was in 1986, in which we saw this milestone meeting in which the two superpowers actually addressed the possibility of abolishing nuclear weapons. We have to be there, we have to be ready, we have to keep on doing the homework, and also we have to keep on reinforcing this positive dialogue and joint effort between diplomacy, civil society, civil engagement, and scientific work to call the attention of the policy leaders and to let them know of the concern that is expressed in the figures that you were mentioning about how people are actually looking at the possibility of nuclear war today, and to be able to convey this message to the policy leaders to take into consideration the concerns and the humanitarian impact of nuclear weapons and any detonation of a nuclear weapon.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing the inclusive process towards the TPNW and then sharing your takeaway. So we need to keep working and then your emphasis on a dialogue. Thank you very much. The next panelist is Eduardo Sanchez. You are, what is in considering the current nuclear weapon texture, what are the challenges and hope that we're facing? And you also attended the third MSP. So what was your thought and what was your takeaway from the conference?
Thank you. First of all, good morning to everybody, and thank you for having me. It's great to be able to share this panel and especially talk about the TPNW. Not only, as the ambassador said, that for us diplomats we have to work on what we've been assigned to, but in this case I have a personal conviction also for nuclear disarmament, so it makes it easier for me to work on these issues and be passionate about them. So now that we have a TPNW, with all of the complexities that that requires to be able to negotiate a major treaty at the United Nations with so many member states, but also civil society and other actors, I think that the next added challenge is what to do when you have that treaty. It's rather easy with all the complexities and everything that comes to it. Once you have that text, you say, okay, it's closed, but how do you implement it and make sure that it really addresses the issues? And especially right now, the TPNW, how does it fit in a world where the collective security system is under threats, is being eroded, and what does this mean for an eventual collapse of others if the TPNW is the one to survive amongst this collapse? So once you have these meetings of states parties, you have the treaty, and then the implementation of the treaty is having meetings of states parties with all that have signed and ratified come together, and then eventually a review conference, and then it's a cycle. So it seems very repetitive, that there's not much that you can really think about that, and how do you give content to the implementation of the treaty. Sometimes it becomes especially technical, but we think that to be able to get out the message across and not just inside the UN room, that we need to make whatever we're doing practical for people to understand and to know why we have opted for the TPNW. One of the main points that at least Mexico has been vouching for is to make it more human. This treaty is humanitarian in essence, but we need to make sure that the messaging allows us to connect among humans to understand what nuclear weapons would do to other humans. It's very easy to talk about deterrence and these high-level concepts, but we rarely hear the nuclear weapon states talk about what would happen to the people if nuclear weapons are used, or what deterrence means in practice. Deterrence means killing thousands of people or potentially millions of people. That is never spoken about, except in the TPNW. So it's changing the conversation in that regard. The TPNW is also benefiting from having a scientific advisory group. It is the first time that a multilateral disarmament treaty in the world has that specific group of scientists working on that. So it's a progressive step forward. So we're not only talking about in human terms, but also in scientific terms. Rather, again, than talking about policy and doctrine, we're talking about what the science behind nuclear weapons use would be or is, because we have evidence on that. So the TPNW is extremely progressive, and I think that we also need to capitalize on this. It includes civil society almost on par with governments, which is something that rarely happens. And this has allowed for a different conversation, to be able to listen to the people, those that have been affected, but also those that are potentially affected, not directly by the use of nuclear weapons, but what if it's used, we will all be affected. So having these different perspectives. It's also very progressive because it has a gender lens, which I think is something that we're missing in the security realm. It's always dominated by masculinities and all of these power constructs. So having at least a gender lens built into the treaty allows for a different kind of conversation. But this is a brand new treaty. And no treaty is perfect, even though the ambassador worked very hard on getting the text right. It's a give and take between governments. Sometimes you're fighting over words, over a comma, and that's the end result. But you don't strive to be perfect. You strive to have a framework. So the idea is now how to make that framework actionable and to correct anything along the way that might have been there. So those discussions sometimes become technical, but at times we want to make sure that we're grounding it in reality. So the meetings of states parties between the second one and the third one have had thematic panels where we've focused on very specific questions and to be able to have experts come and talk to us about those. So it's not just a diplomatic talk amongst us or something that has to be completely high level, but we've also had the testimonies directly from those affected by use and testing of nuclear weapons, which is something that had never happened before at the UN at a formal meeting. So we've also been making history with those maybe tiny steps, but I think very important ones. So as you see, the TPNW might seem a little bit boring from the outside, just having speeches here and there, but sometimes those little changes and to be able to have those smaller conversations is something that we've not seen before in the security architecture. So this is also complementing whatever was missing from before. So fast forward to the third meeting of states parties. One of the main outcomes is a political declaration. So different treaties and different processes have different outcomes. It can be, action plans or different products that serve for the moment. In the case of the TPNW, we've wanted to make sure that we don't get too concentrated in just negotiations or stale talk that doesn't get us to anywhere. We want to send powerful messages to the outside world, also common messaging that will help us in our daily interactions. So if you go into the website of the treaty, you will see that the first meeting of states parties, the second and the third have very powerful political declarations. And this last one has tried to be as reactive as possible to the world that we're seeing. So between the second meeting of states parties, which was in 2023 to now, we've seen a complete reversal of many of the trends, and nuclear deterrence being even more prominent, but also the way in which is trivialized the use of nuclear weapons, that it's so easy just to say, well, we should have nuclear weapons for our defense and no problem about that. So we've tried to really react to what the TPNW community thinks about deterrence, but not just talk about it in again, high political terms. Like, what does this mean for our own security? Just the example of Mexico. We are a country that renounced nuclear weapons from the 60s, even before the NPT. We created a nuclear weapon-free zone in Latin America. We gave up sovereignly the idea of nuclear weapons. But we are next to the second largest arsenal in the world. We're sitting next to the country that used nuclear weapons actively, and a country that some time ago took half of our territory. So our security is always in question. right now you probably, or maybe I would say before 2025, probably you wouldn't think about us being as endangered. I think that maybe in 2025, many things have shifted. So what does this mean for countries when their security is threatened and the conversation is only shifted to those that have nuclear alliances or nuclear arsenals? So it's bringing, again, that new element into the conversation. And I think that some of those messages are very powerful there. We also see, as I said, trends that are being reversed from the Cold War. At least during the height of the Cold War, there were talks amongst the nuclear states. They were concerned about arms control. They were concerned about creating treaties. Now we don't see that. Now it's less talk, more confrontation, more preparedness for war, less idea of new treaties. And this is why the TPNW fits perfectly in that vacuum of the great powers not trying to go into that. It's also reflective of other developments like the doomsday clock. There's a reference there being concerned that now it's ticking closer to midnight. And what does this mean for the entire community? So again, trying to use what we see in the outside world and bringing it to how we see this vis-a-vis the existence of nuclear weapons. It also references the first GA resolution, so on disarmament that the ambassador mentioned right now. So it's a pending task of the United Nations. If it was its first resolution talking about complete nuclear disarmament, and now we see 13,000 nuclear weapons and plans for building more, then the United Nations is also failing in reaching that goal of disarmament, its very first resolution. So it's reminding everybody that the TPNW is being held at the UN headquarters, and it's giving the message also to everybody that's there, we're not doing enough to move forward. Even though we as the TPNW states parties believe that we have advanced in that goal, but it's a reminder for others, right? Also trying to be reactive to the newest developments, artificial intelligence. So we hear even more about how artificial intelligence would make the military domain more effective, more everything great that they try to sell us. But when artificial intelligence is connected to nuclear weapons, what does this mean? Some of us were extremely concerned about this, so we pushed for a language that speaks directly in saying that so long as nuclear weapons are there and artificial intelligence is being developed, that we demand that those that have nuclear weapons do not relegate decision-making to others that are not human. Maybe some would have wanted to see something a little bit more powerful, but I think that statement in saying, while you have your nuclear weapons, we expect you to have command and control, is something that is current, relevant, and I think that everybody can understand, and I would think that everybody would be scared that decisions on nuclear weapons use would be relegated to artificial intelligence. And in seeing how the TPNW fits with a larger architecture, we were also being very clear about our expectations to other treaties. So the Non-Proliferation Treaty is going to have its major session next year. It's what we call the Super Bowl of the nuclear field, where you have the 5 recognized nuclear weapon states and everybody else trying to get agreements. We've lost trust in that process. There's no negotiation, there's no confidence. So we have signaled very clearly that we want to see progress in nuclear disarmament, we want to see trust rebuilt, and that these are our expectations, that we've done our part in advancing nuclear disarmament, but we expect this from the others. Other components of the architecture, the START treaty, the one that was negotiated between Russia and the United States to make sure that they would bring down their levels of nuclear warheads, but also missiles and other delivery systems across the Cold War. It's set to expire next year, and there's no negotiations between Russia and the United States on this. So also a powerful message saying, we expect you to negotiate and reduce weapons. Of course, we would like to see global zero, but for the moment, if there's no successor treaty to the START, then we are in a completely different field. So at least we expect you to reduce your arsenals. So as you see, we've been trying to make sure that that political declaration responds to everything. It's complicated at times because everybody wants to have their own interests reflected there. Some things are a little bit repetitive, but in other cases, we've gone a little bit beyond that. One also interesting thing that's beyond the political declaration, but in general terms about how the treaty is operating, that now we're not only talking about the science behind nuclear weapons or the humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons, but also the security concerns, what I was referring to as just the example of Mexico's vision of what we feel by being threatened by the existence of nuclear weapons. But to explain a little bit more in security terms to those that have nuclear weapons, what does it mean for the existence of nuclear weapons vis-a-vis those that do not have nuclear weapons, but not reducing it sometimes to these arguments that they like to dismiss very easily. If they want to talk only security, we will talk security back. So it's difficult to articulate everything in security terms, but that conjunction of humanitarian plus scientific plus security is something that is giving us a different kind of conversation. And for the choosing hope part, I think that what I would highlight is that the TPNW gives you a different narrative. It's not sticking to what we've known for many years, almost 80 years of the security dilemmas, the security ways and we approach the problems in the world. It's a way to be able to challenge the mainstream narratives and to be able to then give a different perspective. And not just to follow blindly what we've heard. And this is the opportunity to reach out to different communities, civil society, but also the youth. We think that the people that are right now in control of nuclear weapons, nuclear policy, have been using all of these concepts and constructs for many years. But the new generations are going to be the ones replacing them. So those new generations being able to understand different dilemmas, different angles, is the way to make change. Also, those that have been affected by nuclear weapons use and testing will be able to have a path towards nuclear justice. We're working on a possible trust fund on addressing the legacy of nuclear testing. This is something that doesn't happen elsewhere, but it's being able to choose that path for hope for those that have been affected. And in general, just being able to provide a forum to be critical about nuclear deterrence and not just stick to the normal arguments that we've seen. And at least we've not seen any other forum that works in that way for the moment. So I'm happy to answer also any other follow-on questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that helped us to understand more about the TPNW itself and what was discussed during the 3MSP. And then we found out that the TPNW itself is the hope that we have. Thank you very much. So the last panelist is Professor Haran. We'd like to know what were the Dr. Krieger and President Ikeda's idea toward the deterrence and their vision to create a peaceful world or a better world.
Thank you so much, Yasunoda. And thank you so much, Soka Gakkai International. Thank you so much, Nuclear Age Peace Foundation, for doing this really important work of organizing this conference. I'm so happy to be here together with my wonderful students from Soka University of America and my dear colleagues from Soka University of America. I truly believe this is a significant conference. And of course, we started off with a blast yesterday, didn't we? With Annie Jacobsen and the distinguished panel. And of course, with global leaders of the movement, as we have here with Melissa Parkey, the executive director of ICANN, and legends like Richard Falk and several more. This is a blast. Just one tiny little comment before we start with the hope, because that's what I've been asked to talk about. This, as an educator, it's kind of important to send a message back to John and the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists and the Doomsday Clock, and as well as Annie Jacobsen, that these, these works that we've been presented to yesterday, the book by Annie Jacobsen and the Doomsday Clock and also the bulletin as such, these are also very important materials in my job as a professor. These are on our reading lists. This January, I actually bought a full class set of Annie Jacobsen's book. I never done that with any other book before. But then again, we never had a book like that before. We never had it. We never had a book that was so important to actually buy and put in your private bookshelf so it's available to you all the time. That's easy for me to say, who's a professor at the university, has taken a clear stance on nuclear weapons. We're against, if you wondered. It's part of our founding philosophy, so we know. So it's kind of easy at the university like that, but it's also important to remember, I do that with the Doomsday Clock every single year. Every single year when it's announced, I use it in my teachings. And, this is a resource for any other university as well. So, back to the remarks I've been asked to give on Krieger and Ikeda's vision for a better world. I think that it's natural to start up exactly where Dr. Ivana Hughes led us in her opening remarks, to the fact that Daisaku, Ikeda, and David Krieger dedicated their lives to the exact same cause as all of you, I believe, have committed yourself to by being here, which of course is the abolition of all nuclear weapons. Now, Krieger and Ikeda, they were true peace builders. And as Krieger founded NAPF back in 1982, Ikeda founded the university that I represent, Soka University of America, in 1987. Now, Ikeda was a Buddhist philosopher, educator, and the president of Soka Gakkai International. Together with the founder of the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation, he shares a common vision that emphasizes dialogue, education, and grassroots activism as essential tools for achieving lasting peace. Krieger and Ikeda's work intersects at the fundamental belief that a peaceful world built on human dignity, mutual understanding, and the elimination of all nuclear weapons. And David Krieger and Daisaku Ikeda's vision for peace is a testament to the power of dialogue, the power of education, and the power of grassroots activism. Their tireless efforts to promote nuclear disarmament serve as a call to action for individuals as well as nations. And as we witness here today, by fostering a culture of peace that prioritizes human dignity and international cooperation, their work continues to inspire generations to work towards a future free of nuclear weapons. Daisaku Ikeda's philosophy of peace is deeply rooted in Buddhist principles, particularly the concept of interconnectedness and respect for the dignity of life. Now, his efforts in peace building emphasize the importance of dialogue, education, and cultural exchange as means to foster understanding and cooperation among nations as well as individuals. One of Ikeda's major contributions is his annual peace proposals, which he presented to the United Nations from 1983 to 2022. Now, all of them propose practical steps towards a world free of nuclear weapons. And in this context, I think it's important to mention that Ikeda continuously emphasized the role of youth in shaping a more peaceful future, advocating for a global movement that inspires young people to take an active role in creating change through dialogue, as well as the importance of nuclear disarmament education. Now, David Krieger's work was largely focused on nuclear disarmament and the abolition of nuclear weapons, of course. As a founder of the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation, he has been a vocal advocate for global treaties aimed at eliminating nuclear weapons and ensuring a safer world. But Krieger wrote extensively on the moral and existential dangers posed by nuclear weapons, arguing that their existence threatens the very fabric of human civilization. And this is also a connection point that I believe really fostered a very deep friendship between these two leaders. Krieger's vision aligns with Ikeda's in that he too believes that the power of dialogue is essential. He worked tirelessly to raise awareness about the catastrophic consequences of nuclear war and has called for world leaders to commit to complete disarmament. His advocacy has included collaborations with international organizations, with policymakers, and grassroots movements to push for agreements on nuclear disarmament and the establishment of nuclear weapon-free zones. Now, both Ikeda and Krieger emphasize the necessity of a cultural shift in how humanity perceives war and peace. They argue that peace is not simply a diplomatic or political issue, but it's a deeply human one. And that requires transformation of consciousness. Their shared belief in the power of individuals to effect change underscores the importance of grassroots movements in achieving a nuclear-free world. In this endeavor, education is key. As Ikeda has promoted value-creating education that nurtures wisdom, courage, and compassion, Krieger has worked to inform the public about the dangers of nuclear weapons and the moral responsibility that we all bear to abolish them. And lastly, I consider every single one of you here to be peace leaders, and therefore I would like to share some insights from this fantastic book, Choose Hope, the dialogue between Ikeda and Krieger. Now, chapter 4 there is especially relevant to you, I think, because that is called Peace Leadership. So, here's a quote for you. Krieger says, "All authentic peace movements are committed to long-term efforts. After all, peace is a process that must continually be renewed. Opposing the forces of violence embedded in current national systems and in relations between nations requires courage and long-term commitment." Then Ikeda replies, "To bear fruit, a peace movement absolutely requires clear vision and leaders of unshakable convictions and passion. I consider it important for leaders to be imbued with a willingness to lay down their lives for their ideals. As history teaches, movements whose leaders lose their resolve stagnate and ultimately decline. In contrast, though it may take time, movements ultimately attain their goals as long as their leaders' minds are aflame with their convictions." Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing the spirit of both David Krieger and Daisaku Ikeda that bring us all hope. Now I would like to invite all the panelists to respond to other panelists. If anyone would like to raise any questions or comment to other panelists. Anyone? Oh, would you like to? Okay.
I just remembered that I didn't answer your question about deterrence. There's let me just make sure that everybody gets this, because you know this is on Ivada's reading list for you all. She's been mentioning that, so that's Choose Hope. So there's a subtitle in there, which is called The Myth of Deterrence. I think that's quite interesting. Myth. This stagnant view, if I just scare you enough, then you won't hit me, will you? I believe that's part of the essence here. That we all know that life is continuous change. Why should the state of deterrence be any different? Now the problem, as I'm researching nuclear disarmament, the potential use and all these things over many, many years, is that it's hard not to see that deterrence always deteriorates. It always deteriorates because it's a static mindset that brings the key arguments. And that static mindset is simply not connected to real life experience, real life development. So I think that's a key message that is also central under that headline.
Yeah, additional comment? Is this working? Okay, thank you very much for that additional comment. If there are any response or questions? Okay, Geraldo.
Maybe not a question or a response, but just in the lead up to the treaty, I think that the ambassador also had to experience a lot of pressure from the nuclear armed states, which were boycotting the conference. So it was not only the countries that were convinced about promoting the treaty, but also the boycott that was being felt, that they didn't attend, but that they had also delegations inside that were trying to make it a little bit more difficult for the rest to be able to negotiate the treaty. And with those odds, we still, I think, came out in the end with a good treaty. Again, I think I need to stress that no treaty is perfect, but I think that given all of those circumstances, whatever was at stake, that negotiation was especially difficult in that regard. But yeah, maybe if you can tell us how you were managing to resist that pressure, I would like to hear it from the president.
Well, you will be surprised to hear that I received the mandate to be the president of the conference. I could not anticipate that. I knew that there was opposition by the nuclear weapon states, but I could not make that my official position. So I just requested meetings with them. And I talked to all of them. Oh, it's obvious, right? Because I was the mandate holder of a mandate or decision of the General Assembly. And I think one of the lessons that I learned as a diplomat was precisely how you talk to other counterparts that have a completely different view of what you're talking about. And we still had a conversation on tea. Around tea, and they were saying in very respectful manners why they didn't agree about the drafts. I do recall one conversation that I had. So I had like 2 rounds of conversations with them, one before and another one once I had released the first draft. And I remember one of them saying, "Oh, our worst nightmares have become true with that draft." But it was in a normal diplomatic environment that we just talk in the framework of respectful conversations. Well, I did have some conversations were tougher than others, that's for sure. But I did not only talk to the P5s, but also to other countries. Japan was in a very difficult position, obviously. I did also have conversations with them. And then everything else was just driven by what was happening in the room. They whatever was happening in the room, if the P5, well, not all of them, but 3 of the P5 delivered this press conference in the moment when we were inaugurating the conference outside of the assembly hall with other members of NATO. And, but I had talked to them. It's something that I think that came out during my conversations with them. It was their concern about what our intentions were with the NPT. But the mandate in the resolution was very clear that the TPNW had to reinforce the existing architecture, and that means the NPT, the CTBT, no acronyms, that it had to reinforce non-proliferation, the prohibition of testing, that is in the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, the CTBT, and also the Nuclear Weapon-Free Zone treaties. So we, in the drafting process, needed to make sure that we made reference to those obligations, that we were actually reinforcing those obligations so that we included another value added. And the second point I would like to mention is that maybe I forgot in my previous remarks, is that in this part part of what was going on in the rest of the international community and in multilateralism to have to move away from state-centric approaches to everything, be them development or, in this case, security, towards a concern towards human beings and environment, human people and planet. That actually started in 1992 with the Rio Conference on Sustainable Development, and then we saw this transformation of almost every single topic in the world agenda shifted towards a concern of, about people and planet. Development before the 90s was conceived, remember, as a process of increased GDP, increased production. And then after the 90s, we saw the birth of the concept of first human development and then sustainable development. Human development then was conceptualized as a process of entitlement of people's capabilities. And so we saw then the creation of the concept of human security, putting the emphasis again on the structural causes of conflict and looking at the human being, not only of the state as the object of our security concerns. And that obviously was also inspiring the movement towards having a ban on anti-personal landmines, to have a ban on cluster munitions because of the impact they had, because of the indiscriminate nature of the impact that didn't distinguish between civilians and combatants. And also the creation of the International Criminal Court. There was part of that big movement towards filling some gaps that had been left in the international agenda in the during the Cold War. So it was only a matter of time for this human-centered approach to step in the conversation of nuclear weapons. But something that was very important in the new millennium, is that the leaders of the movement, nuclear disarmament movement, understood first and foremost that nuclear weapons were not separate from the rest of the agenda of the international community. They are linked in their perspectives, in their impact, but also in perspective with human rights, with development, with all international law. And also that means that the leaders also thought that other problems, to look at other problems, very entrenched problems of the international community had in different periods, like colonization, slavery, apartheid, all of these problems that were very entrenched in specific moments in history that were very related to the power structure of the moment as nuclear weapons are today. For instance, slavery was the basic of the power structure of the 17th, 18th century. And for all of those problems, they realized that having a norm that delegitimizes the behavior or the weapon had played a role in shaping the human understanding of that behavior of that weapon, and it had been a fundamental process in leading towards towards the evolution. So I think that was one of the reasons why they thought at some point, well, maybe we can separate the prohibition norm so that we have better impact in delegitimizing nuclear weapons and in actually having a counter narrative to the dominant narrative of nuclear deterrence. And they saw the value in separating the prohibition norm from the moment in which there is going to be abolition. I think that is also fundamental to understand why moving towards a prohibition treaty, because before the efforts were towards discussing a nuclear weapons convention, they had everything together. prohibition, abolition, and everything, but that was not possible to move forward because of the opposition of the nuclear nations.
Thank you very much. I thought you have some kind of magic to make it was possible, but then you emphasize the importance of dialogue. Even we have a different and a completely different idea. So I think that was something that we should keep in mind always in working in a disarmament.
I think especially in 2025, it is very important to bring, and I'd like to share that experience because being a diplomat from Costa Rica, it is very obvious what our historic tradition has been in terms of how we frame our policy or positions towards disarmament, deterrence, everything. But just the fact that I requested a meeting with those who opposed and they received me in their offices. This is just what is diplomacy about. We talk. And we talk in the framework of a diplomatic perspective, which is we exchange ideas and express dissent in a respectful manner, and just that's what diplomacy is about, and I think we just have to bring it back to the table today in 2025.
Yes. Thank you very much for sharing the very important points. I know we already passed our time, but is it okay to take some question from the participant? Just one question? Oh, two. Okay, from the... okay, yes, please. Yes.
Thank you. Tremendous, Dan. So I'm a member of Veterans for Peace. We are...
sorry, could you introduce yourself and who you want to ask question? Thank you.
My name is I'm representative of Veterans for Peace, international organization of veterans that started in the United States. So my question is, we have an NGO status at the United Nations, and I'm wondering, do you have any recommendations for NGOs like us or other members of civil society, how we can either try to influence members of the United Nations countries to consider and adopt this treaty, or what else we can do in our community to do that? Now, we have a peace boat called the Golden Rule that we've had for 10 years that sailed all over, and our main goal is to talk about the dangers of nuclear war, nuclear weapons. But what else might we do with the United Nations? That's my first question. The second question is, if I may real quick, one of the great treaties of the last century was the Calabrian Treaty that outlawed war as an instrument of national policy. That sort of fell through the cracks, and my understanding is that one of the failings is that there was no enforcement mechanism. That is, countries that violated the treaty, there was no consequences for that. And I'm wondering, are there consequences for nations who may adopt this treaty, but then because of their security concerns, decide, oh, well, I think we need to build nuclear weapons? How does the treaty handle those people who may violate the treaty? Thank you.
Okay, because of the time, maybe we can take all the question. Another question from the Professor Richard Hook.
I thank the panel very much for articulating so clearly the security, the changes in positive changes in the security structures, and also in the generating an alternative narrative. I think those are very important contributions. But I think I would raise what you might consider a skeptical question, and that is, how do you distinguish choosing hope from wishful thinking? Because it's quite striking that the nuclear clock moves closer to zero while you describe these positive developments. So it seems to me that sustainable hope has to rest on some foundation of political realism and to involve strategies for dealing with the obstacles to attaining nuclear disarmament. And among those obstacles, one is in the UN in the leading nuclear countries, especially this one, it does make one feel that there is a wishful thinking component that isn't matched by political strategies. And anyone who has the motivation to
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. I would like to take the last question.
First on Eisenhower's military-industrial complex, he knew about it because he created it. He knew about it, the military-industrial complex, when he created it. He was president, when he was elected, we had 1,000 nuclear weapons. In the left office, we had 22,000 nuclear weapons. When his budgeting cycle was finished, he had 30,000 nuclear weapons, as I'm sure you know. But my question, John, you talked about the debate between going to 89 seconds and 88 seconds, and that being symbolically a neo-Nazi Heil Hitler symbol. Why not 80 seconds? You know, that doesn't represent any neo-Nazi symbol that I know of. You know, because I think when you think of all the points you made, I think that plus the fact that Biden had given Ukraine permission to use the ACMs to attack inside Russia. Russia lowered its nuclear doctrine in response. That plus the Gaza war, continuing more threats against Iran, China heating up with General Mike Minihan, U.S. general, saying he thought the U.S. and China would be at war by 2025. You put that all together with articles in the bulletin, the August 20th article by Al Darity saying that we have a lot of nuclear planners, or some nuclear planners, who think we can win a nuclear war. The same day that David Sanger had a piece in the New York Times saying that we're planning to fight a three-front nuclear war against Russia, China, and North Korea simultaneously. When I put that all together, I think we should have, I was surprised that the clock only moved 1 second rather than 5 or 10 or however many. And Elaine, first I said this whole panel was fabulous, and everybody was excellent. But Elaine, when I think you talked about the scientists briefing Reagan and Gorbachev, and that somehow leading to Reykjavik, we were talking last night about Trump's statement calling for abolishing or dramatically cutting the nuclear arsenal and talking about the dangers of destroying life on the planet 50 or 100 times over. Well, now I don't think of Trump as somebody who understands nuclear winter, but do you think that there's the same possibility if Reagan could move to nuclear abolition almost at Reykjavik? Is it possible that Trump and Putin could negotiate a serious cut in nuclear arsenals? And Eduardo, we'd like to give Texas back to you. You know, you said we stole half of the country for you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for all the question. I think we have almost 5 questions, so four, five. So, Harald, which question would you like to take? Okay, what the civil society can do to impact the UN?
Yes, first to Barry, you know, the Veterans for Peace. There's a whole new process, UN process, coming this year and next year. L39, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the first committee resolution that was passed, the second Friday of November, about the scientific the inputs to the UN agencies. Let's just make it simple. That's what it's about. On the scientific basis when it comes to the consequences of use. That should be ideal for Veterans for Peace to contribute directly. This UN process starts now, very shortly, with a 10-day meeting in New York. I can't remember the dates right now. Is it May or June? Well, it's coming up very soon. That's an excellent opportunity for you to engage directly. And you don't need more than your ECOSOC status to play in there. So I think that's the first big one that comes. And to the wishful thinking, Richard Falk. There, how do you distinguish from choosing hope from wishful thinking? In the case of the military-industrial complex, I have a proposition for all of you. In this country, when we have the Deterrence meeting, usually in January, you get all the industry gathered at once, together with a part of academia that is on the side of the industry here, the deterrence studies field, together with those hawks among the politicians that is deeply invested in the military industry, specifically on the nuclear side. So now we've had these annual summits for a while, and we can see participants list of huge, big donors to politics and everything. And up until now, it seems to me like they have been able to hold their summit just for themselves. Why don't we invite ourselves? They need to talk to us. We need to talk to them. And there are big money, there are big political influence that is gathered there in those rooms. So why don't we show up there? Why don't we engage in dialogue with them? I think that is number one. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next question to John. Why? One second. 89 seconds.
You have been good to be in the room when everybody was arguing about what the clock should move. And this year, usually there's somebody who wants to move it away from midnight. There's nobody arguing for that. And there were suggestions of, I think, one or two even closer than 80. So what you say is perfectly reasonable. The world can be seen as even more dangerous than the statement I helped them write says, and actually I kind of believe that, but this is a consensus document of our board. They are leading experts, and part of the reason they moved it only 1 second had to do with, everybody wanted to go, oh my God, Donald Trump is coming into office. And yeah, that was talked about a lot, but the board felt it wrong to change the clock based on something that might happen because he's kind of an unstable person. But when the clock announcement was made, he'd been in office again only like 8 days. So he had announced some crazy stuff, but he hadn't done anything that would change the clock. So that was kind of the 1 second. But we're going to be watching Donald Trump very closely next year.
Thank you for your response. Eduardo, would you like to make additional comment or respond to other questions?
Yeah, maybe very briefly. On the first question about Veterans for Peace and their engagement, I would say keep on pushing. It's not the same when you hear or you have engagement with veterans from a country that has nuclear weapons rather than from diplomats from countries that don't have it. We usually are presented with this picture of a monolithic nuclear weapons state that everybody from the government to the armed forces to the people are supporting nuclear weapons, which is not the case. So having those voices that think differently is something that I think changes also the dynamic. On the question on the military-industrial complex, I think that this is the key part also in changing the narrative. A lot of people that work in just fabricating parts or components and like that never understand what the end product would be and what they're contributing to. It's very easy to just work on technical aspects and new technology, new defense, whatever, but it doesn't really trickle down to what this weapon would do in terms of humanitarian consequences or such. So I think that is a key, but there needs to be also targeted aspects to that. And on the question of the veto and the power structure, not only do I do disarmament, but I also am in charge of Security Council reform at the UN. So that conversation is especially important because it's an outdated power structure from 1945. The fact that the P5 have also nuclear weapons has also built into this narrative that, oh, they are there because they have nuclear weapons. That was not the case in 1945. The US was developing nuclear weapons, but they didn't have them. And they imposed on themselves those privileges rather than being really granted with them. But I think that right now, in the power struggle that we're seeing, the conversation on UN reform and Security Council reform is more important than ever, and to de-link the idea of the veto with nuclear weapons, which I think is a very skewed conversation that some like to push forward.
No comment on the Texas.
Not only Texas, but California.
Sorry, I was joking. So, last response from the ambassador?
Yes, I would like to address the previous question about the potential role of scientists, perhaps influence of having a conversation with the current leadership. That I understand part of what unfolded in the 80s is that there was a communication process between scientists in the US and in the Soviet Union that actually was the one that led to these discoveries, joint efforts, research efforts that actually generated a new thinking that had an influence on the leaders that then started the arms control and the drastic reduction of nuclear weapons. I do think that in this moment we also need to complement the current mandate of the General Assembly to update the study on the impact of nuclear weapons, also of nuclear war, also contemplates, if I'm not mistaken, the socio-economic impact. And I think we need more economists thinking about the issue of nuclear weapons and investment of nuclear weapons in terms of not only of development and justice in the world, but in terms of competitiveness for the nations that have to make those investments. So I think that would be very interesting to have economists giving their input to this study, or independent studies that I think, in this case, President Trump being a business person, that maybe it would be interesting for him to see a study of that sort, because precisely he's been addressing the issue of the resources that need to be allocated to keep up with the modernization program of nuclear weapons. And last but not least, I would like to just to make a very brief reference to the issue of wishful thinking. And I have to say that I have thought about this. This is a very profound question about how social change comes about in reality, how societies move from one expression to a different one, how we relate to the different industrial revolutions and the power structure that comes with the different industrial revolutions. And I think at the bottom of that question, there is yet another question, which is, do values and norms actually shape reality, right? And I think that they do. Values and norms do shape the perception and the thinking of actors in society. And at some point, social change meets new thinking and new paradigms. I think the difference between wishful thinking and actual change is also a matter of time and intelligent, organized, and strategic action. When you were posing the question, I was thinking about, I don't know, Nelson Mandela or all the independence fighters in Africa, or all the leaders that fought for the abolition of slavery that, as I mentioned before, was absolutely inherent in the power structure in the world of 16th, 17th, 18th centuries. Nobody could think of an economic order without slavery, right? And how that actually also came to an end because the Industrial Revolution had an impact in generating demand for labor, but also because there were the norms already that had been shaping the way in which society thought about enslaving groups of people, enslaving other humans. So I think that change is systemic and is complex in the sense that it's composed of many different interacting elements. And I think the norms do have an impact in shaping society.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the insightful remarks and excellent questions. With this, I'd like to conclude this panel. Please join me expressing my gratitude and appreciation for the excellent panelists and all the participation. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, my name is Stella Rose. I work with the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation, and I would like to thank all of you so much for the patience and for sitting here with us today. This is a really important conference, this is an important message, and as someone who's a part of the younger generation, it's truly an honor to be here. And I'd also like to thank the Soka Gakkai International Foundation for co-sponsoring this and making this possible for us. I would like to introduce the man sitting next to me, Mr. Andrew Davis. He is an acclaimed director, and it's really an honor and privilege to sit across from you because of his repertoire of films. He has made movies like The Fugitive, Under Siege, The Guardian, and a childhood staple of mine, Holes. But today, Andy and I will delve into art, a medium that transcends limitations of language, conveying messages with a deep impact that words alone cannot achieve. So we spoke yesterday a little about the impact of Oppenheimer on the collective conscience of our society in the era of the nuclear age. And as someone who did not live through the Cold War or 9/11, the threat of nuclear exchanges has always existed in the existential frame for me, which has made their existence feel something that's more historical. But this was intentional. Growing up in the United States, we were taught that nuclear weapons are a highly restricted commodity reserved for political strategy for warring nations that really should not have been a consideration for civilians. At least that's how it was posed in my classes growing up. David Krieger, the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation's founder, noted that, paradoxically, most people are still conditioned to give their loyalty to a nation in a time when such loyalty often impedes action for the good of humanity as a whole. So today we will explore Andy's motivations in light of his most recent feat, the creation of Disturbing the Bones, a novel which underscores themes of historical memory, injustice, and the lasting impact of military actions. Andy, I'm going to give you the floor because I know we have a video that's going to precede the conversation.
Thank you, everybody. It's an honor to be here, and I thank you, Wada, for having me here. Pardon? Oh, I'm just very grateful to be here, and with this incredible group of passionate human beings who have done a life's work of discovering and detailing and digging up things. I was a journalism major. I come from a left-wing red diaper baby family in Chicago, and I was constantly surrounded by the horrors of war and about nuclear threats. I was under those desks as a kid. You know, the Nike missile bases along Hyde Park in Chicago were where we saw them going to shoot down the missiles that came, but we blew them up over Detroit. It wouldn't hit Chicago. We had the steel mills. And Enrico Fermi split the atom at the University of Chicago, not too far from where I lived. And so my whole life has been political, involved with racism, and all kinds of issues that make the world unexplainable. So basically, I realized that I've had a long history with nukes, as I said, under the desks. And also, years ago, I wanted to do a movie about Bucky Fuller. And Bucky Fuller was going to figure out how to scare the world by bringing a traffic cop from outer space after Hiroshima. It took him all this time to get here. And Spielberg was going to write this script about how, you can't change the world, Bucky, with logic. You have to scare the shit out of them. That was the idea of the movie. It's called Overnight Stars. We all could be overnight stars. And they were going to create this smoke screen of getting all the orbits of the satellites. So you came out of the theater and you went, the traffic cop who was on the screen in Spielberg's movie is right. We better give it all up. So the question is, how do you give it all up? I did a film called The Package. We'll look at a piece. These are jumpy pieces that I took out of the movie. It's too violent for this crowd, but anyway. It's Gene Hackman and Tommy Lee Jones and Joanna Cassidy and Dennis Franz and John Hurd in a political thriller about what would happen if the generals were told they're going to give up their nukes. And it's around a Kennedy kind of assassination. Tommy Lee Jones is the package. He's being brought over, and he's going to kill Gorbachev because he's going to sign a treaty with Bush. So that's what the movie's about. And I pulled out a few clips like that. And then we'll stop after we do that, and we'll talk about Disturbing the Bones. This is Berlin, first time anybody ever shot the Russian War Memorial after the war.
City of West Berlin, scene of what will surely be one of the monumental moments in the history of mankind. American and Soviet negotiators are said to be quite close now to an agreement pulling the world back from the brink of nuclear annihilation and ending the long Cold War. But a major problem remains. Several top Soviet and U.S. military leaders refuse to end their bitter opposition to the treaty, warning that it would mean the removal of the nuclear shield, leaving both sides vulnerable to attack. Nevertheless, the treaty is expected to be finalized today.
Look, do you realize... Did you give me an affirmative answer on this? God damn it, Bob. We've exhausted the option.
Tom, this is insane.
Listen, we have total support.
I'm out of it. I'm out of it.
Talk to me, Bob.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Senator, but I believe we can get immediate Senate approval.
I hope so. We have the votes. And of course, we'll coordinate with the networks.
No need.
Hello, Joe.
We have our own relationship with the network.
Way to conclude in this holiday season, the season of peace, than to wish you Merry Druzhba. Huh?
Merry Druzhba. Friendship and peace.
Thank you.
How long you figure before you're back in the shit someplace, Johnny? Iran, maybe. Libya, Nicaragua, Philippines, Mexico, maybe.
Hey, that's what I signed up to do.
Right. You're a patriotic individual, John.
I don't have a problem with that.
No? You're a mercenary, John. You're a merc for the country you were born in. You know it. You remind me of my dad. He had this little body and fender business he ran out of a shack right next to the house. And he had this little American flag he'd run up on a pole sticking up out of that shack every day of his life. He runs up the American flag, and when he died, We had to borrow the money to bury him.
What's the point?
The point, John, is that the Soviet and American military-industrial complex has the entire flag-waving, patriotic world right by the balls. Now, you know that.
What'd you do, read a book, Walter?
You think I'm full of shit, don't you, John?
I think you're going to prison, Walter.
You don't know where I'm going.
What's that supposed to mean?
It's a joke, Sarge. It's a joke.
I'll tell you what's not a joke. You go to that court-martial, you better get those ribbons on your chest, get your hair cut, shape up,
Be somebody.
that's right.
Be all you can be.
Jeez.
The President and the General Secretary have arrived here at the University of Chicago on the second leg of their historic journey meant to signal the end of the nuclear threat. The two leaders are placing a wreath at the memorial here on the campus near the spot where Enrico Fermi and a team of dedicated scientists first cracked the atom, opening the way not only for the use of nuclear energy for peaceful purposes, but for the creation of the horrible weapons of mass destruction that the Soviet and American treaty now aims to eliminate. Accompanying the President and his Soviet counterpart is the Secretary of State and members of the Soviet and American negotiating teams. From here, the leaders will ride together to the Hilton Hotel on the Chicago lakefront to tell a meeting of the National Governors Conference that the signing of the treaty will launch a new era of political, economic, and cultural cooperation between the superpowers and a new era of peace for the world.
He's dead. You one of your shadow warriors, huh?
Get your goddamn hands off me, Sergeant.
Better take your fucking head off. This was your operation right from the very beginning, wasn't it? You killed General Carlson, the whole thing.
What operation, Sergeant? I don't see that anything's happened here.
There's a body in there.
Yeah. Body of a man you smuggled into the country. If I were you, I'd run.
What are you working for the Russians, huh? They hire you to kill one of their own? Or you miss war so much you're trying to start one all by yourself?
Hasn't been a world war in 50 years, Sergeant. You ever wonder why? It's nuclear weapons. We want them. The Soviets want them.
We? Who's we? A bunch of nutcases?
If it wasn't for nuclear weapons, Sergeant, you'd be fighting the Russians in the streets of Washington right now.
I'll take my chance.
You're a fool.
We're in separate armies, you know that, pal? But you're out in the light now. And you're gonna be scurrying for the dark. And I'm gonna see you get stepped on.
You're a dead man, Sergeant.
Worldwide joy surrounding the Soviet-American Disarmament Treaty continued today, but on Capitol Hill a more somber mood as Army Sergeant John Gallagher went before a closed-door session of the House Intelligence Committee to tell what he knows about the bizarre plot to assassinate the Soviet General Secretary and prevent the signing of the pact. Evidence of the plot, hatched by renegade Soviet and American military leaders, surfaced only hours after the treaty was finalized. Gallagher's information has already led to the discovery of the bodies of one and possibly two of the would-be assassins. Sergeant Gallagher has also identified the still missing Army Colonel Glenn Whitaker as one of the leaders of the conspiracy. Intelligence officials vow to pursue all possible angles in the case, no matter where they may lead.
The conspirator was shut up and nobody ever knew what happened, but anyway. It's available if you want to watch that movie. It's called The Package. It was made by Orion Pictures. So that movie inspired me to think about, what would happen if the generals refused to do one thing or another. I mean, Gene Hackman represents another side of the military here. And it's interesting when you think about George Shultz and Kissinger, who have become huge advocates for disarmament, who were the men, right with their fingers on buttons and supporting all this terror, and to have come around and realize what's going on. It's what would happen? Who were the generals, and what would they say when they were told to give up their weapons? So I found out about an archaeological dig many years ago. It took place in southern Illinois. And they found 26 layers going back 13,000 years in one campsite along the Ohio River, Illinois River. I moved it to the Mississippi. And Disturbing the Bones is a novel about a young archaeologist who is digging in this incredible dig. She's on 60 Minutes. She went to Yale, but she was sponsored by the namesake of the county, a general named Alexander from Alexander County, who built the bunkers in Saudi Arabia. He's a master builder. And he's retired, and he's got the contract to build this highway to Scott Air Force Base where we monitor all the Russian missile tests. It's a real kind of secret place. And she comes across a woman who was a reporter for Ebony Magazine who covered the dangerous civil rights issues in Cairo in the 70s. And she sends the body to Chicago. And it turns out she's got a son who his mother disappeared, Denzel Washington kind of character. His mother died. She was 14. She was murdered in Cairo, Illinois, or she disappeared. He's got to come down and find out. And while he's down there investigating, sort of in the heat of the night, the Russians are testing these hypersonic missiles, and something goes terribly wrong. And 200,000 people die in Siberia and Mongolia in one day. And it's months before an election. And there's an old Michelle Obama character, a young African-American woman's running against the Trump character. And after this terrible accident happens in the October before the election, she says, if I get elected, we're going to bring the nuclear weapons to an end. We're going to bring peace conference to Chicago where they split the atom, and we're going to get rid of the nukes. And she gets elected. And now the generals have to decide whether they're going to go along with it or not. And the madman general who's building the highway, who's on Fox News, says, this is giving up. We can never gear up our weapons. He's got drones, and he's got weapons and militias. He's going to try to stop this conference. That's what Disturbing the Bones about. I just told you the story. I won't tell you how it ends. But we're going to run a trailer now that sort of represents this.
I mean, truly in Davis fashion, very cinematic. This is so exciting, and if you haven't had the chance to read it, it came out this last fall in 2024.
October, yeah.
So, I mean, to add to your extensive reading list that has already been proposed at this conference, Disturbing the Bones should definitely be on there. But Andy, I wanted to ask you, with Disturbing the Bones, you've really made a leap to writing a novel. As a screenwriter, a director, a filmmaker, I want to ask, why Disturbing the Bones now? And what is it about the current moment in history that made this the right time for you to explore the themes in the novel, but particularly relating to nuclear disarmament and maybe even choosing hope?
Well, this actually started as a screenplay. And in doing all the research of all the different layers of complexity politically and morally and historically that go with it, I got frustrated, and I met a great writer named Jeff Biggers, who's my partner on the novel. And he was from Kentucky, and his family had seen their land destroyed by mountaintop removal, moved to Chicago as poor Appalachians. And he became a writer, a journalist, and a playwright, and he was an environmental writer. And he wrote this thing about reckoning at Eagle Creek, which is across from Cairo, Illinois. So here's a guy who knows Southern Illinois. I know Chicago. He knows the history. And I learned all kinds of amazing things. For example, Lincoln let slaves come into Illinois, even though it was illegal, slavery was illegal, from Kentucky, because they were mining salt, which we needed to get on the buckboard so people could survive to get to the West Coast to preserve their food. I mean, everything was so tied in and related. So we said, let's just write a novel, it'll be easier. We can put all these things in the characters and develop their backstories, and then we can strip it back down to a screenplay. So that's how it happened. In terms of the themes, when I heard about the archaeological dig, and this amazing find, the most significant find in North American history at the time, I thought, what are they going to remember us for? We're going to be remembered for our missile silos. That's what's going to be left in the ground. And they'll come down from Mars, or, Musk will have cousins or something coming down from Mars, and they'll say, they all disappeared. They blew each other up. So the metaphor is these people were trading for thousands of years with each other and lived in peace, pretty much, and what are we doing?
It's funny you bring that up, actually, about that kind of collective memory and how we're going to be remembered. And I think right now, especially in this country, just speaking as an American, we're finding ourselves in a bit of a peril time. We have a rise of censorship happening, banning of books and language that cannot be used by the executive branch in our government. As someone who studied journalism in college, with that, I think, journalistic prowess that you have, that you've put forth in your films, I want to ask you, how can art, and that includes literature and film, kind of speak truth to power in light of these challenging times, especially with social media that I think a lot of young people have utilized to try and speak that truth to power? What about a novel, kind of writing in that fictitious lens about, historical fiction? How do you hope Disturbing the Bones will ultimately accomplish that?
Well, I was very happy to hear how many young people saw Oppenheimer yesterday. And I really applaud a filmmaker who can take that book and do what he did with it. He walked away from Warner Brothers and went to Universal. They didn't want to do it. He'd made all this money for Warner Brothers, and he went to Universal. It's interesting because I became a filmmaker because I was a journalism major. We was during the war in Vietnam, and I was working at WILL with my friend Tom Holman, who created THX, THX 11th. And we would, we were behind the camera, we were doing this, putting the weather and the stock markets, and finally I was doing the student news. And, it was what draft card got burned today, and who's going down to Selma, and that kind of stuff. And we would read the UP and the API wire service reports about Vietnam, and they were lies. We had friends in Vietnam. We had friends who were over there. And so I didn't want to keep reading what was handed to me and continuing the lies. And so I said, well, I'll get more in photography and more in journalism. And so that's how I sort of got in. But I always wanted to tell journalistic stories. And, in my movies are a lot of sort of action, kind of tough guy movies, but one Above the Law, Code of Silence, Under Siege, there are very political stories in all of these movies. So we're doing an action movie where you get everybody excited about something, you can layer in some political kind of stuff. So, what was the question? How does a journalist get involved in these issues today? The answer to your question is you got to get kids to see movies. You got to get on the net. And there's a whole way. Kids don't read novels in paper anymore. So I got to get a big actor and big studio involved and make this as a movie that people want to see. And the studios will say, we don't want to make political films now. And you're trashing Trump. No, I don't really want to make a... So the question is, how do you find the way to get this movie made? I understand that the wonderful novel is going to be, a wonderful true story is going to be made into a book. And this will be fantastic.
Wonderful. And I wanted to ask you one last question, so that way we can all go ahead and eat. But in light of the spirit of choosing hope, I wanted to quote David Krieger, and I think this quote has actually been said up on a panel already, but he said that peace is a process that must be continually renewed. So how do you see the role of art in contributing to the renewal of peace, particularly regarding nuclear disarmament? How does Disturbing the Bones fit into that process, into that renewal?
Well, it's a story about an accident. Yesterday, we heard about all kinds of incredible accidents. We're just lucky to be here. And so maybe it's going to take a terrible accident that kills a lot of people for the world to wake up. That's what the trigger of the story is. And unfortunately, it goes back to this idea, can you treat people with logic? That Churchill said there's always been wars. How do you get people to shake them up and say, this is the time we have to change our thoughts drastically?
And actually, I have a follow-up to that. The role of art, I think, it speaks to us differently. It's a different language. We conceptualize art, film, literature so much differently than we do speeches, than we do treaties and UN jargon that sometimes feels inaccessible to students or to young people generally. And so I kind of wanted to ask you, for you as an artist, as a director, as a filmmaker, how do you find that your art speaks to people historically? And do you have a goal for this project? Because it still is in its kind of beginning steps. You say that a screenplay may be underway, kind of as maybe a final hurrah.
Well, it was totally written to get rid of the nukes and racism. Real simple. So the question is, how do you move people emotionally and get them to, say, this makes sense, that makes no sense, we're going to go this way, So you have to try to really direct people you have to show them what's possible. Show them what they're fighting against, how to overcome that, and what's possible.
Thank you so much.
So I hope everyone had a really great lunch, and we're going to have our afternoon panel on the legacy of nuclear use and testing, a call for justice. My name is Christian Chabanu. I'll be your moderator for this panel. I'm the Policy and Advocacy Director of the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation, Project Coordinator for Reverse the Trend, NAPF's Youth Initiative, and I also serve as the TPNW advisor for the mission of Kiribati. Many hats. So I thought before we start to provide a very clear and succinct definition of what is nuclear justice. Nuclear justice aims to address the harms caused by nuclear weapons and testing, seeking justice for affected communities through victim assistance, environmental remediation, and the pursuit of a world free of nuclear weapons. Nuclear justice calls for governments and organizations to take responsibility for the harms caused by nuclear activities and to provide adequate compensation and support to affected communities. This includes ensuring there's also demand for justice and redress, ensuring access to health care, clean environments, and the right to participate in decision-making processes that impact the lives of affected communities. Nuclear justice also seeks to mitigate the harm inflicted on countries that have experienced the use or testing of nuclear weapons, and to ensure that such victims are never created again. What we do at the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation, in collaboration with the missions of Kiribati and Kazakhstan, is that we advocate on the TPNW, in particular Article 6 and 7 of the treaty, which deals with victim assistance, environmental remediation, international cooperation, and assistance. And we primarily focus on the establishment of an international trust fund to help victims of nuclear testing and use, as well as to address contaminated environments. In addition to our work on the TPNW, we also advocate for nuclear justice at the NPT meetings, so that's the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty meetings, including its preparatory committee meetings, as well as the review conference. In addition, in the first committee of the UN General Assembly, we collaborate very closely with progressive member states on addressing the legacy of nuclear testing. We often ask our wonderful interns to help us, Stella's one of them, to really focus and to engage with states in the first committee to support key resolutions, including Kiribati and Kazakhstan's resolution on addressing the legacy of nuclear weapons. This resolution, which is historic, calls for an international meeting to be held in 2026 on the legacy of nuclear weapons, looking at victim assistance and environmental remediation. And this is the first time that the UN will have such a meeting focused on victim assistance and environmental remediation. And we have invited member states to share relevant experiences in addressing the harm caused by nuclear weapons. So it's our hope as we move forward to really encourage the user states such as the United Kingdom, the US, and France to participate. Because even though they often disagree on the provisions regarding victim assistance and environmental remediation, they nonetheless attend the meetings, at least in the General Assembly setting, to express their concerns, but also to share their thoughts and perspectives. So at least it's a process to have a dialogue with them, and that's the purpose of the international meeting, to begin that crucial dialogue. On that note, I would like to invite our first esteemed presenter, Veronique Christori, who's the Senior Arms Advisor for the ICRC. Since 1997, she's participated in all negotiations related to weapons issues at the UN, including the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. She inspired a play on nuclear disarmament entitled Talking About the Fire by Chris Thorpe, and she's also the co-recipient of the 2024 Women Waging Peace Award from us, from the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation. She'll be talking about no capacity to respond to nuclear weapons use. Please.
Thank you very much, Christian. So, good afternoon. It's quite difficult to, after a wonderful lunch, to dwell in the huge issue of the humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapon. But I hope that I will keep you awake with what I will have to say. First of all, I would like to thank the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation and Soka Gakkai for organizing this Choose Hope Symposium. Hope is much needed, and we are here to contribute to it. So I am from Switzerland, but I have a special connection to Santa Barbara, and I am delighted to be with you. As Christian said, I was very honored last year to receive conjointly with Ellen White, that is here, the Women Waging Peace Award from the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation. And I am also delighted to have joined the board of the NAPF. At last but not least, as Christian mentioned, the US premiere of the play that I have inspired about nuclear disarmament, called Talking About the Fire by Christoph, was performed in Santa Barbara. Thanks to the Nuclear Peace Age Foundation again. Now it's touring in the UK. It was performed in Oslo, the night of the Nobel Peace Prize awarded to Neon Ilyanko at the Nobel Peace Prize Center, and it will be in Berlin next month. So we need to go and meet people where they are and to engage in serious conversation. I will devote my presentation in 3 parts. A few words on the history of the International Committee of the Red Cross, because I think that it's important to understand why the ICRC has been involved since the beginning in a call on nuclear disarmament. Then I will also address why it's so important to focus on the humanitarian impact of nuclear weapons, and at last but not least, would we be able to assist in case of a nuclear weapon use? If or where deterrence fails and nuclear weapons are used, regardless of if it's deliberate, by miscalculation or accident, at that point, really, it won't matter. We need to address the plan B and the humanitarian consequences and the response. And I think that is a very important point. So, talking a little bit about the International Committee of the Red Cross, is the oldest and largest humanitarian organization, founded by Henri Dunant in 1863. The ICRC has been awarded 4 Nobel Peace Prizes, including the first one when the Nobel Peace Prize was created in 1901, and Henri Dunant, the founder, received it with Frédéric Passy, a French pacifist. Then the ICRC received it, and it's also important, the dates, in 1917, during World War I, in 1944, during World War II, and in 1963. We are the most awarded organization. As you may know, the ICRC assists and protects people in armed conflict and develop international humanitarian law or the law of armed conflict. We are present in almost 100 countries. The headquarters is in Geneva. Switzerland is a depository of the Geneva Convention and the additional protocol. And the ICRC is in a way the guardian of international humanitarian law. And that's why also we have a special status at the UN. We are a permanent observer. We develop with states new treaties that regulate and prohibit certain weapons and methods and means of warfare. It is a very important point. When the ICRC is recommending the development of new instruments on weapons, it's because we have witnessed firsthand the impact of these weapons in the battlefield, with huge humanitarian impact like mine, cluster munition, chemical weapons, as well as nuclear weapons. That's why when the ICRC proposes new treaties, states consider them seriously, even if they don't agree with everything we propose. I will mention one exception. It's blinding laser weapon. Perhaps you never heard of it, and it's normal, because it was the first time that we were able to ban a weapon before it was fully developed by this country. And it's called the famous Protocol 4 of the Convention on Unconventional Weapons, and it was negotiated in 1995. And because, states, okay, they were developing this permanently blinding laser weapon, and then we said that there is no way that they will be used on the battlefield and blinding millions of people. So it was one case we could prohibit a weapon before it was on the battlefield. And there is another exception, and I will refer that what Eduardo said from Mexico is on autonomous weapon system. And I am doing a parenthesis because I think that everything is linked and is very important. So the ICRC president and the UN Secretary General are calling on states to negotiate a new legally binding instrument on autonomous weapon with a two-pronged approach: the prohibition of an autonomous weapon that targets humans and the regulation of other autonomous weapon systems. It's what we call international humanitarian law in action. We hope that to have this treaty adopted before, we must deal with the humanitarian impact of this system on the battlefield. And I really want to stress that it's not the topic of the discussion today, but we are at another crossroad in the history of humanity with the development of this autonomous weapon system or killer robots. So let's go back to nuclear weapon. Why it is so important to focus on the humanitarian impact of nuclear weapon? Because nuclear weapons pose some of the most profound questions about the extent of human suffering we are willing to inflict or permit in war. It is really critical to refocus the debate on what a nuclear weapon use will mean for civilians and combatants, and for the natural environment on which we all depend. As you know, it's important to never forget history. The ICRC, as I mentioned previously, witnessed firsthand the devastating impact of nuclear weapons in 1945. I would like to begin by reading a recount of Dr. Marcel Junot of the ICRC, who arrived in Hiroshima after the nuclear bombing. He was one of the first foreign witnesses and doctor on the site. So I quote, "In a few seconds, thousands of human beings in the street and garden in the town center, struck by a wave of intense heat, died like flies. Others left writhing like worms, atrociously burned. All private house, warehouse disappear, as if swept away by a supernatural power," unquote. With doctor, nurse, the Japanese Red Cross, they try in near impossible conditions to assist the dying and injured. Hospitals were in ruins. There were no medicine, no bandage, no blood transfusion. Out of 1,000 patients who had taken refuge to the Hiroshima Red Cross Hospital on the first day, 600 rapidly died. 80% of doctors and 90% of nurses were killed in Nagasaki. As we gather today, the Japanese Cross Hospital continue to treat daily many thousands of survivors who are suffering from cancer and other diseases like to exposure to nuclear radiation. Today, we know even more about the long-term poisonous effect of nuclear weapons. We cannot allow a repetition of the dark part of our past. We owe it to the survivor, the Hibakusha, to ensure that the horror they suffer are never repeated. It goes without saying that it also encompasses all the victims of nuclear tests. First, second, third, and even fourth generation of people are affected by nuclear radiation and suffer the physical and psychological trauma of nuclear weapon use and test. This is quite unique and it's unacceptable. In ICRC view, it's extremely doubtful that nuclear weapons could ever be used in accordance with the principle and rule of international humanitarian law. Moreover, the use or threat of use of nuclear weapons is abhorrent to the principle of humanity and the dictate of public conscience. These are enshrined in the preamble of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. So the ICRC, witnessing firsthand the impact of nuclear weapons, made the first call in September 1945, even before the first resolution at the General Assembly. Since then, we have continuously called on the prohibition and the elimination of nuclear weapons. So we needed to be very patient and very determined, like many states and civil society. And we were also part of the discussion on the Non-Proliferation Treaty. We participate every year at all the PrepCom and then at the review conference and trying to bring the humanitarian consequence of nuclear weapon to the discussion and to the table. And in 2017, the ICRC participated in the negotiation of the treaty, and I was very honored to be a part of the team that negotiated the treaty with Ellen White, and the role of the ICRC is even mentioned in the preamble of the treaty, as well as the role of civil society, the UN, and the IPACUSHA. This is really an historic achievement. We made the impossible possible. And I want to reiterate this sentence. We made the impossible possible. We prohibited the last category of weapon of mass destruction after chemical and biological weapon. And for the first time, for weapon of mass destruction, there are positive obligations. And that also, it's a huge victory. There are articles on victim assistance and environmental remediation. And that usually it was only dealt unconventional weapon on what we call humanitarian disarmament. It was for the landmines and cluster munition, and also the negotiation on the Arms Trade Treaty, but it was the first time that it was linked with weapon of mass destruction. And the role of women and the gendered impact of nuclear weapons, they are also enshrined in the treaty. That it's really a huge victory, and as Hélène and others said, it's really thanks to the important role of civil society that brought together this victory. The entry into force of the TPNW is an answer to the call made 5 decades ago by the state that concluded the NPT to prevent, I quote, the devastation that will be visited upon all humankind by a nuclear war. So even the states from the NPT to begin with, they knew what it means to have a nuclear war. There are several pathways to nuclear disarmament, but prohibition is an essential step. Through prohibition, it creates a disincentive for proliferation. And I think that it's also a very important aspect. Through prohibition, it creates a disincentive for proliferation. Now, what we will be able to assist people in case of a nuclear weapon use? So providing effective medical assistance following a single detonation of medium-sized atomic bombs in Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945 were almost impossible. Today, it will be even more difficult. So backing how we were able to say that it will be almost impossible. So in 2020, the International Committee of the Red Cross and the Federation of the Red Crescent and the Red Cross Society convened an expert meeting on the humanitarian impact and risk of the use of nuclear weapons with 45 states, including some nuclear weapon states, scientific experts, and the UN to discuss this issue. And in April last year, the ICRC, the Norwegian People Aid, the Norwegian Red Cross, and the Belgian Red Cross organized the Nuke Expo, the Science Expo on Nuclear Weapon Risk and Humanitarian Impact. The Nuke Expo was held in Brussels and in Oslo, and we hope to bring it to New York and elsewhere in the US, around the globe, in Japan, in Paris, London, Delhi, Islamabad, Pyongyang, Beijing, and Moscow. Let's dream big. And I will not reassure you. Among the key findings of this meeting, as you may guess, there is no state or international organization which could address the immediate humanitarian emergency, nor the long-term consequences of a nuclear weapon detonation, nor provide appropriate assistance to those affected. So, owing the massive suffering and destruction caused by a nuclear detonation, it will be probably not possible to establish such capacities, even if attempted. However, coordinated preparedness may nevertheless be useful in mitigating the effects of an event involving the explosion of an improvised nuclear device. The scale of destruction and contamination after a nuclear detonation in or near a populated area could cause profound social and political disruption, as it will take several decades to reconstruct infrastructure and regenerate economic activities, trade, communication, healthcare facilities, and school. And I encourage you to look at the excellent ICANN report, No Place to Hide, Nuclear Weapon and the Collapse of the Healthcare System, that took the example of almost 10 cities in the world, including nuclear weapon state, and how they will not cope with the healthcare system because basically nothing will function. The immediate and long-term humanitarian and environmental consequences of nuclear weapon use and testing continue to be the subject to scientific research with evidence and analysis of the sex and age-differentiated impact of ionizing radiation on human health, the long-term impact of nuclear weapon testing on the environment, including on mortality and infant mortality rates, the consequence of a nuclear war on the global climate addressed by the nuclear winter, food security, ocean acidification, as well as evidence analysis of regional preparedness and response measures to nuclear testing. So it was a very wide range of issues that we address, while there are some aspects of this impact that are not fully understood and require further study. This scientific study revealed that new and compelling evidence of long-term harm to human health and the environment from the use and testing of nuclear weapons. So the ICRC message is clear: what we cannot prepare for, what we cannot respond to, we must prevent. And this message was reiterated in a very rare joint statement by the ICRC president and the president of the Japanese Red Cross, ahead of the G7 summit in Hiroshima last year. As other people attending this amazing symposium, we are coming from the third meeting of States Party of the TPNW, and we convey all these messages and we address all these issues. So it was in a sense an important meeting. As I was part of the delegation of the ICRC, we are also working on the universalization of the treaty as well as its implementation. And I would like to mention also the importance of the role of the Red Cross and Red Crescent National Society, as they will be, in the case of use of nuclear weapon, the first responder. So the FEMA, like Annie mentioned, so we will be really the first one called to address the humanitarian consequences. And for a long time, for political reasons, some states, even their national society, didn't want to address this issue. And for example, but let's be hopeful. For example, the American Red Cross attended last year meeting and attended this meeting in New York, and it's very important. You know, for the first time in 80 years, the American Red Cross and the Japanese Red Cross organized a youth meeting to talk about nuclear weapons. 80 years. For the yeah. Thank you, the youth. The American Red Cross, for the first time, focused its Youth International Humanitarian Law national program on nuclear weapons this year. Things are changing. There is hope. I know that the criticism patient, I am trying to finish, and I would like to. And I would like to say a few words as a mother of 4 young children. Not 4 young people, 4 young people. They will not like to be. So, for the record, they are 25, 23, 22, and 19. So, and during the negotiation of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, listening Setsuko Toro on her poignant and terrifying testimony being in Hiroshima during the atomic bombing, I was in tears. She was 13 years old. She was the age of my youngest daughter at that time of the negotiation. It could have been my children in Hiroshima or Nagasaki, or your children. The young generation did nothing to cause the problem of nuclear weapons. It has been inherited from previous one. A solution to the nuclear weapon problem required the imagination, the ambition, and the courage of the new generation. The creativity of the young generation through policy, art, writing, theater, music, movie, and poem. And I also would like to mention a study that the ICRC did prior to the war in Ukraine and prior to COVID. And it's called Millennial on War. The ICRC conducted a survey with 16,000 young people in 16 countries, 8 countries in armed conflict and 8 countries at peace. And so I will just give you just a couple of numbers that are very striking. 80% of the millennials surveyed believe that the use of nuclear weapons is never acceptable. At the same time, almost half of the millennials believe that nuclear weapons are an effective instrument of deterrence. And millennials are very nervous about their future. And it was prior to COVID and the war in Ukraine and everything that is going now. And 50% believe it is likely that a nuclear attack will occur in the next decade. In closing, accepting nuclear weapons as an indispensable instrument of security is an indefensible, dangerous logic. Most states today see nuclear weapons as a major source of insecurity for their population and for future generations. For the sake of the survival of humanity, we must free the world of weapons that threaten catastrophic humanitarian consequences and irreversible harm. The only way to guarantee that nuclear weapons are never used again is by eliminating them, and their prohibition is an essential step for reaching this goal. As Setsuko Toro said at the adoption of the treaty, nuclear weapons has always been immoral, now they are illegal. The nuclear weapon debate must ultimately be about people and about the collective future of humanity. It's crucial to continue to shape the narrative and to place humanity at the center of the nuclear debate. It's crucial to have a human-centered approach of security. Let me conclude by a quote from Henri Dunant. Only those who are crazy enough to think that they can change this world can do it. Let's do it. Let's choose hope. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Veronique. And thank you for sharing about the historic telegram that was transmitted regarding the catastrophic and humanitarian and environmental impact of the atomic bombing in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Next, we will hear from Annie Ikeda, who is a representative to the UN for Disarmament for Soka Gakkai International. She's a campaigner. She's also a campaigner for the international campaign to abolish nuclear weapons, ICAN, and stop killer robots, where SGI serves as an international member, and she also serves on the executive committee of the Voices of a World Free of Nuclear Weapons, which is part of the United Religions Initiative. She'll be talking about the lessons from Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Well, thank you, Christian. And I'd also like to start by thanking our friends at the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation, my fellow presenters, all of the speakers, and all of you here today. Thank you so much for being here today. It's an honor for me to participate in this Choose Hope Symposium to carry forward the work of two individuals that I greatly admire, David Krieger and Daisaku Ikeda, whom I also had the personal privilege of knowing. And just in case you're wondering, my last name is Ikeda, but I'm not related to Daisaku Ikeda. I've already been asked twice today, so just wanted to clear that out from the question and answer session. But in all seriousness, it's been estimated that by the end of 1945, the atomic bombs had killed more than 140,000 people in Hiroshima and more than 70,000 in Nagasaki. It's so easy to talk about it as statistics, right? But each person had a name, like Harumi Ato, Kazue Nozaki, Takuro Oshita, Makie Imai, and Hiroshi Yamane. Each of them had family and loved ones and aspirations for the future, like Wada-san talked about yesterday. Each person deserved to live. And in the decades that followed, those who survived the bombings faced unimaginable challenges due to the health effects of radiation, psychological trauma, and the guilt of surviving that was mentioned yesterday as well, and the grieving, the losses of loved ones. Some of them just perished instantly and never found. They faced social stigma, although it wasn't their fault that it happened. In earlier days, there wasn't sufficient understanding of the effects of radiation, and many believed it could be contagious, for example. Some were called lazy because they would get so fatigued and could not work. In last year's Nobel lecture, Mr. Terumi Tanaka, one of the co-chairs of Nihon Hidankyo, relayed his personal testimony. He stated, and I quote, "I found the charred body of one aunt at the remains of her house 400 meters from the hypocenter, along with the body of her grandson, a university student. The other aunt's house had collapsed and become a pile of wood. My grandfather was crouched down on the brink of death with severe burns all over his body. My aunt had been severely burned and died just before we arrived. We then cremated her remains with our own hands. My uncle, who was initially mostly unharmed, had left the area to seek help. Yet we later learned that he had collapsed at a rescue station and died after suffering from a high fever for a week. Thus, one single atomic bomb transformed 5 of my relatives so mercilessly, taking all of their lives in one fell swoop. The death that I witnessed at that time could hardly be described as human deaths. There were hundreds of people suffering in agony, unable to receive any kind of medical attention. I strongly felt that even in war, such killing and maiming must never be allowed to happen. unquote. Mr. Tanaka's lecture also detailed the hibakusha's decades of advocacy to seek justice for the losses and damages they've suffered. Despite some laws that have been enacted in Japan since the late 1950s to address some of the health concerns of the hibakusha, they have not been offered any compensation to this date. And there are some who are still seeking justice. For example, individuals known as Black Rain victims who experienced the 1945 atomic bombings outside the government-designated areas. My organization, Soka Gakkai International, has collected many testimonies of hibakusha and published them through books, videos, and articles. In Japan, our organization also offers forums where participants can listen directly to the testimonies of the hibakusha, whose average age, as you heard, is now 85. Inspired by their initiatives, some other national Soka Gakkai organizations, like in Mexico and Italy, also initiated activities to raise awareness of the devastating impacts of nuclear weapons and stories of the hibakusha in their national context. Through such opportunities, the younger generations are able to learn about the sufferings experienced by the hibakusha, the issues about compensation and their fight for justice, and their deep desire for peace, that nobody else should suffer what they had to go through. In 2014, right after I started working for SGI's Office for UN Affairs, which is the current job I have, I also met Ms. Setsuko Toro that Veronique just mentioned. I was at a conference in Vienna, in Austria, toward the negotiation of the TPNW. And as you heard, Setsuko is also a Hiroshima A-bomb survivor and a world-renowned activist. And she was one of the people who received the 2017 Nobel Peace Prize on behalf of the international campaign to abolish nuclear weapons. And she was 13, as you just heard, when the bomb was dropped. And at that conference, she shared a story of why she decided to dedicate her life to nuclear abolition by telling her story, which is actually a conscious decision made by not every A-bomb survivor. So the story goes that Setsuko arrived in Virginia in 1954 to pursue higher education. And after her story about Hiroshima and her thoughts on nuclear weapons was published by a local newspaper, she found herself receiving death threats and hate letters, telling her to go back to her country. So alone in a foreign country as a young woman and shocked by the hatred, Setsuko had to stay with her professor for a while to ensure her safety. So she had to make a decision. Do I continue to speak out, or do I become silent? And fortunately, we know the outcome, what kind of decision she made. But as she looks back at those days, she said that they helped her renew her commitment as an activist. Setsuko realized that her identity as an A-bomb survivor had to be the central core of her being. So when I hear stories of the hibakusha like Setsuko's, Ms. Wada's, and Mr. Tanaka's, I also cannot help but reflect on my own commitment to nuclear abolition. Am I in it until the day that we see every nuclear weapon is eliminated from this earth? What can I do to respond to their courageous efforts? I don't take it for granted that they share their stories over and over. I know that's so painful. Daisaku Ikeda stated, quote, "We need to awaken to a common consciousness of being all inhabitants of Earth. This consciousness is not to be found in some distant place. It will not be found on a computer screen. It lies in our hearts, in our ability to share the pain of our fellow human beings. It is the spirit that says, as long as you are suffering, whoever you are, and whatever your suffering may be, I suffer also." If a nuclear weapon is used, either by design or by accident, it will affect all of us. Therefore, the fight for nuclear justice is the fight for all of us. Nuclear justice transforms us all. I believe that working to bring justice to those who have suffered the most brings us closer to the truth that each person deserves to be treated with dignity. Nuclear justice brings us together, unlike nuclear deterrence that divides us versus them, which is also an illusion. It heals us all. Nuclear justice means establishing a clear public opinion that using, testing, or threatening to use nuclear weapons cannot be justified under any circumstances. It means creating a world where people have the imaginative empathy to become concerned about whose security might be sacrificed in the name of national security, and you will hear some of the stories later in this panel. We know that our journey will be long, but I found the following exchange between Daisaku Ikeda and David Krieger in Choose Hope very encouraging. Ikeda said, and I believe it's in page 75, the fate of the two cities, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, has more to teach than pain and remorse. Hope can be found in the strength with which the people restored their cities. And David responded, the human spirit is remarkable. It has the power to recover from even the greatest tragedy. It can discover hope in places where logic tells us there's none. A flower rising from the ashes of destruction symbolizes it best. If delicate flowers can bud and blossom from the ruins of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, we human beings too can rise from such destruction and tragedy, unquote. Isn't that poetic and also very true, right? I really miss both of them. Because of the persistent efforts of the hibakusha and people from the affected communities, the nuclear taboo has been maintained. And today, we have the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, supported by 94 signatories and 73 states parties. It is our responsibility, each one of us, to ensure nuclear weapons are eliminated from our planet. So, in terms of creating hope, David once told me, because I asked him, I think I first met him about over 10 years ago, and I asked him, you've been in this work for over 30 years. How do you keep going without going insane, right? And he said, it's because I take action every day. That's why I don't lose hope, right? So if anything, let us take action. And it doesn't matter what you do. The action will keep us going. So let us take the stories from this symposium in our hearts and share them with the world. And let us share their call. No more Hiroshima. No more Nagasaki. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anna, for your very powerful presentation. Really moved me. Next, we will hear from Dr. Tongzan Casanova, who is who's based in Washington, D.C. She's a senior fellow at the Center for Policy Research at the University of Albany. She's the author of the award-winning book entitled Atomic Step: How Kazakhstan Gave Up the Bomb, and a former member of the UN Secretary General's Advisory Board on Disarmament Matters. She'll be sharing the story of Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan is located in Central Asia and experienced more than 450, thank you, nuclear tests, and recently chaired the third meeting of state parties on the TPNW, which concluded last Friday. So please, Dr. Casanova.
It's incredibly meaningful for me to participate in the Choose Hope Symposium during this, I think, exceptionally challenging time. And especially living in DC, we feel it every day on every level, but I'm sure it's, everybody in the country, but also beyond. In my today's remarks, I'll focus on two parts. First, I'll tell you a little bit about Kazakhstan's nuclear story. And in the second part, I want to share my take on what nuclear justice might mean for the Kazakh people, the communities that were affected by the Soviet nuclear tests. Kazakhstan's nuclear history is a story of extreme hardship, but it's also a story of resilience and hope. The Soviet nuclear tests that were carried out for 40 years inflicted unbelievable harm on the environment, the people, and the animals. People suffered and continue to suffer from a wide range of illnesses, of course, many cancers, body deformities, but also suicides. In fact, suicide was an unknown phenomenon in Kazakhstan. There was not even a word for it in the Kazakh language. And during the period of Soviet nuclear tests, the suicides just were on the rise. And for a long time, it looked as though there was no hope. But the arrival of Mikhail Gorbachev as the Soviet leader, the weakening of the Soviet system in the late 80s, allowed Kazakhstan's government and people to reclaim agency over their own fate and their land. Kazakhstan's anti-nuclear movement was called Nevada Semipalatinsk. It was created in 1989 after a regular underground nuclear test that was confirmed to release high level of radiation. And it was nice that they specifically included Nevada because the Kazakh anti-nuclear movement always saw it as part of the global fight against nuclear tests, against nuclear weapons. And it was a grassroots movement that was made up of people coming from different ethnicities. Kazakhstan is a polyethnic society, different professions, different ages. So it was really an all-nation struggle. But also, it's very moving how the international peace activists from the US, Canada, Europe, Japan, some peace activists from Russia, they helped the Kazakh anti-nuclear movement. They would come to the rallies and protests and be together. And so that incredible movement was so powerful that the Soviet military didn't have a chance to continue testing beyond October of 1989. But the protests continued because what they wanted was for the site to be shut down altogether. And that was became possible in 1991 on August 29th. Kazakh government, still a Soviet republic, still under the leadership appointed by Moscow, Kazakhstan was able to shut down the Semipalatinsk nuclear testing site and ban nuclear tests on its territory. That decision was the nation's first major step in reclaiming agency, because during the Soviet period, there wasn't much of participation in the fate of the nation. And I also want to mention the butterfly effect. So there is this massive Kazakh anti-nuclear movement that shuts down the Semipalatinsk nuclear testing site. The Soviet military continues testing for a little bit at Novaya Zemlya, but then there is Soviet moratorium on nuclear tests. Then there is the US moratorium on nuclear tests. And then there is the 1996 treaty on the banning nuclear tests. So I feel that there is this important contribution that this absolutely grassroots movement contributed. And it's a story that serves as an important reminder today that there is a lot of power in ordinary people uniting behind a goal. The next stage in Kazakhstan's nuclear history is also a story that inspires and gives hope. In 1991, when the Soviet Union collapsed, Kazakhstan had more than 1,000 Soviet nuclear warheads, more than 100 intercontinental ballistic missiles, and around 40 heavy bombers that could fly and drop nuclear bombs on US mainland. Kazakhstan also had tons of nuclear material and nuclear facilities. And so if for some reason Kazakhstan, as a newly independent state, had made a decision to pursue a nuclear program, a latent nuclear program, it would have a very strong foundation, much more than, for example, Iran has at the moment. Why did a young country decide not to follow a nuclear path? And here I want to talk about security. I believe that Kazakhstan's case can be used as a counter-narrative to those who claim that nuclear weapons mean more security. Kazakhstan absolutely felt vulnerable. It was a new state, 2 nuclear powers on both sides, porous borders, no military of its own, economy in complete crisis. So definitely security concerns. However, Kazakhstan rightfully decided that nuclear weapons would not make it more secure, but quite the opposite. A new state concerned with keeping its sovereignty and statehood recognized that nuclear weapons would not help, because what Kazakhstan needed to survive as a state is to be integrated into the international community, to have access to foreign technology in order to start developing natural resources that it had so that it could boost up the economy. It wanted access to international institutions and so on. But there was also an important driver behind Kazakhstan's disarmament choice, and it was national identity building. During the Soviet period, Kazakhstan remained invisible to the outside world. I don't know how many of you, for example, knew much about Kazakhstan. And it was partly because of how the Soviet Union presented itself to the outside world, right? Everybody imagined that it was, all, Slavic people, blonde, blue eyes, but there were also all these other republics with different cultures, different ethnicities. And so finally, Kazakhstan had this chance to present itself to the outside world on its own terms. And there was this very strong normative discussion. And I actually was amazed when I worked with the archival documents from the early 90s, and I could see how the analysts, and here a disclaimer, one of the advisors was my own late father, and that they talked about, in 1991, they were talking about the NPT. And while the Kazakh leadership and the policy analysts did agree with the criticism that the NPT was a discriminatory structure, dividing into nuclear haves and have-nots, still they thought the NPT, the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, was an important norm that should not be undermined. So they accepted the norm of the NPT. And Kazakh leadership understood that choosing a nuclear path would destabilize the global nuclear order, and the country wanted to be viewed as a nation that respects international norms and does not create risks to international security. One of the phrases that I remember from my interviews with one of the key decision makers from Kazakhstan, he said, "We just didn't want to become a Central Asian North Korea." And now on the question of nuclear justice, especially noting that there is press here, I just want to reiterate that I'm speaking as a scholar. Please don't take it as a position of the country. It's really my take on what I think nuclear justice should mean for the Kazakh community. And I want to do it by addressing 3 questions. Who is responsible for the damage? Who is responsible for providing help? And what gives me hope? So who is responsible for the damage? All nuclear states that engaged in nuclear tests, nuclear weapons programs, and participated in the nuclear arms race, all the leaders who at some point decided that nuclear weapons should be part of their country's security architecture share responsibility for the damage inflicted in different parts of the world to various communities. Speaking specifically about Kazakhstan, the government of the Soviet Union that chose the Kazakh land for its nuclear experiments ceased to exist in 1991. And some might say, that's the end of the story, the country doesn't exist. But a simple test to identify who carries responsibility for the legacy of the Soviet nuclear testing program and the fourth and the fifth generations of test victims in Kazakhstan is to ask, who benefits from the nuclear arsenal created at the expense of the Kazakh land and people? The answer is Russia, the sole inheritor of Soviet nuclear weapons and the main decision maker in the Soviet nuclear program. Russia obviously places nuclear weapons at the heart of its national security and uses its nuclear arsenal for blackmail. Russia, however, similar to other nuclear powers, never acknowledged any responsibility. Well, France acknowledged but didn't apologize. And more so, never offered transparency on what happened during the period of Soviet nuclear tests in Kazakhstan. For example, there is no transparency on the medical records of civilians who were observed or treated at the military hospital and even at the civilian hospital. While in the foreseeable future, Russia will not acknowledge, let alone apologize for the damage, Russia's role in the continued legacy of Soviet nuclear testing on the people of Kazakhstan must be discussed by scholars, by activists, and I think it's an important discussion. The second question, who is responsible for providing help? Even if in the fair and ideal world, Russia is the one who must take responsibility for the inflicted damage, the survivors of Soviet nuclear tests in Kazakhstan cannot wait. Affected communities need assistance now, and as citizens of Kazakhstan, they have every right to expect their own government and fellow citizens to help them. In 1992, shortly after the Soviet collapse, Kazakhstan adopted a law on social protection of nuclear test victims, and the law acknowledged the suffering of the people, established medical and social benefits. It carried both practical and symbolic meaning. However, with time, the law's shortcomings became apparent, and the law is in desperate need of revisions. I'll give you an example. The benefits apply to people who were exposed and received a dose of radiation if they continue living in the same region. If they move to another city, the benefits disappear, but the dose that they absorbed, it doesn't disappear anywhere. And at the same time, while the Kazakh government is responsible, I think, for providing medical assistance and socioeconomic help, I also feel that the society, I include myself in this group, should do its part. The general population in Kazakhstan is not fully aware of the continued legacy of the Soviet nuclear test, and moreover, affected communities often face the stigma of being from an area contaminated by radiation. I think there is also a big role to play for the international community and the international legal instruments, and that allows me to go to the final section of my presentation, the reason for hope. And I have several. Kazakhstan made an unprecedented contribution to international security, but also to the well-being of its own people when it shut down the testing site, gave up Soviet nuclear weapons. And Kazakhstan since then really continued to be a leader, both on the disarmament but also on the non-proliferation front. And the important treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons was discussed already several times here. And I want to mention that Kazakhstan was among the first 50 states to sign and ratify the treaty. And symbolically, they did it on August 29th of 2017. It was the 28th anniversary of shutting down the nuclear testing site. Christian already mentioned the important work that is led by Kazakhstan and Kiribati. They are both leading on Articles 6 and 7, and that's victim assistance and environment remediation. And so I just hope that Kazakhstan's leadership on the foreign policy front, that it will pull the domestic side. And this is where I see that the international legal instruments, the treaties, the TPNW are so important, because obviously countries voluntarily sign those agreements, and then it pushes them to do more internally, because they need to submit what they've done, what measures have been taken. So there is very practical application of TPNW already happening, and that's because of those. We think these are just simple reporting mechanisms, but actually they are very meaningful. And I do think that the role, the International Trust Fund will, I hope it becomes possible, because it will reflect our common responsibility that we are all residents of the same planet, and we all need solidarity, empathy, and practical help. So in conclusion, I just want to say that Kazakh communities they feel solidarity, and they're joined by downwinders in the US, including Native American tribes, Pacific Island nations, those who suffered from the US nuclear tests, also the native tribes in Southern Australia, the indigenous tribes in Algeria, people of French Polynesia, and also the Muslim minorities in Xinjiang, where the Chinese government tested nuclear weapons, and of course, solidarity with Hibakusha in Japan. And so, in addition to the formal acknowledgement of their harm, an apology to communities, and compensation for the inflicted damage from all the nuclear powers that carried out nuclear tests or used nuclear weapons, I believe true nuclear justice for these communities cannot be achieved until nuclear powers relinquish their weapons. Thank you.
I would like to thank Dr. Casanova for her moving presentation. I feel that it's so important that we learn about the legacy of nuclear tests, especially in Kazakhstan. Because, outside of the UN, here in the US, most people don't know the story. And so it's incredibly important for us to learn about Kazakhstan and the history and the importance of the TPNW, the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Next, we will hear from Mary Dixon, who's an author and journalist and writer. She's a cancer survivor and activist as well. Mary is an internationally recognized advocate for survivors of nuclear weapons production and testing. Her critically acclaimed play, Exposed, will be presented as a stage reading at the Players Club in New York City on April 30th, which corresponds with the next meeting of the states parties of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. So hoping that we will get many diplomats. So on that note, Mary, please.
Hopefully it's a big wake-up call. Thank you so much, Ivana, for inviting me here, and thank you to all of you when you talk about what gives me hope, or us hope. It's really meeting and seeing and sharing this time with all of you. They are incredibly chaotic times, but being here, I feel such kinship, and I think I'm with my people. I just wanted to talk about what happened in the US almost 80 years after the US detonated Trinity, the world's first nuclear bomb. atomic bomb actually, the casualties of our massive, I would call it misguided nuclear weapons testing program are still waiting for justice. I'm one of those casualties. I'm what's known as a downwinder. I'm a survivor of 4 decades of nuclear testing that devastated my family and my childhood neighborhood and far, far beyond. I grew up in Salt Lake City, a child of the 50s and 60s. We played in puddles of rainwater. We mixed vanilla and sugar with snow to pretend it was ice cream. We ate vegetables from the garden, and we drank milk that was delivered to our doorsteps every morning from a local dairy. Sometimes when we visited my grandfather, his friend would let us drink it straight from the cows. How were any of us to know that a silent poison was spreading its way through our bodies when a government we trusted assured us there is no danger and distributed pamphlets telling us not to let reports of Geiger counters going crazy bother us? All of this while hundreds of nuclear bombs, many times more powerful than those that destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki, were exploded in the Nevada desert just 40 minutes from Las Vegas and 350 miles from where I was living. Like thousands of communities across America, we lived under the deadly clouds of radioactive fallout from those blasts. We were collateral damage of the Cold War. Between 1951 and 1962, the US government detonated 100 nuclear bombs above ground in Nevada. And when atmospheric tests were bombed in 1963, they moved them underground until a moratorium was declared in 1992. But they exploded 828 bombs underground. So we exploded in Nevada 928 nuclear bombs, more than any other country, and we did 10 tests elsewhere in the US, including in Colorado, in New Mexico, and in, well, where else? Alaska. Yeah, Alaska. So those, and a lot of the underground tests, you know, they said they were safer, but a lot of them broke through the Earth crust, and it released radioactive fallout into the atmosphere. If you look at some of the photos, they look just like above-ground tests. The mushroom clouds were so huge. In the US, the winds blow from the west to the east, and they carried fallout across the country, thousands of miles beyond the test site, all the way to the East Coast. When it collided with rain or snow, it worked its way into the ecosystem, the food chain, and our bodies, causing untold numbers of cancers and radiation-related illnesses in communities nationwide, including, there was one test that was, well, the winds changed direction and it fell out in Los Angeles. It was 1958, there was a massive inversion, and it was trapped in that inversion for 6 days. John Goffman, who worked on the Manhattan Project, predicted how many people would die from that test. It was measured in Missouri, where people were sickened. It actually, one test collided with the worst thunderstorm in 100 years in Albany, Troy, and Schenectady, New York. And people are still living with those consequences. And it went all the way into Canada, which violated international treaty, and it was measured by a professor at a university there. So we were repeatedly exposed to dangerous levels of fallout without our knowledge or consent. The ongoing human cost of almost 1,000 blasts has been devastating. And documents show that the government, as it was deciding where to move testing, when it was too expensive in the Pacific, they decided they better move it. They chose Nevada, even though meteorologists at the time warned them that in this country, because the winds go from west to east, it would be carried across the entire nation. So in the haste to win the Cold War arms race, they were willing to sacrifice their own. We basically became expendable. My life has been shaped by what happened to me at the hands of my own government, not just me, but my family and so many people I love. I was in my late 20s when I was diagnosed with thyroid cancer, which is caused by iodine-131 exposure. Surgeons cut out my thyroid and the lymph nodes around it, and then they gave me what they called a cocktail of radioactive iodine to drink. My hospital door and bracelet was a symbol for radiation. I was the radioactive material. A doctor stood outside my hospital room every day to point a Geiger counter at me until it was safe for me to be around people again. When I was released, he told me to avoid pregnant women and children for a while and not to get pregnant for a year. I never could get pregnant. In following years, another surgery left me unable to have children. And subsequent health scares have taken an emotional toll as well. I've been sliced, radiated, and scooped out. I've buried and mourned the dead, comforted and advocated for the living, and worried with each pain, ache, and lump that I'm getting sick again. I survived, but so many others did not. My older sister suffered lupus for 9 years. She was only 46 when she took her last breath as we stood around her hospital bed with her 3 children. And that death rocked our family. I know people who suffered far more deaths than theirs. My younger sister's now battling a stomach cancer that will likely kill her, and my youngest sister struggles with autoimmune disorders. Too many of our friends and neighbors have become ill or died. I counted 54 people in my childhood neighborhood who developed cancers, tumors, autoimmune disorders, and other illnesses that ravaged their families, as well as infertility, miscarriages, and babies born with birth defects. A grade school classmate of mine died when she was 10 of a brain tumor. 4 weeks later, her 4-year-old brother died of testicular cancer. Their devastated mother asked their pediatrician if it was a coincidence that 10 other people in the neighborhood had brain tumors as well. And the casualties, I have to tell you, continue to mount. I'm still meeting people from that neighborhood who had cancer. And of all the downwinders I worked most closely with in Utah, I'm the only one still living. One of them died during multiple cancers, and she would always say, we're veterans of the Cold War, only we never enlisted, and nobody will ever fold a flag over our coffins. And as painful as it is, I feel an incredible responsibility to tell our stories and keep them alive. My cousin, who lost her husband to colon cancer, always reminds me, your story didn't end tragically, so that you can carry the tragic story forward. And I've written and spoken widely about the human toll of testing. I've listened to hundreds of gut-wrenching stories, and they're the reason I fight for justice and advocate to expand compensation. We didn't see compensation in the US until 1990 with the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act. It was incredibly limited. It only covered a handful of counties. It didn't even cover all of Utah. We wait for Congress to act, but more people die each day while we wait and fight. We've gone to DC multiple times to meet with members of Congress. Last March, we actually saw the bill to expand it. It passed the Senate, 69-30, bipartisan. Never made it to the floor House because Speaker Mike Johnson said it would cost too much, even though we have already borne the cost. We'll never know how many people died or became sick from their radiation exposure. I have to say that the vast majority of downwinders will never know they are. And most Americans, sadly, still don't know how far the fallout spread or that they themselves could have been affected. Plus, when cancers show up decades after exposure, it's hard to connect the dots. And we know, as Jimmy said last night, that radiation is still with us. It's still in the biosphere. This isn't a story from the past, as so many people assume. It's very much part of our present. People are still being diagnosed. They suffer health complications. Their cancers return. They face crippling medical bills. And the psychological toll, like our scars, runs deep. And worse, the genetic damage can be passed to future generations. We will forever be living with fallout. For too many of us, the Cold War has never ended. We continue to suffer because of our government's recklessness, a government that knew the lethal and lasting effects of nuclear detonations, but for the sake of deterrence, killed its own. As one author I know said, testing did not prevent nuclear war, it was a nuclear war. And now our government plans to invest more than $1 trillion over the next 30 years to upgrade our nuclear arsenal. China and Russia are also upgrading theirs. We are on the verge of a new arms race. And this is what's most alarming, preparations are already underway for possible resumption of testing. They've built new tunnels at the Nevada test site and new roads. Which leads me to ask, have we learned nothing from our tragic past? The voices of those of us who have lived with the devastating and continuing effects of nuclear weapons must be heard in any discussion of this planet's nuclear future. Our insights, our perspectives, are as important as the voices of think tanks, experts, and policymakers. Our lived experience and our stories must serve as a warning and as a call to action. And I am hoping beyond hope that we all work together to help secure a nuclear-free world where future generations will never have to live with the same fears and consequences we've endured, because we all live downwind. And I just want to show you the map of where fallout went in the US. It's Richard Miller from his book Under the Clouds, The Decades of Nuclear Testing. He only put a dot on a map of the US when a test trajectory intersected 3 times. He said if he did it for all the testing, the whole country would be blacked out. It's shocking and troubling, but that's why it's so, so important. We never, ever let it happen again, and we rid our beautiful planet of these weapons. Anyone who wants a map, I brought little cards. Thank you, Ivana.
Thank you so much, Mary, for your moving testimony about the U.S. nuclear tests. So we're running short on time, but we're going to try to have some Q&A interactive discussions with everyone here. Before I open up the floor, since we're at the Choose Hope conference, many of our speakers talked about the significance of the TPNW, especially the humanitarian provisions contained in Articles 6 and 7. So I was wondering if several of you would like to talk about the need for the state parties to establish an international trust fund now instead of postponing it. Thank you.
I will say right away, they need to do it now because the victims are literally dying. The victims are literally dying. We are a dwindling population, and they must take care of people. My government especially.
I think, obviously there is a huge practical meaning of the International Trust Fund, but there is also something about shared humanity. It troubles me that these communities are kind of left on their own, and we don't see it as a shared problem. We see it as a problem of a specific category. So I think it's just so important on some existential philosophical level that it will show that actually, countries see themselves as being together in this, as all fellow citizens of this planet. But Christian, it's just something that I forgot to mention, what also gives me hope. I also wanted to reiterate the role of the young generation. For example, for those of you who were in New York last week, or maybe you'll find them on Instagram, but there are amazing initiatives in Kazakhstan led by young people. One is called STEP, Organization for Peace, Kazakh Youth for Nuclear Justice. And then the other one is Kazakh Nuclear Frontline Coalition. And it's just incredible. I think when I see them, because they're not cynical, they're not saying it's not possible, they're just doing their thing. And so to any of you who, I don't know, have any say, or maybe you know how to involve younger voices, not for us to put responsibility on them, but rather give them equal say, because it's their planet, and they have more time on this planet than the previous generation. So just, shout out to all the young people.
Yeah. I want to echo what Mary said in your presentation, that I think survivors and those who had to go through the effects of nuclear weapons are the foremost experts, because they really know what it means to survive nuclear weapons use, and their voices must be recognized the most. And I was fortunate enough to join this movement when the TPNW was starting to take shape, and observe the discussions at the UN where really survivors' voices led the way. Where the discourse about nuclear weapons shifted from the one that's very abstract, theory-based, sterilized, talking about tactical nuclear weapons, low-yield nuclear weapons, which could still kill thousands of people, by the way, to really about human suffering. And because of that, as Ambassador White mentioned today, we have the TPNW because of their voice, in addition to everybody else's leadership. So I really feel we owe it to the survivors. Because of them, we have this treaty, and I think because of that, it makes it right that we have this trust fund right away. And as mentioned, the one more year that we postpone the decision, more people are dying and more people are struggling. So, as SGI too, we have been really keenly following the process, and we also think as many stakeholders should be able to contribute to the fund, because we want to support as many survivors and as many affected communities to be able to benefit from the fund.
Thank you very much. And the ICRC also wanted to support the creation of the trust fund, and we are part of the discussion. So let's choose hope.
Yes, the trust fund is incredibly important, as well as youth engagement. And as Dr. Casanova mentioned, it is very important that we uplift and support affected communities. That's why we at the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation, we were so incredibly proud to be able to support 3 young women from Christmas Island in Kiribati to attend the 3rd meeting of state parties. And we were very fortunate that several of our affiliated youth members who are here in the audience, including Stella Dean Rose and Kenneth Chu, were really able to work and collaborate with them and encourage them to share their voices with the media. Now, I know that time is very, very short, so perhaps we'll take one question from the audience. Does anyone have a burning question? I see that, please.
Thanks, I'm Bob Lingdor from LA.
I know that the government for years tried to keep the results of Hiroshima and Nagasaki covered up. They didn't want people to see what it did. The same way they didn't want them to know about testing and what it did, because they were worried that people would demand it stop. So extensive propaganda, but the first reporter actually to go into Hiroshima afterwards was from a black newspaper. And his daughter later said that what he saw so destroyed him, he was never the same. I don't know if it's available. It would be worth looking up.
I know that time is super short, but I know that Professor Kuznak has a question.
I was just going to respond to that. The documentary you're talking about is called Hiroshima and Nagasaki, 1945. It was made by Wada from Colombia, released on PBS in 1970. That was the first one. Since then, there's been Black Light, White Rain, and a couple other very good ones that have come out. But the government classified and censored all that footage until 1968 when Barnell was able to get a hold of it. So they didn't want us to know. They didn't want people to see what our bombs do.
Thank you. Any other questions? I see Melissa Park from ICANN, please.
Thank you so much for these wonderful panel presentations and moving stories. At the third meeting of States Parties last week, Inamura Cross from French Polynesia talked about the language that's used, and she talked specifically about the word testing and saying we need to find another way of talking about them because, as you said, Mary, what we went through was like a nuclear war. I mean, it's a full-on use of the nuclear weapon, a test, and I think that's why I try to say so-called tests, but I'm not sure people know where I'm leaving on that. But I think language is so significant that we need to find ways. And similarly, I think the word deterrence is also, it's an abstract word that the nuclear armed states and the allies use to really mask what the consequences of what they're talking about. And so, like Joseph Rotblat, Nobel laureate, the early Manhattan scientist who left on moral grounds from the Manhattan Project, he described nuclear deterrence as the ultimate form of terrorism. And I think it's really important that we think about the language when we're talking about these issues and try and find other ways of expression than using those very bland terms that don't seem so bad. Like a test is not so bad as a use, but I think we need to find some other ways. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then on that note, I would like to conclude this panel, and I believe that we're going to take a very short break. So thank you all.
Hi everyone. This is going to be the very last panel session on the intersection of climate and nuclear justice, empowering youth for change. My name is Miyuki Horiguchi, and I'll be moderating this session. I'm currently based in Tokyo, Japan, and working for the Office of Peace and Global Issues at the Soka Gakkai International. I also serve as a partnership coordinator of the Youth for TPNW, which is a global network of young professionals working for nuclear abolition. This panel aims to explore the relationship between anti-nuclear and climate change activism, as well as the role of young people in bringing about change and a better world. As some of the previous speakers shared, this year's doomsday clock stands at 89 seconds to midnight, closest ever to human extinction. Two of the main factors are the threat of nuclear weapons and the climate crisis. As youth, these are not something far removed from our daily lives, but very critical challenges for us and the generations to come. In the lead-up to the Summit of the Future held last September, SGI and other youth-focused organizations co-organized the Future Action Festival to mobilize young people throughout Japan in tackling the nuclear threat and the climate crisis. Towards this festival, we conducted the youth awareness survey targeting those aged from their teens to 40s, and approximately 120,000 participated in this survey. In fact, more than half of the respondents answered that they don't have hope for their future. However, at the same time, about half of the respondents also answered that they are willing to contribute to their society. I myself, as a youth, I believe there is so much wisdom that we can, each individual in our generation can learn from each other and bring together from all different fields. We are now at a crucial crossroads whether we can create a society where young people can choose hope for their future. In the Krieger and Ikeda dialogue, Dr. Krieger says, I quote, "I would like young people to join hands across borders and to insist that their elders do so too, in order to end our present insanity. In short, I would like young people to choose hope." Unquote. Then President Ikeda replies, I quote, "The hallmark of youth is optimism and high idealism. The young are constantly challenged to open the door to new eras. Hope is another name for youth." Unquote. During this session, I truly hope that we can envision our peaceful and sustainable future together and deepen our determination for our shared goal. Now, please allow me to introduce our esteemed speakers for this session. First, Dr. Robert Dodge is a family physician practicing in Ventura, California. He is the co-chair of the Social Security Committee of Physicians for Social Responsibility, USA. He is the president of PSR Los Angeles. Dr. Dodge played an active role in the successful passage of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons and helped organize the U.S. Back from the Brink campaign, which endorses the treaty and calls for specific steps to lower the risk of nuclear war. Also, Dr. Dodge is in his 37th year editing the U.S. Nuclear Weapons Community Cost Project that calculates local communities' cost of the nuclear complex. And next, Anduin Devas. Anduin Devas is the campaign director at Nuclear Ban US, where she coordinates with the Warheads to Windmills Coalition calling for the abolition of nuclear weapons and the transition of those wasted human and financial resources to addressing the climate crisis. And the third speaker is Kenneth Chu. Kenneth Chu serves as the communications and media coordinator at the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation. Kenneth played a pivotal role in launching Reverse the Trend, Save Our Planet, Save Our People, Save Our Planet in January 2021, an initiative aimed at raising awareness among global youth about the adverse effects of nuclear weapons and climate change, particularly on marginalized communities. Through his work, Kenneth continues to advocate for a nuclear-free world, emphasizing the importance of youth engagement and education in achieving sustainable peace. And our last speaker is Victoria Locke. Victoria Locke is currently a third-year undergraduate student at Soka University of America, studying international studies. She is a student assistant at the Soka Institute for Global Solutions and has assisted in organizing the Nuclear Politics Summer Program, the Global Citizenship Education Conference, and the Peace and Reconciliation in East Asia Symposium. Her goal is to support youth-led initiatives and promote progress in nuclear disarmament through positive contributions in education and media. Now, I would like to hear from each of the panelists about their perspectives and ideas on the intersection of nuclear weapons and climate crisis, and how young people can choose hope for their own society and future. So first, our speaker is Dr. Dutch. You have been engaging with many youth members of your organization. What is your belief or motivation in involving more young physicians in this movement, and what is their role as young professionals in preventing nuclear war and climate catastrophe? Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation, Soka Gakkai, Ivana for asking me to come and participate. I'm very excited and honored and flattered to be on a youth panel again. I think that's appropriate. So this morning, one of my heroes, Professor Falk, was asking, well, what is hope or is this wishful thinking? And I'm reminded of the quote of another one of my heroes, Václav Havel, who said, hope is not the conviction that something will turn out right, but the certainty that something makes sense irrespective of how it turns out. Another hero, Margaret Mead, said, who, again, never doubt that a small group of individuals can make a dramatic change, because ultimately that is how it has always happened. So we are a small but mighty group and growing group. We're talking about the intersection of climate and nuclear justice. And I want to start with hope, because I give these talks a lot, and people say, well, how do you do that? Aren't you discouraged? What gives you hope? So first of all, what gives me hope is these citizens right here, this next generation, and so much of Soka Gakkai, who I've been able to meet with around the country, around the state, and around the world. It is a remarkable organization, and I thank each and every one of you. Last week, I was at the 3MSP meeting, and again, when you look at ICANN, it's an incredibly youth-focused, young people organization movement that is really moving ahead. And it's been my experience, again, Dr. Falk last night he talked about awakening. And it is my experience that whether you are young or old alike, when you are awakened and you're aware of this, okay, people will say, my gosh, I was unaware. How did this happen? What can I do? Where do we need to go? And so I call it the awareness gap. Our role is to make people aware. And when they are aware, I tend to find they act. Next generation students and adults have been aware of the climate crisis forever, and they're out there. This is my world. This is, again, I live in Ojai, the Shangri-La just south of here. And I'm just 15 minutes from above the greatest surf spot in the continental United States in Ventura. And so I talk to young people, say their surf spot is getting fouled up because of climate change, because of wave change, et cetera. So they can make the connection between what is important, what is critical to them, and the world around them. So a lot of the topic here today is on justice, and we all know what means nuclear and climate justice. But there is no justice when communities are impacted unequally, and when the very existence of all that we care about and all that we have is threatened. There can be no justice therein. So I frequently speak about the interconnection about nuclear weapons and climate. And I tell people, if you're concerned about climate change and you're not concerned about nuclear weapons, or vice versa, you're concerned about nuclear weapons and you're not concerned about climate, you don't get it. They are intricately connected. They are both existential threats and therefore, as a physician, health threats. They're both real and present dangers, and we must act, and we all have a responsibility to act. Related to public health threats, my dear friend and colleague, Dr. Hara, spoke last night about some of the effects of nuclear explosion, nuclear war. The universal injury in a nuclear explosion is a burns and trauma. The unique effect is the effect of radiation. Okay, so we're all familiar with that, but it's really the burns which ultimately are the universal injury, and also in a big enough scaled conflict cause the climate change that basically sets us all to be doomed in a matter of days and weeks and years. Dr. Hara spoke about strontium-90. So strontium-90 is not a naturally occurring radioisotope. It only occurs with nuclear explosions. And so physicians in the United States and the former Soviet Union in the early 60s were identifying strontium-90, which to the body looks like calcium. It's taken up with calcium in baby human teeth and bones, where it then goes on and emits for years to come, causing increased risk of cancer, primarily leukemias and blood-borne cancers. Most radioisotopes are taken into the body and recognized as some life-giving element. Cesium, looks like potassium taken up in every single organ, every living thing, including plants, which then gets into the food chain. Iodine taken up to the thyroid, where it promotes thyroid cancer. And actually, plutonium-239 is the most hazardous subject item on the planet. A fraction, millionth of an ounce, will cause universally 100% cancer. So it is the most dangerous one we have. We're all familiar with half-lives, how long it takes for an element to become half as potent, okay? And so, for example, cesium and strontium-90, 30 years roughly. Plutonium, 24,000 years. But another area that those of us in health look at is we call it the hazardous life. The hazardous life is actually 20 half-lives. So to put that in perspective, for strontium-90 and cesium, that's some 600 years, okay? For plutonium, it's 500,000 years. So when we're talking about having safe repositories for nuclear waste, small modular reactors, you need to think death. You need to think end of life. You know, nuclear power is the cover story for nuclear weapons. They exist and coexist together, and they're equally interdependent. We haven't done a good job as civilization of storing something for 1,000 years, let alone 500,000 years. I want to also relate it to health things. You know, we've done studies looking at what if a suitcase bomb, you know, for years we talked about the risk of, quote unquote, a terrorist threat, somebody bringing a small suitcase-sized bomb. This is a bomb about the size of a softball into inner city LA and exploding at LA City Hall at noontime. Well, there'd be tens of thousands of casualties, but more importantly, there'd be tens of thousands of critical burns. Now, I did part of my training in a burn unit. These are where you have one-on-one nursing around the clock, 24/7. Nobody leaves the bedside. These beds, well, there'd be tens of thousands for a suitcase bomb in Los Angeles. And that, again, there are 1,800 burn beds in the United States, okay? There is no adequate response. There is no adequate response. Related, shifting to climate change and the connection, climate change affects every single organ system of the human body and every single medical specialty. The connection, as we look further between the two, with ongoing climate change and extreme weather conditions, we see decreased availability and access to critical natural resources. We see decreased food, causing food insecurity. We see ecosystems and disruption, changing weather patterns, causing floods, droughts, and vector changes where insects fly and go. We see the spreading of diseases such as cholera and dysentery, hantavirus. Again, we see Zika virus. We see West Nile virus. All these things are changing, evolving due to climate change. Over 58% of all human infectious disease pathogens are increased and aggravated by climate change. Over 58%. These conditions, again, can result in mass migration, as we saw in Syria in the last century, which resulted in the largest mass migration in human history and causes one of the greatest humanitarian crises. It also brought the United States and Russia's militaries into direct conflict, flying sorties at each other, two nuclear-armed nations flying their militaries against each other. What if that had turned into a larger conflict? Again, we would have seen life cease as we know it. Well, as physicians and scientists and health practitioners, we have a unique voice. We have a voice that people listen to. And again, we have both a role and a responsibility to speak out. We are first responders. You know, I'm on a list. If something happens in my community of Ventura, where I'm supposed to report, what I'm supposed to do, et cetera. Again, there is no response to a nuclear attack. We are also responsible as first responders. We had the recent terrible fire in Los Angeles. Devastation, massive amounts. Fortunately, not a lot of life lost. But again, as first responders, well, that massive fire, the fires we saw in Maui a few years back, pale in comparison by even a small nuclear explosion. Again, no adequate response. So as with all, again, incurable public health threats, from in the 1800s, tuberculosis, to AIDS in its early years, HIV. Again, we found that what we cannot cure, we must prevent. Okay? And that's been the physician motto forever. We must prevent what we cannot cure. We have a responsibility as health practitioners to be aware, to inform, and to educate our communities. The organized medicine in the United States has not always been a very progressive and liberal group. I'm proud to say I'm not a member of the AMA or any of them. But anyway, that said, in 2024, they said that the American Red Cross encouraged the United States and other nuclear nations to sign the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. And in the year before, they said, and all physicians must learn about this. They must educate their patients, their communities, their elected officials, and work to abolish nuclear weapons, move our weapons off hair trigger alert, end sole authority, defund the massive rebuild. So that was the American Medical Association in 2023. They also, over 200 medical journals spoke out on the health consequences of climate change and said it is our responsibility to speak up, to educate, and to make the connection. The same with nuclear weapons. Over 100 medical journals internationally. This was the largest combined editorial response in medical history. Again, so they get it. Again, I'm going to leave you, when we know about this information, when you know, when I know, we can't do nothing. We all have to do something. We all have a role to play. It's not necessarily a big role or a small role. It is your role. So you all must do that. And my feeling, when I work with young students and young people, again, I find that when they get it, they understand. My personal experience in the last several years, my co-president of Physicians for Social Responsibility is a 33-year-old physical therapist, Iranian. I met when she was 20. She was at the nuclear age, at the ICANN meeting several years ago, and so she is now my co-president. I've also worked with, I'm going to block my mind, excuse me, I'm getting ahead of myself. Talia Wilcox, who was, again, with Reverse the Trend, and now she's working very heavily with Back from the Brink. Again, youth organizations. There is Reverse the Trend, which is a wonderful movement of the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation. Our Back from the Brink program has a group called Students for Nuclear Disarmament, which is getting campuses across the nation, developing, again, calling for all components of the Nuclear Abolition Treaty. As a professional physician, we also have, again, the Young Emerging Leaders Campaign, getting doctors involved. So again, I'm going to close and say, again, potentially the military gets this more than anybody else. You may be aware of retired General Anthony Zinni, who's speaking on climate change, and he was the former head of the Central Command, okay, and said, we will pay for climate change one way or another. We will pay for it now to reduce greenhouse gases, and we'll have an economic hit of some kind. Or we will pay the price later in military lives, and that will involve human lives. The choice is ours. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dodge, for sharing the real threats of nuclear weapons and also climate change from the scientific perspectives. And so also, thank you so much for your strong encouragement for us, especially for young people. Thank you so much. So next speaker is going to be Andrew M. As a campaign coordinator, you have been at the front line of the Warheads to Windmills coalition campaign to pressure banks and institutions that profit from investing in nuclear weapons and fossil fuels. In Japan, we saw a little bit progress in divestment of major banks a few years ago, but what are the challenges and the progress in the States for his years? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Yuki. And thank you, Dr. Dodge, for talking a lot about what I was planning on talking about with the connections with the climate crisis. I think we're on the same wavelength there. Also, I want to thank the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation and Soka Gakkai for putting this together and for inviting me to speak. I'm really, truly honored to be here, especially at an event framed around hope. I think that that's a real challenge, a challenging line, especially in this field when we're talking about huge existential threats, hope versus fear, and what is a motivator. And I think that having that balance of hope is really important. So the first thing most people ask young people in this field, and I've gotten it already 20 times today, is how did you get involved in this? How did you come to this? And obviously that's a really important question. Like, that's what we're trying to get at. We want more young people engaged, so we need to figure out the answer to that. And as Bob was saying again, there's this moment of realization that they have, where they're not aware of this, and then there's this like chance awareness moment. And our job is to increase those chances. So I first started working with the Warheads to Windmills Coalition. I came to it as a person with a lot of climate anxiety. And I really had no idea about nuclear weapons. I knew them as this existential, abstract threat that I was scared of, but because of this narrative, this pervasive propaganda narrative, especially in the United States, they're not something that you think that you can do anything about, so they're not really something you question or put a lot of energy into thinking about the everyday person outside of this space. So I came to Warheads to Windmills through this climate anxiety lens, and then I had my awareness moment about nuclear weapons, and I've just been so dedicated to them since because it's an insane problem. It's just absurd. But they have this visibility problem, right? The climate crisis does not have this visibility problem. We see these threats. We see in California the fires. It's something you can feel, the climate crisis. So. And what I've learned coming into this space is that nuclear weapons are a climate crisis as well. And I think there's a real opportunity in organizing when you look at it through that lens, when you frame it in that way, nuclear weapons are a climate crisis, because the climate crisis is such a tangible threat that a lot of people are mobilized around. And if we're trying to mobilize people around nuclear weapons, framing it as a climate crisis directly, so it's directly part of their organizing as well, is I think there's strong potential and opportunity in there. So I think that's what we're trying to do with the Warheads to Windmills Coalition, especially. And just to recover a little bit of the ground that Dr. Dodge was saying, so these two existential threats, right, they're basically competing to end the world. There's the climate crisis, slow rolling the process. We're on this slow march. And then nuclear weapons, as Annie talks about, could end the world as we know it in the matter of minutes. So they're competing, but they're also deeply connected and exacerbating each other. As the climate crisis worsens and people lose their homes and their comfort and their resources, global tensions exacerbate, and the likelihood of a nuclear attack or conflict increases. There's also the life cycle of nuclear weapons and the associated militarism with them, from uranium mining, construction, waste, testing, terrible environmental consequences associated with these issues. And then, of course, the climate crisis is adding more risk to nuclear weapons issues, with rising sea levels threatening nuclear waste containment, which is a huge issue that I think we're going to see a lot more of coming up. And then, and this is key, all of the resources that the climate desperately needs that are being diverted instead towards these nuclear weapons works. We know trillions, billions, and trillions of dollars around the world are getting put into nuclear weapons, including our education and our great engineering minds are going into this nuclear weapons work when we really need them to be addressing the climate crisis. I want to shout out what Melissa was saying yesterday. Nuclear weapons of the global challenges is a pretty solvable one. Like, we could just do it. If we got along and could do it, we could do it. But the climate crisis is not that simple at all. It's a very complicated issue. We're gonna need so much money, so much research, all the resources. It's gonna take a lot to do that. And we're certainly not gonna be able to accomplish that if instead we're pointing weapons at each other, putting all of our resources into building the biggest arsenals. And also, the biggest polluters are the ones with the nuclear weapons arsenals. So we really need this global cooperation to solve the climate crisis, but right now we're pointing more and more weapons at each other. Imagine what we could do if that wasn't our priority as a world. So nuclear weapons are a climate crisis, and those are just a few of the connections between them. There's obviously nuclear winter is a huge climate crisis. There's so many other layers that we could dig into, but that's just some of the framing when you're trying to link with the climate movement, which has this so much organization and forgetting the word that I'm thinking. Anyway, momentum. There we go. So much momentum with the climate movement. If you frame the nuclear weapons as a climate crisis, it's a way to engage with them on those spaces. And that brings me to resource conversion, which is how I like to see nuclear weapon abolition can be part of the climate solution, because if we can transport all of those resources that are currently going into nuclear weapons to addressing the climate crisis, there's a ton of resources that are just being wasted on these things that can never be used, right? Only in apocalyptic scenarios. And we really, if we can change our priorities and address the climate crisis instead, that's where we need to go. So that's, sorry. So that's the framing. That's this reframing nuclear weapons. Not when you're talking, it's tricky because obviously these are a huge humanitarian problem. But when you're talking to climate activists, they're so focused. If you talk to them about the humanitarian threat, they're like, oh, that's a peace activist's problem. That's not ours. So if you frame it as a climate issue and then potentially their abolition as a climate solution, that's a way to engage with them on that. And I want to talk about hope and solutions in the spirit of this event. So I want to talk about, and we also, I think we really need to acknowledge the power of the industry, which has been acknowledged today, especially the military-industrial complex is really driving this war machine and blocking all of our civil society initiatives. They're really in charge at the realm, unfortunately, of the decisions here. So we really need to figure out a way to address the industry and stop them from shaping and maintaining this narrative that we need nuclear weapons, that they're a deterrent, that they're protecting us. We need to stop the industry because they're controlling that narrative. And so if we look into actions we can take against the industry, I want to talk about divestment, which is not like a super exciting thing to talk about, but it also links back to the climate movement. The fossil fuel industry has divested over $40 trillion from fossil fuels. The climate movement has divested over $40 trillion from the fossil fuel industry, which is a huge amount of money. But that didn't happen out of nowhere. That came from the hard work of scientists and activists changing the norm around fossil fuels and creating this very important stigma that the burning of fossil fuels is threatening all life on Earth and a dirty, bad business that we don't want to be involved in. And that took a lot of work and action. So I have hope of rebuilding that stigma for nuclear weapons. Unfortunately, it has diminished, especially in this younger generation, which hasn't seen the Cold War, which hasn't seen these firsthand accounts. We need to rebuild that stigma, which most of the world already does recognize. But I have hope that we can rebuild that stigma of nuclear weapons. I have hope that we can grow this movement intersectionally, connect with the climate crisis movement and other humanitarian threat movements to build a really strong intersectional and sustainable movement. And I have hope that together with that movement and with the stigma around nuclear weapons, we can take the power away from these companies that are controlling the narrative and allow the voice of peace to shine through. So divestment work is something that a lot of people don't know how to engage in, but is something that you can do with your towns can do divestment, your businesses, your schools, your faith communities. You can all take a stand with your money to move it out of nuclear weapons companies. And also another connection with the climate, I want to flag the big financiers of nuclear weapons, the big banks, are also the ones financing the climate crisis and financing the fossil fuel industry. So it's a massively intersectional movement, and I think we're not going to be able to solve one of these problems without solving the other. And so we just need to keep building the stigma around fossil fuels and nuclear weapons and keep building the connections between the movements, and I do have hope that we can get there.
Thank you so much, Andine, for sharing a clear framing of the two issues and also the intersections of the two issues. Also, thank you so much for sharing what we can do as young people and also rebuilding the stigma against nuclear weapons. Thank you so much. So our next speaker is Kenneth. You are one of the members who took the lead in launching the Reverse the Trend RTT, which focuses on the intersection of nuclear weapons and the climate crisis. I also see so many students and young people attending the international conferences, including TP and WTMSP. What are the RTT's activities and their aims? And also, how do you see the role of young people in this nuclear disarmament field? For yours. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kenneth Chu, and I am the Communications and Media Coordinator for the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation. I wanted to kind of start with how I got involved with nuclear disarmament. It was through Christian with Reverse the Trend, the youth initiative of the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation. This was in January of 2021. I was a sophomore in college looking for an internship. And the thing that drew me in was it said something United Nations. So nothing to do with nuclear disarmament, but I was interested in the work, and little did I know 4 years later I'd still be here working in this field, and for many more years to come. What's special about January 2021 is that coincided with the entry into force of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. So it was a time of renewed hope and also new hope in aligning with the theme of this conference. So I felt very fortunate to join the field at a time where things seem to be turning around. And even today, we are trying to build off that momentum of the TPNW. And what really inspired me to stay in the field was not only joining as an intern with Christian, but also attending the first meeting of states parties in Vienna in the summer of 2022. And I want to emphasize that what was so special about that meeting wasn't necessarily the meeting itself, but meeting so many like-minded people who were both my age and also experts in the field who are older and more experienced and who could speak to kind of the ideologies and kind of the facts behind the matter as well. And I want to share an anecdote from a side event that I participated in with the help of Christian, of course, bringing youth voices under Reverse the Trend into spaces such as the United Nations. This was a side event with the governor of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, as well as about 2-3 other experts at the United Nations in New York for the Non-Proliferation Treaty. And first of all, I was very surprised to be a young person sitting in that room as we were doing introductions with everyone. As you know, the governors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki were there, and then the other introductions were, I've been in this field for 10 years. And I was like, wow, that's a long time. And then the next person was like, yeah, maybe 15 years. And then the next person was, I've been in this field since like the middle of the Cold War. And I was like, I'm a third-year college student, but I do believe that I have something important to contribute to this conversation. I didn't say that out loud, but that's what I knew. That's what I thought deep down, and I feel like that is one of the most important parts of being a youth in these very expert-dominated fields, is that with the help of people, organizations, letting young people know that their voices are important. And you also see, as I've attended more conferences, I see that all these experts, diplomats, professors really do value the voices of young people because they provide a fresh take on these issues. Young people are more likely to be bold, and their opinions are more, for better or worse, grounded in common sense. So it's not something that's filtered through like years of research or just like knowledge. So that's why I think that college students and even high school students have very valuable takes on these events. And at this same side event, it was a panel on the humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons, and then also talking about victims of nuclear testing, or what we call so-called testing, and then also the victims of the actual bombs in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And one of the questions that came up after the panel concluded came from a French diplomat who asked, well, we know that nuclear weapons are bad, but what about the reality that we are in? Nuclear weapons are already here. And implicitly, this diplomat implied that the panel, it was a very targeted question that was like, I would say pretty offensive, but the question implied that everyone on the panel was naive to think that we could suggest that there could be a world without nuclear weapons and that abolishing them was something that was like a fantasy. And my response to that question was that deterrence is just a theory. That's not something that's grounded in facts, but what is grounded in facts is that people from affected communities of nuclear testing and use, that is real. You ask the people of Japan, the people of the Pacific, the people of the Southwest US, and so many more. Like those are facts that you can't reject, and at the same time, they point to deterrence as something that they hide behind. So with that, yeah. Going on that says that the idea is that young people can speak out against these institutions and provide a valuable voice. And I didn't realize that until it happened to me myself. And it wasn't something that I planned on. This was a follow-up question on the panel, and I saw an opportunity and spoke on it and didn't really realize the impact until after the panel finished. So I'll conclude my remarks by saying that one of the main steps in furthering the cause of nuclear disarmament, especially in countries that are hostile to disarmament, such as the US, is to stigmatize the idea of these weapons as protecting people. If we, the people, don't believe nuclear weapons are a threat to humanity, then elimination remains a fantasy. And this is very specific to, like I said, countries hostile to nuclear disarmament, because in other countries, people are convinced, and the path to disarmament is slightly different. But in the US itself, a lot of people don't even think of nuclear weapons as something bad. It's just something as like another military weapon, which is a myth that we have to dispel. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenneth, for openly sharing your experience and also encouraging us young people that we have something to contribute to this issue. Thank you so much. So last speaker is going to be Victoria Locke. In the Krieger and Ikeda dialogue, they mentioned the importance of education to nurture global citizens who can courageously take actions for those who are suffering the most. Studying at the Soka University of America, which truly upholds and embodies such education, what is your understanding of founder Daisaku Ikeda's vision of global citizenship, and what is your experience? Please take the floor, Vicky.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can everyone hear me well? Okay, so how many people have heard of the term global citizenship education? See one. Okay, around like half or like more of the room. So I come from Estonia. I'm Estonian, and I'm an international student here. So I spent 16 years of my life in an Estonian public school, and I knew nothing about GC, Global Citizenship Education. So I would like to share a little bit of my experience on how I came to that. So when I turned 16, I kind of realized that I was tired of the general education system in Estonia, and I wanted to switch it up. I wanted to hear a diverse range of ideas. I wanted to meet new people. I wanted to travel. So I applied for a study abroad program. But I got rejected. So I went Googling and I found Think Global School, which is an international traveling high school, project-based in New York. And I joined that school. And for my 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, I spent it traveling around the world. And I learned by interacting with the communities and actually learning history from the places where these historic events had happened. For example, I learned about reconciliation by visiting the place where the Srebrenica genocide took place in Bosnia and Herzegovina, or I went on a leadership hike for 2 weeks in Patagonia, or I also met with Aboriginal peoples in Australia, and that's all thanks to this different kind of thinking in education. And when time came for me to choose a college, I had no idea where I could find this type of education once again. But then I found Soka University of America one day on Instagram, and yeah, so thanks to social media, I've discovered all of these great opportunities. And there I discovered the liberal arts class, that SUA has these liberal arts classes and the learning clusters, and also our core values of courage, wisdom, and compassion, as well as the diversity of its student body, which most of my friends in my university are international. And also the generous financial aid, because for my traveling high school too, I got a full scholarship, and for Soka too, I have a really great scholarship, so I could afford it. And also the mission of fostering a steady stream of global citizens committed to living a contributive life. And when I heard the term global citizen, I was like, yeah, of course I want to be a global citizen. So I applied to Soka and I got in, yay. And as I am standing here today, I have so many things to be grateful for. Thanks to Soka, I have studied immigration in Miami, Spanish in Barcelona, Spain. Also, I went to a United Nations study tour in New York. And last summer, thanks to me participating in a Business to Bridges club, I also got to have an internship at a law firm in San Francisco. And besides all of these opportunities that this education has given me, I have also made friends from countries that I barely knew of. And I feel like I have become closer to the ideal student that Daisaku Ikeda envisioned when he created this university. And also as a junior at Soka, I have come to internalize this responsibility that we all have for creating a world of nonviolence. And nuclear weapons and climate change both threaten the foundations of human value, which is really, yeah, these topics are really important. And I really started to understand this connection at the Soka University of America's annual nuclear politics program, where I heard Ira Helfand's, I'm sure a lot of you know Ira Helfand's speech on the catastrophic effects of human war, of a nuclear war, sorry, and that a single detonation could cause really, really catastrophic humanitarian and environmental consequences. And even a small nuclear change could bring us to a nuclear winter, which in only a few months, it could drop the temperature by 6 degrees Celsius and cause like a mass famine worldwide. And that sounds really scary, doesn't it? And to me too, it sounded terrifying. So I feel like we need to make world leaders face the potential consequences to the existence of nuclear weapons. And both Dr. Ikeda and Dr. Krieger emphasized our shared humanity, and this is what we need to cultivate in people. And coming back to global citizenship education, I feel like it's a good way to build such strong footing for the prevention of these type of disasters, which is we have to educate people. And education and peace are not separate, but they're one and the same. So education can help us cultivate values and perspectives and commitments which are necessary for a more just and secure world. And this is the essence of Daisaku Ikeda's global citizenship education, which is also deeply embedded in our university. And at SUA, we combine peace, environmental, developmental, and human rights education, as they are all interconnected. They are not separate issues. And Ikeda often speaks of creative coexistence, which is the idea that we have to nurture and engage with the world, rather than treat it as an abstraction. And the same applies to nuclear disarmament. And we cannot simply leave this issue to history books or museums, but we have to actively engage in it, as it is a living struggle for the future of our humanity. And we all need to become global citizens. And then what does it mean to be a global citizen, you may ask? And for Ikeda, to be a global citizen doesn't mean abandoning your identity, but rather aligning it with a greater solidarity with the common humanity. And it would not exclude or divide, but rather unite everyone. And as a global citizen, you have a responsibility to the world. However, you do not need to give up your identity, but instead, you are encouraged to take your identity with you. And this is why SUA stands firm in its commitment to nuclear disarmament. And we are one of the few institutions that takes such a clear and unwavering stance, and we do so because we recognize that peace isn't an ideal, but it is a responsibility. And I would like to quote Daisaku Ikeda. In his book, The Human Revolution, he wrote, "A great human revolution in just a single individual will help achieve a change in the destiny of a nation, and further will enable a change in the destiny of all humankind." And each of us here, whether a student, a professional, an activist, or an educator, has the power to contribute to this transformation towards positive peace. And we can all choose action over apathy, education over ignorance, and choose hope over cynicism. And together, we can step into a future where nuclear weapons aren't just reduced, but also abolished. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicky, for sharing your experience at Soka and also the importance of global citizenship education. And also, we can be like global citizens, and also our shared responsibility to these global challenges. Thank you so much. So now we will be moving on to our interactive discussion with all the panelists. So if you have any follow-up comments or questions, please raise your hand, or you can free to take a mic. Do you have any question? Okay. Now maybe I'd like to raise one question to either Andrew or Kenneth. I think both of you attended the TPNW 3MSB last week in New York. What was your impression in terms of youth engagement, and also what do you hope for the next review conference happening in 2026?
Hello?
Hi. So last week I was very fortunate to attend the third meeting of States Parties in New York. It was a 5-day conference, Monday through Friday. Sorry, can you repeat the question? The youth engagement at this conference was very high as usual, but something that really stood out to me was that on the first day, as the beginning of the plenary started, the plenary is the UN meeting, is that there were no seats left for people. People had to wait in line outside, which is very rare for the UN. Civil society usually does not engage as much. The TPNW is an exception to this, and a lot of that has to do with the emergence of strong groups in civil society, such as ICANN, and also with Reverse the Trend, NAPF's youth initiative. We brought over 50 or 60, not interns, 50 or 60 youth activists into the United Nations, and this is important in two ways. First is showing that civil society and that the new generation does actively care about this topic and is supportive of the TPNW. And also secondly is that after the conference is over, after this week is over, all these youth activists go home and people will start asking, is like, oh, why were you at the UN? I saw all those pictures. And that's where you spread the advocacy. You spread the word about the existential threat that nuclear weapons have to this world, and also to go into more like simple details of how that's achievable. And it's not just simple fear-mongering. And as for what I hope to see at the next review conference is this continued engagement of the youth, of bringing people in and then getting the message out. But also seeing more of an international presence. That's something I wish to see more, especially with the conference happening in New York. It's more difficult for people who aren't coming from Western countries or like say Europe or the Americas to come to these conferences. Something I'd like to see more is a wider diversity of people so that there can be more cross-cultural dialogue and also some sharing of how this issue is addressed in different countries. And that's always something valuable.
Yeah, I'll speak to the youth engagement at the 3MSP as well. I just want to say, when I first got involved in the space, it was like 3 months before the second meeting of States Parties, and I had the opportunity to go to the second meeting of States Parties with 3 months of experience under my belt, which is insane. But it was really shocking to see how youth-led this movement is internationally. And in that space, I feel like in the United States, my experience has been very different. The demographics that we see engaged in this is largely not youth. And so it's inspiring and it's very hopeful to see all of that engagement internationally. So that's my main takeaway, and it was incredible to see all of those brilliant young voices again speaking up and taking the space for themselves, taking the initiative to make a change and not shy away from it, because it can be intimidating in these rooms full of experts to be confident and assured of yourself, but it is a really important voice to have, and so it's incredible to see that happening and see that welcomed in this space, especially at the UN. Yeah, I think that's it.
I just want to speak. I was also there, and I was so impressed. I mean, again, ICANN is a youth movement, okay? So that's phenomenal. And again, Soka Gakkai. So throughout the entirety of the United Nations, it was young people there getting it, speaking out, demanding their future not be including nuclear weapons. So that's very inspiring. I was at a sidebar also on arts. So this morning we had Andrew Davis speak about, today's young people don't typically read. They don't get their information through reading. They get it through maybe social media. This particular presentation had high school and college students from Atlanta, Georgia, and from Detroit, inner city kids speaking with art, with poetry, with with short movies, again, expressing the concern about nuclear weapons, the risks, and their desires for the future. So that was very engaging. So I think this is only something that will continue to evolve as we go forward.
Thank you very much. So maybe following up the young people's engagement in this nuclear disarmament field, I would like to ask maybe Vicky. You have experienced many things, organizing conferences, also nuclear politics summer programs. How do you engage with young people in your generation, also like future generations?
For in general, or for just the
in
program?
general, also like really like mobilize young people. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I think at nuclear politics, what we've been trying to do is to make all of our all parts of our program really interactive, and also to make sure that all of the participants will stay connected with each other even after the program. So not only do we educate, but we also connect people. We want to build a sustainable network of young people from all different areas of interest. For example, when we take in our applications, we don't only consider their background in nuclear politics, but we also consider like the impact of that they could have after, also on their communities and so on. For example, last year we had someone who was really into like theater and arts, and it was their first time learning about nuclear politics. And for them, it was really shocking to hear some of the facts, that they even had to like go and take breaks sometimes. Like they would just leave the class and be like, oh, I need some time for myself. So I know for some people that are not used to it, it can be really difficult, but we still try to accommodate our program for them and make it so that young people from all concentrations can come and learn together. Yeah, I think that.
Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you. Now I'd like to open the floor to the audience as well. If you have any questions, Christian.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk on that. I think one of the most important things about giving youth speaking positions at these conferences is showing that their voice does matter. It's something I said before earlier in my remarks, but that people do listen to your voice. Countries and other organizations pay attention to what you have to say, and so that's the first point. And then the second point is instilling the confidence in the youth that their voice is on equal footing with everyone else in that room, if at the very least for that one moment. And I think that's something that also gives youth the confidence to know that their opinion is not supported, but based in fact, and something that they can take home and also spread that same message with the same confidence that they had at the United Nations. So just giving youth the chance to show that their voice matters in a room where it matters is a great opportunity that I think it's just a great opportunity.
I see Marissa. Direct to, yeah.
First of all, I want to say, Victoria, when you spoke, I had chills. Like, it was amazing to hear your experience. And I think, I'm a local from Santa Barbara, and I, had some
I think on a really basic level, the answer is just to talk about this in spaces where you probably wouldn't think to. Just really bring the conversation of nuclear weapons to as many areas as you can and tell more people about it. Like I was saying, it's my experience with how young people get engaged in this is they just have this like random chance moment where they hear about it, or they happen to be in a lecture where it's mentioned, they happen to see a job posting. It's by chance. So we need to increase those chances. Just talk about it more, get it out more. And I think that's my basic answer.
Again, the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation has a Reverse the Trend movement. With Back from the Brink, that I'm on the steering committee, we have a movement called Students for Nuclear Disarmament, which is a national movement. We're trying to get high schools and colleges across the nation. My goal is to get UC Santa Barbara involved, et cetera. So again, but this we speak to, and again, my experience has been when students hear about it, whatever level, from middle school up, they get it, and they want to know how they can become involved. So the key is getting the word out. And again, and I would say probably everybody on the panel, if you want to connect with us, I always say have talk, we'll travel. I'm happy to talk anywhere. I happen to live in Ojai, so I'm very close to your Santa Barbara and the like. So, but yeah, but Los Angeles to San Diego to the Mexican border, it's all easy for me, so yeah.
Vicky, would you like to take, or?
I have something like really general and basic to say. So when I told people that I want to study in America or that I'm going to go to a traveling high school, they thought I was crazy. And they told me that like, oh, like, maybe you should just stay in your hometown, like maybe you should really reconsider. So I would say like these comments, sometimes they did make me feel that maybe as Kenneth said, like maybe I shouldn't be in the room where it like happens, like where it matters. Like maybe my voice doesn't matter as much as I think that it does. Maybe I'm not smart enough. Maybe I don't have enough money and so on. I would say like if there's a person, like a young person in your life, and they have really, really big dreams and goals, and even if you think that, maybe they should really like, lower their dreams a little bit. Maybe instead of that, like tell them, like encourage them, tell them, you know what, I can help you in this way, or oh, I can connect you with this person. I feel like just encouraging young people would be a really great start. Yeah, as a young person myself. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So next question. Okay, could you please? Yes.
Found out how you responded to me? Yeah. The last.
You took a voyage and you come back with all these experiences, and how did it affect you and conceivably them, whoever you spoke to, privately or publicly?
Yeah, I think everyone that I used to talk to almost every day has become more distant from me. And I think I have a lot of new ideas and new perspectives which might not fit their daily lifestyle. But one thing that, while I was in my high school that I helped doing was that I was like in Estonian Youth Council. So I was helping them like look over policy stuff. And I think I brought in new perspectives from like traveling. And also, you guys know Erasmus+. It's like an organization that funds projects for the youth. We also like wrote a project for that, and we organized like weekly cultural cafes where we brought in people from either different cultures or children, like teenagers who had a really specific interest for a culture. And then we kind of all got together with like 20 people, and we ate the food, and like we watched movies, and we tried to learn the language and so on. Yeah, so we got like about like 6,000 euros for that, I think. And we brought that to my hometown, which my hometown has like 3,000 people. So it's really small. Yeah, there's like nothing to do there. Yeah, and also on my island, we don't even have a university. So I would have had to move from home anyways, I would say. Yeah, but I did go back. Yeah, I went to study abroad last semester. So I went back in September and in December. And then also, I'm actually going back in May. So if anyone's going to be in Estonia in May, then let me know. Yeah. Is that kind of answer? Is close? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marisa?
Thank you. Just a couple of things. Firstly, on the issue of nuclear weapons and climate nexus, I think it's really helpful to expand that to environment nexus, because we have a biodiversity crisis as well, which often gets forgotten about. And one of the things we're doing at ICANN is we've got a poster. I don't know if anyone can see that. We've got a poster. My sister is a wildlife photographer. There's a couple of baby kangaroos on the beach in Western Australia. And we have a poster that says, every species will be harmed in a nuclear war. Only one species can stop it. And an asterisk, it's not kangaroos. And I think that's really, given the you know, there are a lot of people in the world who care about animals very deeply, and plants as well. And so it's a way of broadening our audience by talking about those things that they care about as well. And I found that to be very powerful. And the second point was, Andrew, you also mentioned about divestment. And we have a divestment campaign at ICANN. And basically we encourage everybody to talk to their banks, to their local governments, to their universities, pension funds, and ask them about their ethical investment policies and demand that they divest from nuclear weapons. And NICAN, which is the New York campaign against nuclear weapons, they went to the New York Council and got them to pass a resolution to say that they would withdraw any investments from nuclear weapons, which was huge. So that brings me on to the cities campaign. Any of you can go to your local governments and say, are you part of the ICANN Cities Appeal, which is in basically for nuclear armed and nuclear allied states. Major cities have, hundreds of major cities around the world have signed up to the ICANN Cities Appeal supporting the TPNW, which is really annoying to the nuclear armed states particularly. You've got Washington DC, New York, you've got Paris and Berlin and Rome, all saying they support the TPNW. And that's a way to get involvement at a more local level. And politicians, talk to your elected representatives. As a former politician myself, I can say it matters when citizens go to see their local MP and say, we care about this, and what's more, we want you to do this. You've always got to go to them with a recommendation, an action you want them to take. And if you have to write it for them, then you do that too. But whatever you can do to make their life easier, and it will be appreciated and will make it more likely that they'll act on it. So I just wanted to add that it's a way of everyone can take some action, no matter how small, just whatever it is that feels comfortable to you, whether it's just talking to someone else about the issues, encouraging young people to get involved. And there is a Youth for TPNW group as well, which young people are encouraged to be part of. And so thank you so much to all the panel for your fantastic.
Yes, Ivana.
So just in case you
So we are going to take last question. So yes, thank you.
Well, I want to say that I find the discussion by the young people very, very inspiring, and discussion by the contribution of the people who are young at heart, but a little older in body also. Very inspiring. When I started teaching at American University back in the late 80s, the big issue with my students was nuclear war. And there were anti-nuclear groups that I was the advisor to. And then when the Cold War ended, the young people focused on other things, good things, climate change, racism, gender issues, but they lost sight of the danger threat posed by nuclear war. But that's coming back again. And I saw the reaction to the movie Oppenheimer, which might be terrible when it comes to ignoring the victims of the nuclear testing, and also when it comes to the issues of decision to drop the bomb. I mean, Nolan totally blew that. But in other ways, it's a very strong anti-nuclear movie. But there's been a lot of discussion the last 2 days about nuclear deterrence, which Mercer said, I think, is the ultimate form of terrorism. But I just wanted to say something about nuclear deterrence. Jack Kennedy got it. During the Cuban Missile Crisis, when the Joint Chiefs of Staff was all pushing him to invade Cuba and bomb the missile sites, Kennedy came out of the room and said, if we listen to those brass hats, there'll be nobody left alive tomorrow to tell them that they were wrong. And that's the thing. But I wanted to, my favorite comment on deterrence theory comes from a strange place. Since we have Australians here, and great film directors, I wanted to cite a movie from 1959 that the students probably don't remember, but some of us do. That was On the Beach. And it's about the world ending as a result of a nuclear war. And the last pocket of humanity is in Melbourne, Australia. That's the southernmost major city, and they're waiting for the fallout to hit them. But the thing that's so ironic about this movie is that the scientist who has the wisdom was played by Fred Astaire. And we all know Fred Astaire as a song and dance man with Ginger Rogers from the 1930s. But they're on the submarine, and they ask him, you know, how did this happen? And he says, I want to read a little bit. He says, the war started when people accepted the idiotic principle that peace could be maintained by arranging to defend themselves with weapons they couldn't possibly use without committing suicide. Everybody had an atomic bomb and counter bombs and counter bombs. The device now grew us. We couldn't control them. I know, I helped build them, God help me. Somewhere some poor bloke probably looked at a radar screen and thought he saw something, knew that he hesitated when thousandths of a second his own country would be wiped out off the map, so he pushed the button, and the world went crazy, and now they're waiting for the last people to die. So it's not an unexpected source, but there was some real insight into the madness that we've created, and that we have to, especially with the help of the young people, eliminate finally once and for all.
Thank you so much. So now time is up. So finally, lastly, we would like to have final remarks from each panelist. So my question is that what is your hope in continuing our efforts to achieve a world free from nuclear weapons? Yeah, starting from Dr. Dodge.
Well, my hope is that we can continue to grow this movement in a mass form, go viral, again, with young people like this. It is my role to engage them, to empower them, and to mentor them, and to turn the reins over to them. Because it is their world. You know, we're old. They actually care about their future and things. And so my helping, our helping, again, I think the opportunity is wonderful. So.
I'm hopeful because I do see the connections being made between all the different crises that we're facing. I see them being made, and I see the movement growing. and I see more young people getting engaged, and I see it in popular culture more. And I think we're going to hit that point soon, that moment of mass momentum. I think we're going to hit it soon.
I'm hopeful that the topic of nuclear weapons are being discussed more among the youth, even among my friends, which is largely in part due to, at first, the movie Oppenheimer, but also now with the growing risk of the nuclear threat in the world as we know it. And as wars and tensions increase, this topic is something that becomes more visible, but this also means that the disarmament movement is also more visible. So that's my hope, is that this movement grows, especially among my generation. Thank you.
I'm hopeful because I've seen the people around me change, their values, their perspectives, and it is already our 3rd year of organizing nuclear politics with the Soka Institute for Global Solutions, and we keep growing and growing. Our network is getting out of hand. I'm speaking here today because of our institute, and I feel like we're gonna make a difference. I think the people that have been in our program have continued working towards achieving peace, and I think we had like 5 people at the 3 MSB this year from our program, which is a really big number considering that we only had like, how many did we have participants? 27, thank you, Tetsushi. Yeah, so 5 out of 27 went to 3 MSP this year, and I'm hoping to see more. Yeah, thank you.
Session. Please give them a big applause once again. Thank you.
I just have to tell you that I feel like I have been bowled over. All of my hopes and dreams for this conference have really not just come true, but been completely exceeded. And so I just really want to thank these wonderful panelists who give us so much hope, and everybody else who has participated, and all of you who have stayed with us for nearly 2 days and 10 plus hours. We are going to have videos. We're going to have more information about what happened here for the outside world, so the impact will really go far beyond this room. And I really just have to thank our dear friends and partners at Soka Gakkai International. This conference quite simply wouldn't have been possible without them. And for that, I'm so truly grateful. And I'm not a religious person, but I will tell you that I really do believe that David Krieger and Daisaku Ikeda were here with us today, and that they just could not be more proud that we continue to carry their torch, that we continue to follow the path that they blazed for us. The path is clear, the end goal is clear, and we have to get there, and we're gonna get there with the help of everyone in this room and so many more people who believe that a world free of nuclear weapons is not just necessary, it is also possible. Thank you all so very much.